Welcome to the Delta Trends Day 2022. My name is Ott Pärna. I'm an economist and visiting professor at the University of Tartu Delta Management School, and I'm one of your moderators today.
Good morning and warm welcome from chilly Tartu. My name is Kadri Ukrainsky and I'm also your moderator today. I'm working here at the Delta Management School as a professor of innovation policy.
This is the third Delta Trends Day. Delta Trends Days are international online events with precisely timed selection of topics. For example, the Delta Trends Day 2020 took place just 4 months after the 32, which is almost 390 years back. This is actually 4 years older than Harvard University in Boston, United States. But today's Delta Trends Day is dedicated to the new economic world order. We are analyzing its emerging nature, power lines, impact on international division of labor, business, and business models, including trade, for example.
Yes, and a couple of words about this center. We are here at the Tartu University Delta Center, which is a fascinating experiment of Tartu University, bringing together not only different research streams and scholars, but also companies and public sector institutions. So we have here, besides business and economics, computer science, mathematics, statistics, but also technology studies. We have robots over there, for example. And among the companies, we have R&D and innovation units of our banks, also of our statistical office. We have Cybernetica here, who is a core company responsible for the e-government success story of Estonia. We have Tartu Science Park with the European Space Agency's incubator. So we have a lot of different companies here working together with scholars. So I believe I'm not overrating if I would say that daily around Delta there is a community of 4,000 to 5,000 individuals, researchers, startuppers, bankers even, and of course professors and students.
Yeah, overall Delta is a community. But it is also a green building. For example, there are almost 3 kilowatts of solar power panels on top of that building. Overall capacity of the building is 27,000 square meters. The building has more than 50 kilometers of different wires and cables. In fact, we had 174 name candidates for that building, and we selected Delta. And the reason is that it represents the shape of a building. It connects with mathematics, IT, and economics, all the disciplines which are in this building. And perhaps most importantly, it represents also nature and rivers. The University of Tartu Delta Center is located on the banks of River Emajõgi, who don't know. And we are just in the city center of Tartu, which is a university town from one hand, but on the other hand, it's the cultural capital of Europe in 2024, so in 2 years' time. So it's perhaps the best place to discuss future trends in economic world order.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are here in Delta Management School also, so perhaps you should tell something about that as well.
Yeah. As I said, that Delta Management School is one of the 4 institutes of our Delta building. But it's also actually the former School of Economics and Business Administration of the University of Tartu. And the school itself is actually 80 years old. So quite old. Delta Management School is perhaps the best place to study and research contemporary economy and business in the Nordic Baltic region. In addition to management, business administration, economics, and economic policy making, we are perhaps one of the best places also to study innovation and technology policy, both in the private and the public sector innovation, social innovation, for example. So I truly believe that Delta is one of the coolest management and economics school in the region. Don't you think so, Kadri?
Yes, of course. And perhaps I might add that since if you are located in such a dynamic ecosystem, you perhaps might know that Estonia has per capita the largest number of unicorns founded. So in such an environment, even being an old business school, like almost 85 years old for now, we had to reinvent ourselves and create this Delta Management School as a startup-minded, agile, very practical, innovative business school. So I think this is a perfect introduction to today's topic as well, because we have all noticed that the world is not the same around us anymore, and we cannot react quickly enough. So we have to observe, analyze. Also, economists have to calculate in real time, and we are never too quick to react quickly enough, for example, in helping Ukraine. So what about the program today?
Yeah, perhaps let's start going closer to the studio as well. But as I said earlier, today's Delta Trends Day is dedicated to the new economic world order. And we have 4 special sections for our today's Trends Day. We have a political perspective. We're talking about the struggle for global leadership globally. We have business perspective. We're talking about reconfiguration of global value chains and business models. We have a special block dedicated to Ukraine. Specifically, we are talking about rebuilding Ukraine as a society, as a country, as an economy. And finally, we will tackle the nature of a new economic world order, as it might look like in the years to come. And of course, to open these topics, we have bright minds here. We have more than 15 economists, experts, etc., whether here or via internet close by. We have, for example, Edward Lucas, a British writer and security specialist, who was former columnist at the Economist newspaper, or magazine. We have Stefan Olsson, who is Senior Research Fellow of Hendrix Foundation. We have Slava Radošević from London, who is Professor of Industry and Innovation Studies at the University College London. From the Estonian side, we have Mr. Rainer Saks, who is former head of Foreign Intelligence Service of the Republic of Estonia. He's here. We have also Lauri Mälksoo here, who is Professor of International Law at the University of Tartu. And to name a few others, we have Jaanika Merilo, for example, who is advisor to Minister of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, also today present. So,
yes, and I might remind for our viewers that please share our links. So the links to our Facebook live channel and also workshop channel are in our webpage, so deltaschool.ut.ee. So please view and share and of course like.
And today video recordings will be available for follow-up watching on YouTube, Facebook and website of the Delta Management School about a week after the event itself.
All right, but I think it's time to begin. Let's start from the political and policy perspective on global leadership. And I'm very happy to announce our first speaker, Stephen Olsson, who is Senior Research Fellow in Hendrix Foundation. And who might not know, this Hendrix Foundation is a unique Asia-based philanthropic organization that works to advance mutually beneficial and sustainable trade through research and educational programs. So, Stephen, the floor is yours, but we should go inside.
Let's go.
What do you think?
Well, good morning, everyone, and a very big thank you on behalf of the Heinrich Foundation to the organizers of today's event for their invitation. It's a real pleasure to be here. What I'd like to do, if I may, is take a few minutes and talk to you a bit about global order at the tipping point, and in particular, trade in a post-free trade world. Now, we're in the process of moving from an era of deep economic integration and largely cooperative relationships characterized by pro-free trade policies and pro-globalization policies. We are moving now towards a post-free trade world. Now, if we're to safely navigate these waters, we're going to require an extremely clear vision. Unfortunately, that vision is lacking. So what will trade look like in a post-free trade world? What will our approach to trade be? How will the patterns of our trade relationships be determined? And what about trade governance? How will we govern the trade relationships, if at all? Or are we moving towards sort of a law of the jungle, big fish eats the little fish scenario as existed before 1948? What about the business government interface on trade issues? The way that business and governments are now interacting is changing radically. We also have to think about non-trade issues, which now need to be included in trading relationships. When I started my career as a trade negotiator in 1986, we never could have imagined the range of issues, labor, environment, inclusion, equity, etc., that are now being discussed in the context of trade negotiations and trade relationships. Thus far, at least, the debate and the discussion and the establishment of a clear vision on all these points has not been adequate. Now, the United States, of course, was the primary architect of and the driving force behind our existing global trade system, which was established in the immediate aftermath of the Second World War. Now, admittedly, a tremendous amount has changed since 1948, when our existing system was first established, but it is still incumbent on the United States, Europe, and others, because of the unique roles that they play, to spell out a new vision for how we are going to approach globalization and trade in a post-free trade world. Now, although you wouldn't know it, certainly from listening to the national dialogue in the United States, trade has hit its most important inflection point, and I would say its most perilous inflection point in 3/4 of a century. Most of the prosperity and relative peace we've experienced over the last 7 decades has been built upon the back of a deeply integrated, cooperative global trading system. But today, thanks to rising geopolitical stresses and strains, a hopelessly out-of-date trade rule book, and rising questions about some of the social and economic trade-offs associated with free trade, that system is disintegrating before our eyes. And we are now at a tipping point, and we are entering a very new era, an era characterized by adversarial trade relationships in an increasingly fragmented rather than global trading system. I think we're going to see it increasingly fragmented along geopolitical lines. Now, given what's at play, unfortunately, US leaders and European leaders and other leading trade nations are failing to adequately debate, define, and articulate a new modus vivendi for trade in this new era. Now, to be clear, we can skip the empty bromides and the platitudes. So I'm not talking about saying, well, we need to, quote unquote, get tough with China, or we are going to pursue a worker-centric trade policy, or we are going to establish, quote unquote, resilient supply chains. These are really platitudinous comments that don't really mean a lot. We can skip those. We've already had enough of that talk already. What is really needed in Europe, in the United States, and elsewhere is an adult conversation about what are the trade-offs, what are the risks, what are the costs of this new era and this new approach to trade that we're entering. And we need to establish a new vision for how we're going to approach trade. Now, leaders are supposed to lead, and given the historical inflection point we're at, we would have hoped to have seen more by now. But particularly in the United States, if we look at the United States Congress, Congress has been more than happy to hand off the trade hot potato to the executive branch. Congress is not even going to debate and vote on the only prominent trade initiative launched thus far by the Biden administration, and that is the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework Agreement. That's going to be implemented by executive orders. And even the recently passed CHIPS Act to provide massive subsidization to the semiconductor industry, most of the trade provisions had to be stripped out of that proposal before it could be debated, voted on, and passed into law. Now, If we move down to the other end of Pennsylvania, to the White House, the Biden administration has made it very clear, unfortunately, that trade is simply not a high priority. The trade representative, Ambassador Catherine Tai, has talked quite a bit about the need for a new approach to trade, but that discussion really hasn't been front and center the way it needs to be. The Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen, has talked about friendshoring, but she's really sidestepped any discussion about what the possible costs that might be associated with friendshoring. The Commerce Secretary, Gina Raimondo, has taken a very hardline approach to technology trade with China. But again, she hasn't really gotten into any discussion of the potential risks or the potential blowbacks associated with that. So clearly, it's time for a more substantive debate, a more substantive discussion to arrive at this new approach to trade. Now, if anybody asked me for my humble opinion, I would be more than happy to sketch out the terms and reference for this debate and discussion which needs to take place in the United States, in Europe, and elsewhere. And I would start off with 5 critical points that need to be examined very closely. Number 1 is, what is the operating thesis behind this new approach to trade? What are the foundational assumptions and the strategic calculations? Let's be very clear on one specific point. Are we now renouncing the previous idealized vision for what free trade and globalization will bring? This idealized vision has been driving trade relationships for at least the past 40 years. Are we now saying that that's no longer operative? Or are we saying that some parts of that vision remain valid, other parts of that vision are no longer valid and have to be modified? And very important point here, if we no longer believe that a deeply integrated and truly global trade system is possible or desirable, then it's incumbent upon us to define, okay, so what's next? If the old system is no longer desirable or operative, what is the new system that we're moving towards? Are we moving towards some sort of a messy hybrid system? My personal opinion is I think we probably are heading towards a messy hybrid, which will be a globalized system in some respects, but a fragmented system in other respects. So we need to clearly understand this. How will this work, and what are the dividing lines? The second issue, which I think this discussion absolutely needs to tackle, is what I would refer to as sort of the 800-pound gorilla in the room. How will the US-China trade relationship be handled? Now, it should be obvious to anyone who has their eyes open, certainly the US and China, to a lesser extent, perhaps Europe, are moving towards some level of decoupling. The only question is how far along that spectrum we're going to progress. To what extent will we see a decoupling with China? So if you think of decoupling as a spectrum, and at one end of the spectrum, you have deep integration and high levels of trade and investment. And at the other end of the spectrum, virtually no integration, virtually no trade, virtually no investment. Where are we going to end up on that spectrum? And what will be the calculus that will determine if we move this far or this far or this far? Let's spell things out clearly. If we are saying some trade with China is okay and some trade with China is not okay, we need to articulate the logic. If it is not okay to sell semiconductors to China, explain why it is okay to sell soybeans. What is the logic? What is the logic? And then we need to anticipate that for any moves the United States, Europe, other countries might take, there will be counter moves by China. So we need to think a few moves down the chessboard. And after the chess moves and the counter moves have been executed, where are we going to be? Where are we going to be? We need to be able to see the full chessboard. The third issue, I think, is especially important for the simple reason it's not really getting the level of discussion I think it needs, and that is what should be expected of multinational corporations in this new era. Now, traditionally, companies, in particular, I would say American companies, have operated as free agents. They have made their trade and investment decisions, their sourcing and investment decisions based entirely on economic efficiency and profitability, even when those decisions ran contrary to the national interests of the United States or the EU. So the question we need to ask, is that still okay in this new era? Are we still comfortable with that approach? Now, it's interesting to note that in 1953, the president of General Motors, Charles Wilson, very proudly testified before the United States Congress, and he famously said, "What's good for America is good for General Motors, and what's good for General Motors is good for America." Now, if we fast forward to our current day, and we try to imagine Tim Cook making a similar comment today about Apple, it would seem absurd. He would be laughed out of Congress if he ever made a similar comment about Apple today. So these are complex issues. There are arguments on either side. Let's have the discussion. Let's have the debate so that we're clear on what should be expected of multinational corporations in this new era. The fourth issue I would suggest we need to think about very carefully is the application of values to trading relationships absolute or is it relative? As we've all seen, values are increasingly entering into the trade discussion. So what are the standards? What are the rules of the game? What are the exceptions? In what instances will some countries be given a free pass? Let's be clear on this. If we say, for example, that the importation of running shoes should be banned from a country that has a questionable human rights practice, then by the same logic, are we also saying that the importation of oil from a country that has a similar human rights record should also be banned? Or do we say, no, that's ridiculous. We can learn to manage disruptions in running shoes, but oil is too important. Well, if that's the case, lay out what are the standards, what are the rules and rules of the road, and how will our values be applied, and in which cases will our values not be applied. And then the final point, I think it's very important to get right, to have a full debate, discussion, and reach some type of a resolution. What is the overarching objective of trade? Now look, for the past 40 years, if you ask me, I could very clearly define the objective of trade. It is about economic efficiencies. It is about profitability for companies. It is about lower prices for consumers. It is about economic development for less developed countries. And it's about ideally the encouragement, fostering a greater likelihood for peace. But where are we today? Is that still the objective? Is that still the overarching objective of trade? Does that still apply in today's world, in this new era that we're moving into? Or is trade really about national security? Is trade really about acquiring and maintaining technological superiority? Is trade about alliances? Building alliances with countries that share your geopolitical outlook or a common set of societal values? Is trade becoming just another stage upon which geopolitical rivalries will be played out? Let's be clear. And I think as we articulate an approach to trade in this new world, we have to paint a very clear picture of where we're headed. People cannot buy into a vision if they cannot see the vision. So I think it's incumbent on the United States, the EU, others to say, if our new strategy succeeds, if our new approach to trade succeeds, this is what the world is going to look like in 5 years, in 10 years, and in 25 years. Now, look, wherever this debate, wherever this discussion might lead, I think it is going to be beneficial for all parties involved, and certainly for the global trading system, to have a much clearer picture of what is the operational and the physical the philosophical basis upon which trading relationships are going to be conducted in the years to come. Today, that is totally lacking, and the ambiguity that exists around all these issues I've talked about only serves to heighten the risks. In any case, we're at an important global tipping point. We need to focus on having an adult conversation on some of these issues. I'll draw my comments to a close there, and I'll look forward to any comments or questions you might have during our Q&A session. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the Delta Trends Day 2020 here in studio. Thanks a lot, Stefan Olsson from Hindrek Foundation, for that brilliant speech. Actually, Stefan is currently in Hong Kong, and his foundation is present in Singapore. So we are having quite a global event here. You are more than welcome to ask different questions in the workshop environment, workshop.com, and if you write Delta Trends Day 2022, you can add questions there. And we will discuss these during the panel after this section. But for our next speech, I have an honor and pleasure to invite Professor Christer Ljungvall from University of Gothenburg. Christer is an economist with many years of experiences from China's leading academic institutions. For example, Beijing University, the main campus in Beijing, and Beijing University HSBC Business School in Shenzhen. He has been a senior economist at the Asian Development Bank and science counselor at the Swedish Embassy in Beijing. The floor is yours, Christer.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to the Delta Trends 2022. I've been asked to say a few words about the new economic world order, in particular, how the Russia-Ukraine war affects China's ambitions to become a world leader. I will try to explain my views on this by describing 4 distinct phases of development. But before I do that, I would like to highlight just a few things. Number 1, what has Russia and China in common? Well, to me, that's only one thing and one thing only. And that is the breakup or the disruption of the Western hegemony. I'm sorry. That is the only thing they have in common. China's long-term strategy does not have anything in common with Russia's long-term strategy. Remember that. So, the first phase I will mention. We only have 15 minutes. This is a nice picture. I was thinking about adding a few pictures for myself, but didn't have time for that. First phase, Russia and China testing the Western partnership. This is exactly what was done. Russia's build-up of military forces on the borders of Ukraine up to a year prior to their invasion, right? By continuously providing more and more, adding more and more military forces to the border, building up the military strength, being aggressive in their political talks, they were testing how far the EU would go in questioning the Russian buildup. They were testing the European transatlantic relationship. How were they coordinated, etc. China was learning from this process, observing each and every step taken by the EU, the US, and the rest of the Western world. The lesson learned, of course, would be used for China's own strategic future goals. When Vladimir Putin met with Xi Jinping just a few weeks prior to the invasion of Ukraine, we can only speculate what these two leaders were discussing. But we can at least make an advanced guess that Putin was given a go to invade Ukraine. At the same time, an advanced guess would be that he was also told that now you're on your own. We know what happened during the first weeks of the invasion. We don't need to discuss that. And this was a hard lesson learned by the Chinese government. The EU turned out to be extremely well coordinated. The EU transatlantic partnership became stronger and more coordinated than in decades. Sweden, my country, and Finland started the process of joining NATO. A very, very quick process. So that was a learning lesson for China. And since then, China has behaved in a quite modest mood, so to speak. They have not criticized Russia formally, etc., etc. So, leaving Putin by himself. Of course, when we have sanctions from the Western world, Russia can only export and import from more or less one country. That's China. But believe me, China is not a large enough market to replace Europe, South America, North America, Japan, South Korea, and so forth. China, they are signing long-term agreements on the purchase of raw materials, energy from Russia at prices way below international market price. There are some indicators claiming that the oil bought from Russia is bought at $30 below the Brent standard price, market price. This means that Russia are selling oil and gas at just a tiny, tiny margin instead of selling it at the world market prices and a huge profit. And we can continue with lots of different goods and merchandise that's being sold and traded between China and Russia at very preferable prices to China. What this means is that Russia, for generations to come, is trapped in a low-income situation. They are trapped in selling raw material to China way below world market prices. That is extremely costly. In practice, this means that Vladimir Putin has de facto designed a poverty trap for Russia for generations to come. Russia is now stuck in a low-income situation, making Russia more or less fully dependent on China. From a Chinese perspective, of course, this is good news. And this is also a sign that the two countries' long-term strategic objectives are very different. So, what happens is that in reality, what China demands, Russia will or have to provide in one way or the other. For China, this means stronger political and economic resilience. They have secured the supply of energy and raw materials for decades to come at below world market prices. There is most likely conformity in international organizations. We will not see Russia vote against China in any matter in the United Nations, for example. The list can be made very long. I also said that what China demands, Russia will provide. A weakening Russian economy, caught at low levels. That means that Russia, again, will be dependent on Chinese trade and economic financial aid in some sense. When it comes to increased military presence, now we're coming into the New World Order. Of course, this is an excellent platform, or Russia will provide an excellent platform for China to increase its military presence. Not the least so in the Northeast Passage. And if we stress that argument very, very far, perhaps even into the Baltic Sea. If China wants to have military presence in the Northeast Passage, that will tell Russia this is what's going to happen. If Russia, perhaps due to financial constraints, will ask for Chinese support in the surveillance of the Baltic Sea, for example, that will happen. That is perhaps a little bit further into the future. Northeast Passage, the North Atlantic, we will see Chinese military presence on Russian soil. Altogether, for China, this is a double-edged sword. On the one hand, there is a question for China of taking global responsibility, being a responsible global stakeholder. And that is probably, or most likely, part of their ambitions. That's on the left hand. On the right hand, the breaking of Western hegemony is still there. On the other side of the sword, China is, of course, an important trading partner. They are one of the drivers within the regional comprehensive economic partnership. They're a platform for advanced research and development and so forth. That is not going to disappear. Based on this, I will not be surprised that we will see the Chinese leader making efforts in quite a near future to negotiate peace between Ukraine and Russia, which will be followed by huge investment program to support the restructuring of Ukraine, infrastructure, and so forth. You remember Ukraine was regarded a long time as the platform for Chinese investments into the European Union. Again, I'm going back to the previous speaker, posing a few questions. How should we relate to this new China? China in the new world order, with China being a global partner with global presence, not only in financial terms, but also in military terms. That might very well require new ways of organizing trade. We heard that from the previous speaker as well. We might have to think of China very differently in the future, how to cooperate, in what areas, but also raise the questions, at what cost? I quite often hear that China is dangerous, or is an aggressive force that cannot be stopped, or more rightly perhaps handled or dealt with. Because it's the second largest economy, it's soon to be the world's largest economy. But think about it in this way instead. China is approximately 16 to 17, let's say 18% of world global GDP. Russia, 1 to 2%, probably down to 1% now. So altogether, 20% of global GDP. European Union, North America, South America, India, Japan, South Korea. The list is long of democracies. Our combined share of the global GDP is well above 75%. Then you have a few others. 75% is more than 20%. And this gives us an opportunity, if we can coordinate ourselves, to actually bring China into the new world order as a responsible global stakeholder rather than an aggressive global stakeholder. And I think we need to think carefully about this. It's not about stopping China or ending China. It's about defining a new way to deal with China as a rising, very, very competitive global partner. Am I positive about this? Yes, I am. But it is going to require an effort, perhaps beyond imagination. The previous speaker also talked about the role of multinational companies versus states' governments. And of course, there will always be a contradiction between the two, or some friction between the two. Companies do have a different objective function than governments have. And we have seen that throughout the years. Despite the talks about the semiconductor industry decoupling and so forth, the large European companies, they continue to invest and expand in China. The European Chamber of Commerce just released a new report which tells the story that we are here to stay in China and expanding. At the same time, governments, Sweden not the least, would discuss how to decouple from China, how to make us less trade dependent on China, etc., etc. You know, those are competing aims that we need to put on the table while we also discuss the security-related issues. I'm saying I'm positive, but times will be tougher. A Cold War that looks very different from the previous one, when we had the Soviet Union. There's a lot of experts on that here. The Baltic Sea, North Atlantic, the North Sea, the North Passage, will be the center of the scene. So we'll just have to work that out. I believe we can. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Krister, for this wonderful positive note. While we are sending you off, please, everyone, ask your questions in our workshop environment because Krister will be back shortly in the panel discussion, so he can answer all your questions. Okay, thank you, Krister.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm very happy to ask here our dear colleague from Tartu University, Professor of International Law, Lauri Mälksoo. Lauri, please. I know that you are an international lawyer, but you wrote in your profile that you are just an international lawyer interested in theory and history of Eastern Europe and Eurasia. But today you will talk about these international organizations. What a complicated topic, right?
Yes, international. Thank you so much, Kadri.
Okay.
International organizations, but also what this power struggle, what has been discussed here today, these shifts in international power, what they mean for international rules. Because there is currently a widely shared sense that this will have obviously implications also based on what rules these kind of economic competition will be played out for between Russia and China, especially China and the United States in that context. But in order to approach this theme, I want to very briefly zoom in based on the history. So in a way, when we talk about the world order, it is created, the contemporary phase of it after World War II. So 1945, and there are two aspects to it. There is this security aspect, which is the United Nations Charter, adopted in 1945, and then you have those Bretton Woods institutions, as well as later the World Trade Organization, previously GATT, basically the economic side of globalization. And since the end of the 90s, there was strongly this feeling that everything with globalization means that there will be more universal norms, and they will be the stronger. For instance, when the World Trade Organization was created based on previous GATT, one main element of it was the sort of juridification of world trade. With the dispute settlement system in Geneva, the dispute settlement body and the appellate body, it was made almost quasi-judicial, as if trade, the conditions of trade would not be political or matter of diplomacy as well, but simply an application of rules. And China was included in that system in 2001. And now, if you look at the debates in the United States, there is almost like a regret that basically the United States, by including China so favorably in the world trade system, has facilitated the economic rise of China. And there is a certain setback, especially in the rules of international trade, I think, compared to the time of optimism when China was included. There is a little bit more diplomacy and politics in this trade system now in the interpretation of those trade rules, mutual trade conditions, compared to this initial phase after the creation of World Trade Organization. And one indication has been the US reluctance to appoint, to kind of US blocking of the appointment of members to this quasi-judicial dispute settlement appellate body. Now, in international economic affairs, of course, the main question of international rules, of international law, the question of security, of war, will play a major role. So all these economic agreements and rules can also be messed up and blown in the air if there is a major war. We see it in Ukraine, the war against Ukraine, Russia's aggression in Ukraine has of course had a tremendous impact on the economic performance of that victim of aggression. My sense of the history of rules as they are applicable to international economic activities is that when we take a deeper look at the history, then we see that these super successful universal rules in international economic law are almost an exception to these times when international law has been also to an important extent regional. I mentioned the Bretton Woods institution. Think about the Cold War. There was, of course, everybody talked about international law, but the Soviet Union was not part of this of the system of Bretton Woods institutions. So in most times in international law in the past, there has been a significant amount of regionalization as well. For example, the very mentioned Soviet Union spoke a lot about socialist international law as something peculiar for its own sort of sphere of influence countries. One last point concerns the international investment law. This is an area of international rules and international law that many would agree have been made at the time when the Western dominance over capital and investments was quite strong, absolute, earlier decades in the 20th century. And now we have a kind of revenge of history that we can see that China has become an investor. And now some of the Western countries also get the sense of how does it feel to be with those rules that were worked out in the past, with those principles that are largely protective of investments. How does it feel to be on the receiver's end of those? And therefore, also in terms of international rules in their interpretation, we are living at the time of change, when in some contexts you have a backlash to universal rules, but in some other contexts it's not longer be only the Western countries who will be the beneficiaries of those universal rules. And one response, maybe sometimes led by the very Western countries that in the past promoted universal rules, will also be some sort of regionalization, or in international trade, anyway, in international investment, the relations, also rules are very much bilateral, based on bilateral treaties, but there are certain signs of backlash in that field as well. So, for example, recently some Western countries have announced that they are no longer interested in Energy Charter Treaty, which is one of the major multilateral investment protection treaties. So I thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Hello again. You're watching the Delta Trends Day 2022, the new economic world order. We are at the University of Tartu Delta Center, which is just next to University of Tartu Botanical Gardens and River Emajõgi here. We have reached to the end of the first section, and we will finish it with a debate called The Struggle for Global Leadership and Power. And I have a great honor and pleasure to invite here Mr. Urmas Varblane, who is Professor of International Business at the Delta Management School of University of Tartu. So please, Urmas, the floor is yours.
Hello from panel. We have had already very nice presentations, and now it's really pleasure to have a panel session together with all three presenters. And Stephen Olson is now, I hope, in Singapore watching us. So hello, Stephen. And Krister Ljungvall is here, and Lauri Melkso just finished is also here. And we have a bit of time to maybe think about those questions which were raised in all these presentations. Of course, Stephen already raised so many questions that we need many hours to cover all that, but we have to do some selection. And we have also a fourth session about the future of trade and the world order, where we can also cover some questions. But now I start with the very first issue I would like to raise. And in homepage of Hinrich Foundation is very interesting quotation by the founder of foundation, which says following: "Peace is a natural effect of trade, but only when trade is mutually beneficial and sustainable for peace and prosperity." And now my question is that let's discuss a bit. There is one way we are thinking that trade leads to peace and prosperity. And there is another view that trade actually leads to the confrontation, and trade is actually also important to gain power. And now my question is, we can maybe a bit dispute. Can we somehow change this movement now towards confrontation, or we need to adapt? And if we adapt, in which way? Because that's, I think, one very important issue here. And Stephen, if you would like to comment, I think simply you start if you would like to comment. And others are here in audience, we can ask from them. So please.
Sure. Well, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, once again. I really look forward to the opportunity when I can join you there in person. In terms of the question that was posed, I'd make a couple of points. I'd say, look, I think our starting point has to be a recognition of the reality of where we are today. And the reality that we've seen is that our trading relationships and our economic interdependence, which has really been the lifeblood of globalization in the post-World War II era, we're coming to an increasing recognition that these trade relationships and our interdependence not only bring economic benefits, not only bring prosperity and economic development, they can also be weaponized against us. And they can also bring risks and vulnerabilities. Now, we might like that or we might not like it, but I think we've got to recognize that, at least for the current time, is the reality that we're dealing with. So I think it's inevitable that we're starting to see a certain degree of fragmentation in the global trading system. The US Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen talks about a lot about what she likes to refer as friendshoring. I'm not so sure friendshoring is the best word. I think it's really about trust. Countries that you can trust to engage in deep economic integration without the fear that interdependence will someday be turned against you and weaponized against you. So I think this is our first challenge, to accept that for better or for worse, this is our new reality, and figure out what's the best way that we can approach this. But as I say, a degree of fragmentation, I think, is going to be inevitable.
Oh, thank you. But now we can ask also from Christer, for example, what is your view on this question?
Well, I was very happy to note a citation from Heinrich Foundation, which I think relates to Montesquieu in the mid-18th century, actually, who declared that peace is the natural effect of trade. I think Stephen is correct in his analysis that we need to recognize the time of change. The problem is that why did we not recognize this 10 or 15 years ago? Basically saying we're bad analysts. And I think that's because there is a divide between multinationals and their objective functions and the government's objective function when it comes to trade. China have changed, I do not have to say, dramatically in the past 40 years, in the past 20 years, in the past 10 years. And wouldn't it have been for China's rapid development, in particular in technology trade, we still would not have recognized the reality of problems that comes ahead. Fragmentation, yes. Fragmentation is also costly. In Europe and in Sweden in particular, we tend to discuss China as, should we trade with non-democracies or not? The fact is, the way that China has developed, the way that Swedish trade relationships with China has developed, we cannot choose not to trade with China. However, we need to ask ourselves the question, or pose the question, how should we trade with China? How should we trade with non-democracies? Because it's a fact. We cannot rule out that China is a major part of the global GDP and trade flows. I mean, it's there, and it's going to be there for a long time. That's basically my first comment.
And maybe, Lauri, you can add a bit how this international organization could actually somehow fight against this confrontation which we are seeing here, and what are the limits of power of these institutions? You partly already talked about in presentation, but maybe now you can a bit elaborate this point as well.
I think it's going to be difficult because those very states are major stakeholders in these international organizations. We have seen it in the case of the United Nations that basically, you know, things don't work very well without the approval of Security Council permanent members. The General Assembly has to step in instead, but then it's questionable what exactly is the constitutional authority of the General Assembly. And well, trade is more perhaps fragmented in its governance, and investment is even more fragmented in that, in international investment law, than security. I think simply what it helps us to reminder is this insight from studies, from literature. For example, the book by Paul Kennedy is that it is inevitable that economic power in the end will translate into military power. And there is always a temptation to use the benefits of trade for basically calling the shots also in security, and who thought otherwise about the rise of China must have been naive. At some point, this temptation is irresistible to solve also the security questions and dilemmas in one's favor, because one can afford it. One look at the speed with which China is currently building its navy, for instance.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but then I ask a completely different question from Christer now, and that is a question how this confrontation between US and China is going on. And I ask from that point of view, how strong is China, and what are the potential, I would say also barriers in growing the power of China? And you are a specialist in China and lived a long time there. What is your view on that?
China's biggest hurdle for continuous growth is a little bit unexpected to you. It's China's higher education system. When it comes to confrontation and can China sustain? I mean, first we should ask ourselves, do we want China to thrive in the future? Yes, of course, because China is and will be an important trading partner. Are there risks to China's growth model? Absolutely. And again, I'm telling you that just combining North America and the EU, coordinating our efforts in trade negotiations with China, we're twice as large. That is real power. The fragmentation, confrontation we will see, that will continue to exist, but we have to live with that. We have to find models where we say yes to collaboration, where we say maybe, and when we say no. But we have to analyze each and every step carefully, avoiding to trade that comes with the cost. We can basically cut off China completely. It will take us 5 years. It will be costly, extremely costly, but we can do it. Do we want to do it? Of course not. So we need to find a way to work with China where we actually can be on an equal or perhaps even stronger basis. That's the only way. There are a lot of things that can go wrong in China. The financial system, et cetera. But let's find a new model of trading that includes China, that does not exclude it. And just one brief comment. The discussion in Europe today is about competition from China. And we are about to solve that through subsidies, through subsidized European countries. That is the wrong way to go. The only way to deal with China or win over Chinese companies is to be even better. We need to produce complements even in the future. Today, we're increasingly producing substitutes.
So what you say us is that we should invest in research and development, in higher education in Europe, maybe 5 times more than before.
Absolutely.
Okay, but now I'll come to Stephen. You have, of course, your view on that question, but I maybe also amend it a bit. You mentioned in your talk also the role of values in trade. And I would also ask in this discussion about the growing role of China and barriers of trade, how much we are ready to pay for values? That's a question.
Yeah, well, that really is the $64,000 question. If I may, I'd like to pick up on some of the excellent and very interesting points made by my colleagues on the panel and just briefly reference a couple of things. I personally think that in the future, when historians are writing the history of the era that we're currently living through, I think they're going to look back at the assumptions that the United States and much of the West made about the impact of integrating China into the global economy through the entry into the WTO in 2001. I think they're going to look back at that as a colossal strategic miscalculation of historical implications, because it's mind-boggling to think about how incredibly wrong we all were. And I include myself, and the smartest people were in the world. If you go back and you read some of the speeches that US President Bill Clinton made in the run-up to China's entry into the WTO in 2001, it was going to be a one-way street of benefit. China was inevitably going to evolve into a purely capitalistic economic system. The role of the state in the economy was going to recede. And although we kind of tiptoed around the issue, the expectation was that the political system was going to loosen up considerably, and we might not end up with a Jeffersonian democracy, but that there'd be a significant political evolution. Fast forward 25 years, and those speeches, and Clinton was not alone, and those speeches are cringeworthy for how incorrect they are. The role of the Chinese state in the economy has only tightened its grip, and the wealth and prosperity and economic development and technological sophistication that entry into the global trading system provided for China has only solidified and more deeply entrenched China's authoritarian system. So hindsight is always 20/20. Nobody foresaw that this was the way the world was going to play out in the year 2000, but there was really almost all of our assumptions about the impact of integrating China have turned out to be wrong, and I think it'll be seen as a strategic miscalculation of historical implications. In terms of values, this is a real tricky one. And as I said, as a former trade negotiator myself, we could never imagine that trade relationships and trade negotiations have to deal with all of these value judgments. And it makes things immensely difficult. And I'll give you one example, and I'll give you the example of an American who spent the last 25 years living in Asia and the Middle East. And that is, there are a whole host of values that Americans and Europeans very proudly feel are universal values. And then if you spend a lot of time in South Asia, in Southeast Asia, in the Middle East, and other parts of the country, you learn that, well, these really aren't universal values. These are Western values, these are American and European values, and they don't really mesh with the conventions of other countries and other parts of the world. So I don't have any easy answers as to how this will be handled, but I think it's going to immensely complicate the negotiation of trade agreements, and it's also going to complicate our trading relationships on a commercial level, where consumers now have access to the supply chain information that they're the company where they buy their favorite pair of running shoes, what their supply chain looks like. So I think it's going to be a massive challenge for government trade negotiators and for corporate executives as well to figure out how you pick your way through this minefield. And I don't think there are any easy answers.
Yeah, please.
Quick comment to Stephen. You talked about miscalculations. I totally agree. So my question to you, Stephen, are we repeating the same mistakes with China as of today?
Here's what I would say. At a minimum, and here I'll talk primarily about the United States, I don't think it is quite the same case to the same extent in Europe. But at least in the United States, there is an across-the-board recognition that we got China wrong and that we need a fundamentally different approach. Inside Washington, D.C., there is literally, and I mean this very literally, only one issue that liberals and conservatives agree on, that Republicans and Democrats agree on, and that is the need to redefine the nature of the trading relationship with China. Absolute unanimity on that point. There aren't going to be any fights between the Biden administration and Congress in taking steps there. The question then becomes, okay, so what are the correct mistakes? How do you forge a new and different type of trading relationship with China while avoiding shooting yourself in the foot?
Exactly.
And I think that's the real question. Now, you all of you have your fingers much closer to the pulse on what's going on in European capitals. But at least in the United States, the only thing that liberals and conservatives agree on is that we got it wrong on China, and we've got to redefine and approach that relationship in a very different way moving forward.
But I use a chance and ask also from Lauri about that. Values and laws and institutions, how these values are really now, the competing values are translated into the regulations. I understand not the lecture, but but you can comment on that.
Yeah, I mean, they have obviously always been connected, values and the norms or the solutions that are chosen in law, and you know, often behind, let's say, certain norms, there are simply, well, values, but also interests, right? Think about in the international trade regime, how we say that when things are produced in industry, then it would be good to lower their tariffs, but we don't. We say that agriculture is a different regime. So many non-Western countries have thought this is a solution that, you know, works well for the West. But I want to go back to the initial presentation of Stephen, right?
Yeah.
And one point you said very interestingly was that if now, today and in the future, we would say to China that, look, no more trade in that. This all needs to be reasoned very well. And let me see how, my feeling is that many countries, especially in what previously used to be called the third world, would see it in very realist terms, that China hasn't done so much anything wrong, but the number one of the world system got jealous over the rise of number two. So it's pure realism. And then they say that it's about somebody not being democratic and authoritarianism, but in no system does number one will be happy about the rise of Number two, think of England's jealousy over the rise of Germany in the early 20th century, and then all ideological differences would be exaggerated. The enemy, the opponent would be somehow depicted as very problematic. Like what is the so my question, rephrasing your point, is that how do we, in this new approach, what is the message to China? What has China done wrong in all of that? Except that its economic structure is quite different, and it subsidizes, it has state enterprises, and basically its economy functions differently.
Well, look, I think your point is absolutely right on target. I think, and sitting in Southeast Asia, a lot of the countries here have exactly that type of perspective. Is this just the Thucydides trap, where the prevailing power always tries to keep down the up and coming rising power, and isn't that just what we're seeing playing out here? And I think there are a lot of countries with a certain amount of good reason that's their interpretation of the situation. What concerns me, and the dangerous and destabilizing world that we might be heading for, is that countries might increasingly be forced to, quote unquote, pick a side. Particularly within Southeast Asia and ASEAN, the countries out here have mastered benefiting from relationships with both countries, avoiding tilting too decisively towards China, tilting too decisively towards the United States, and kind of playing both countries off against each other for their own maximum benefit, which is what any one of us would do if we were in their situation. I think it's potentially destabilizing now if the pressure is going to increase on these countries to quote unquote pick a side. So I think that's an important issue for us to keep an eye on. One comment I would make, though, to respond very specifically to this point. Well, what is it actually that China did? What did China do wrong? Well, look. The rules-based global trading system, and in particular the World Trade Organization, was clearly predicated on the assumption that the large trading nations in the world were going to be market-driven economies, and that business and commercial outcomes would be determined by market forces and not government fiat. And if you go back to the Marrakesh Declaration, which established the WTO, this is all very clearly spelled out. This is how we believe the game must be played. This is how we believe the game will be played. So if you say, well, what did China do wrong? I'd say, well, they contravened the fundamental premise upon which the whole trade rule book was established, which is commercial outcomes are dictated by market forces, not by government fiat. And for those of us who know China well, the preponderant impact of the Chinese government in the business environment, in determining economic outcomes, in some ways that are completely obvious, and in other ways that are completely camouflaged, is overwhelming. So in a sense, they've really now become either the largest or the second largest economy in the world, the most sophisticated or second most sophisticated technological country in the world, by contravening the foundational precepts upon which our existing trade system is predicated. So now you've got an environment which you've got two teams on the same playing pitch playing fundamentally different games, and we don't know how to referee that game. So I think there is a little bit of a problem with China. China's system has created a bit of a problem for us in the global trading system, in my estimation.
Yeah. Thank you, Stephen. And I am thinking that we should honor also next sessions. And it is now really time to conclude here. But we have another session, fourth session, about new economic world order, when some questions will be discussed, future issues of European Union in that game, and cybersecurity and issues. So I invite people to come back also to session 4, 15:55. So thank you, Stephen, and thank you, Krister and Lauri. And our event is going on, so please, floor is what?
Thank you, professors. Thank you, Professor Varblane, Professor Krister Lundvall, Professor Mälksoo, and Stephen Olson also. We are now going to a short break. It's a coffee break for 5 minutes, and we will be back, and the next section will be about the business perspective. More specifically, we're talking about the perspectives of reconfiguration of global value chains, business models, etc. So stay tuned. We will be back in 5 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back to from the small coffee break. You're watching Delta Trends Day 2022, and we are at the University of Tartu Delta Center. We have reached to the second section of today, and we're talking about the business perspective now. More specifically, we're talking about reconfiguration of global value chains and business models. Our first speaker here is Professor Slavo Radošević. Slavo is a professor of industry and innovation studies at the University College London. He's also an acting director of School of Slavonic and Eastern European Studies at the UCL. His research interests are related to science, technology, and industrial change, as well as foreign direct investments and innovation policy in Europe, specifically in Eastern European countries. So, Slavo, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Well, this is the presentation, as the title says, on value chains. And this is all in the context of the emerging transformation today. We are in 2023. A lot of things has been happening in the last 10, 15, 20 years. We went from this period of hyper-globalization to something which different people describe in different ways, but there are signs of deglobalization. So I will try to give you kind of my take on this global transformation that we are facing. So I will start first with the pointing to the global value chain globalization and what are its kind of trade-offs, what are its complexities, kind of. And then the core of presentation will be on the factors which are affecting the process and reconfiguration of global value chains, because this is a process which is driven by a variety of forces, technological, economic, political. So I try to structure that. And then I will provide a few bits and pieces of evidence on the position of EU and Central Eastern Europe in that context compared to the other regions. I don't think there will be much time, but I'll just put one slide on the role of the government to affect this process. It's an huge policy agenda which comes from the transformation that we are seeing today, and it's highly political set of issues which is emerging today. So the start is that basically one can describe current globalization as global value chain based globalization. You can see I put here some statements from different scholars who point to this fundamental qualitative change which global value chains brought, idea that they have transformed the world, and that the future of globalization is closely linked to the future of global value chains. The specificity of global value chain integration is that it is not primarily about the preferential market access. This is very nicely spelled out by Richard Baldwin, who points that global value chains are broader range of activities which are around the trade, around the investment services, intellectual property rights. This is logical when you have such a close integration of tasks of different bits and pieces of value chain. That requires a much closer integration of partners and the tariff, conventionally seen trade liberalization is not sufficient, which obviously poses challenge for the major actors in that process, because this is not about the reducing tariffs, but it is about the harmonization of rules. One of the drivers of the finally, relative success of the EU is exactly in this institutional convergence, but global value chains would require that it goes on a global level. Global supply chains are transforming the world, or have been transforming the world all until recently, but this doesn't go without conflicts. And I put here, a screen or picture with Donald Trump with his statement, which points that this globalization that we have seen has produced a variety of effects across different parts of the globe, and the rise of populism is partly related also to the issue of globalization, but I'll try to explain a little bit more about it. So what the conflicts are about. The way how I can look at it is a kind of looking at the trade-offs of global value chains from the opportunity side, and what are the challenges that they are, raising or generating. First, there are lots of kind of good things about the global value chain based integration. First is that this type of globalization reduces barriers to entry. There are higher opportunities for companies to get access to complementary resources. In some sense, barriers to entry are lower because you don't have to have competence and skill in the complete range of skills which are required for one product, but you can be good in specific tasks, in segments, and this reduces your barriers to entry, increases opportunities for being part of the global economy. That also creates opportunities for technological learning, because then you're part of a technological system, of a bigger supply chain, and it offers you opportunities to acquire new skills. Also, what is a positive in that case, we have this opportunity to separate R&D from production. And this is very good for emerging economies, because you may not have R&D skills, not skills in design, but you have a production capability skills, and this separation is something which is quite positive. So you're part of a larger system where you have opportunities for fast learning, which can lead to higher productivity gains, and you can see it in these plants which are plugged into the system, that they can be in emerging economies, that they can be highly productive. Also, if you have opportunities to expand the value chains, then there is also increasing opportunities for co-location of different activities in the country. So it kind of caters for a very segmented type of activities and skills, but also if there is a developed system within the economy that also offers opportunities for co-location. Now, so this is a nice part of the story. What are the challenges? Challenges are quite also significant. First is that the production system, they become disintegrated and geographically dispersed. That is a kind of obvious from the spatial perspective. And if you had countries which had a vertically integrated national production systems, then global value chains will erode that. The best example for that is the Southern Europe, which lost 1 million manufacturing jobs, where previously kind of integrated production system have been through China, in fact, eroded and segmented. If you think about the North Italy, then this is one good example. What is the biggest issue with the value chains is so-called modularity trap, where you're part of the supply chain, your bargaining power is relatively limited. You may have increases in productivity, but it doesn't mean that your profitability goes up. So this is a kind of a structural feature which comes through the different bargaining power, different players. And that means that the previously regions which were kind of more diversified, they now have become more narrowed down in terms of their specialization. They're focused on narrowly stage-specific parts of the value chain, which means that there is erosion or depletion of regional and national industrial ecosystem. And of course, that leads to great inequalities in profitability between different type of firms. So if you are lead firms, if you are platform leader, then your position is quite different if you are somewhere down the value chain. So the point here is that we have these trade-offs. There are opportunities, but there are also challenges in that context. So the sorry, next slide. Let me just try to turn it. Yeah. So I want to dwell a little bit on this issue of delinking innovation from production, because it has important global implications. So if you think about the known cases like Apple, then its advantage is solely in intangible activities, design, distribution, retail. And that was the initial idea, developed world will do design, and then, China factory, emerging economies, will do the rest. Now, obviously, after 20 years, that system didn't seem to kind of lead to the overall welfare, because the issue is how you can, sustain the economy of like US of 200 million people and something, based only on the intangible activity. So that led to huge regional inequalities, to the effect that the losses which came through these global reallocations were not kind of compensated, or the losses were not, there was no substituting economic activities. We have these deprived areas, and that led to a rise of populism. I mean, UK is one of the also good examples in that respect. The point is that this reallocation of production activities leads to a loss of knowledge, and that loss of knowledge comes from the separation of product design from operation. So the idea is, or the argument is, that once you relocate your manufacturing productivities, you're not just relocating manufacturing, but you are also then gradually relocating and part of your design capabilities. Firm lose control over their know-how, their organization competencies. You have contract manufacturers in the other parts of the world that gradually then go also upstream, And this was the kind of very much concern in the US. We had now for 10 years established, research on that. This is just one of the examples, big projects, which have looked at these issues quite substantially. Then the main point here is that the process and product manufacturing, they are equally important in the innovation development, and this delinking has its limitations. Let me just go further. To the other bit of evidence which points to that is that manufacturing, however small it is part of in terms of overall economy, in terms of share of GDP, basically the majority of the R&D is still done in manufacturing. So here you have figures which show the share of manufacturing in total business R&D in different countries. So you see from 60 to 80-90%. So that means that despite the lower share, the knowledge content or the skill element, sophistication is still within that part of the economic activity. So this phenomena and this delinking, which I'm pointing, is maybe not so relevant for Eastern Europe, but it's globally, it's actually one of the crucial drivers why we have these conflicts in which are emerging today, because it becomes it is shifting more towards the competition for technology. That led also to these contradictions of the system, which can kind of have expanded global value chain on a large scale, and this had led to contradictions of hyperglobalization. We now can call it hyperglobalization. I mean, 10 years ago we were not aware of it, but what are these contradictions? On one hand, a positive side that you have gains from specialization. But on the other hand, we shouldn't forget that there are still states, there are industrial policies, and there is also drives to diversify. So there is a kind of, not conflict, but there's a trade-off between how much you gain from specializing and how much you gain from diversifying, going into new activities. This is maybe less of an issue for smaller economies, but for larger economies, this is quite relevant. If you think about China, then this is the major issue. from optimistic side, there was this expectation by economists, oh, globalization will lift all the boats. We will all benefit and losers will be compensated. What we can see clearly now that there are winners and losers of globalization, and that this naive idealistic mechanism of compensating the losers really doesn't work. In the reality, it's much more complex. Third issue is that the global value chain requires a kind of political space, which is a multi-level, requires harmonization between local, global governance level, regional. The success of EU is partly a reflection of that. But on the other hand, we should also take into account that nation states are still the primary political space, and that there will be conflicts, and the extent to which these global value chain globalization will be reformed in terms of local governance and global governance is something which is obviously a highly political issue because there is this major player of the nation states. Finally, the logic of the contradiction is also that idea is that if we lift all the boats, there will be, positive sum logic. We have to cooperate, and everybody will benefit at the end. But if we bring nation states, if we bring in the context kind of considerations of national security, geopolitical competition, we may end up in a completely different world. We may end up in a world of zero-sum logic. And this is where a kind of global economy is today, in between understanding what are the benefits of cooperation and then zero-sum logic, which kind of can lead to basically decline and the really stagnation of the global economy, where nobody will benefit. So these contradictions, they led today to two terms which we never thought we'll be thinking about, to something which is called slowbalization, which is a slowdown in global integration, which is not exactly the deglobalization. But the idea is from analysts like Paul Antras that hyperglobalization that we experienced until the global financial crisis is simply not sustainable. Of course, there are new arguments which points we are actually moving not to globalization, but this is de facto globalization, which means that there are signs of the process of weakening of interdependence among nation states. This has come also part of the agenda of international business scholars. So these points that this came to micro level. So. Of course, this is a highly contentious area. There are different views on that, but this is the setting where we are kind of now operating. So now in 2020s, I would say that we have this period of transformation from this period of liberalization, export-led growth policies, global value chains proliferating, which led to declining cost of trade, finer slicing of production processes, and then more complex coordination of supply chain. We are now seeing very strong signs of protectionist tendencies. This is also related to gradual decline in return on FDI and the emergence of digital multinational enterprises, which raise a host of new issues because they are very asset-light. What is their physical presence? And because they're in data economy, then it leads to huge conflicts in terms of political economy. Just think about the issues of access to China of this type of companies, and then you will get what type of issues we are facing today. To give you a bit of evidence on this, if you just take a simple index, which is this UNCTAD, the Transnationality Index, which takes into account the share of asset sales and employees of leading transnational companies, then we can see here that we had this interrupted growth all until the second half of the last decade, where we see that this is plateauing now. It's kind of saturating. So we see that even on that level, there are clear changes. If I take China, then one could say, yeah, China was kind of increasing its export share, was starting to dominate as a trading power as well. But then we see from the 2008 or 2005, we see that this process is declining, which is a sign of kind of this retreat of hyper globalization. If I take just FDI and I take countries, three unrelated countries, but they have significance for us. If I take Poland, Russia, and China, and then you see that this trend of some kind of I wouldn't say the linking, but of decreasing relevance of FDI has started much earlier. It started actually from 2007, and if I was to take the other countries, that would be kind of similar phenomenon. There was expectation that with the COVID, this will go back, but we see that this seems to be a structural trend, and that COVID hasn't actually changed fundamentally that trend. On the other hand, there are analysts again point to Richard Baldwin, who is extremely productive in this area, who is kind of having a counter argument. His argument, yes, globalization in trade in goods has probably peaked, but don't forget that what we see in China, the graph which I showed you before, is just a normal thing because such a large economy cannot be so open. So China is becoming, in terms of openness, like US, like Europe. So this is basically going just back to the normal. And his point is that we should not forget that there is an area of globalization which is still in kind of very early stages. And he points to this globalization in trade and services, which hasn't peaked. His new work is about globalization in services, and there's a lot of truth in there. My point here is that, yes, there is absolutely true in this case, but this is looking kind of from a more optimistic perspective on the whole issue, because these are technological, economic opportunities which come from the trade in services, but there are factors which are also working against that trend. And here I come kind of to my crucial kind of framing of structuring of the current situation of transformation, which I see as a confluence, as an interaction of several forces. And I will try in the rest of this presentation to point to each of these four forces. So the first type of force or structural driver is the emergence of Industry 4.0, which comes through automation. There is this phenomenon of digitalization of services, which are strong drivers towards the kind of increasing technological interdependence. There are new technological opportunities. This is an important driver of globalization, but we will also see that also there are factors here which are hindering further globalization. The second factor is the sustainability imperative, or greening imperative, you can call it. And this is the idea, that we can have a global economy where you have transportation costs around, where any bits and pieces can move around the globe costlessly. Now, with the when we understand environmental costs, when we see these climate change effects, then the whole kind of new agenda emerges, which pushes towards the kind of more regionalization or localizations. I'll say a little bit about that. But there are two new factors which are kind of really of a very recent origin. On the right-hand side, we have this increasing techno-economic nationalism or protectionism, which is a kind of logical effect of the, let's say, emergence and the growing role of larger economies, BRIC economies. China is important in that respect, Brazil, India. But this is something which one would expect, in a sense, in a multipolar world, in a world where we have this shift in power between advanced and the emerging economies. So this is something which kind of a few years ago, OECD analysts would call it shift 1 and shift 2. Shift 1 is, this country joining global economy, and the shift 2 is whether they will be really dominating in that economy. But I separate that. This is, for me, a structural trend from something which you see very recently, and that is the increasing role of geopolitics and geopolitics-driven supply chains. This is not only visible in the COVID and how different countries reacted on the issues of supply during the COVID period, all this resilient crisis, but we see it through two new phenomena which are extremely relevant for us today. First is the increasing decoupling between US and China. And these are the very dangerous supply chain disruptions, which may be, in terms of global impacts, of a huge importance. Of course, to that, we should add Ukraine war, which is in our proximity, But if we kind of put that in the context of US-China decoupling, that's kind of really on different order of magnitude. Of course, we feel very intensively today the effects in terms of energy, food, and raw material supply breakdowns, which come from the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the whole uncertainties related to that. So I will try to, highlight very briefly each of these four elements and how they impinge on the globalization or deglobalization. So I said already, technology is a significant force for globalization. Digital technologies and digital services, they're new tradables because of this phenomenon, very nicely described again by Baldwin, of telemigration, where you can provide services on a distance. And with the AI, this is something which really is still in the early stages, but may fundamentally change the nature of the service activities. We talked today about this servicification, blurring boundaries between the services and manufacturing, which offers you also increased supply chain control and interaction. So it kind of really bring closer, but also controlling closer parts of your supply chain. But let's not forget also that there are contradictory forces when it comes to technology. We have today additive manufacturing, robotics, and artificial intelligence, which actually reduce international production in terms of leading to concentration more of value in design and of moving back production stages because they can be produced locally. Think about the additive manufacturing, 3D printing. These are type of activities which can lead to nearshoring, because it can lead to integration of previously outsourced activities. And this is something which is extremely relevant for Central Eastern Europe, the extent to which this will happen. And also in that context, digital multinationals are fundamentally different in that context. It's very difficult to say how they are affecting all of that, because in some sense they are huge drivers of further globalization, but because of the issues related to data economy, they can be actually force of the opposite direction. So that is a kind of contradictory features of technology, which on one hand are force for globalization, but on the other hand, they also force for deglobalization. When it comes to a second factor, which I mentioned, that is this increasing creeping protectionism, then we have here a kind of two factors. One is the obviously drive of growing protectionism, but as Paul Andres rightly points, look, you already built the supply chain. There are fixed and sunk costs of already established global value chains. There is a kind of GVC stickiness. So, don't expect that everything will go back. And actually, when you look at the evidence on the nearshoring, reshoring, there is a much less basis for optimism. And that's why I kind of put this geopolitics inside, because geopolitics may change completely this logic and what are the fixed and sunk costs, geopolitics will work against the economy to a large extent. Here we also have this protectionism, which is therefore driven by the geopolitics, which is a separate factor, which I'll say a little bit more, but it's also protectionism, which is driven through these contradictions of globalization. Protectionism comes through these inequalities which cause this backlash, and this is what drives this gradual process. Of course, this can take now the banner of resilience, but in a peaceful world, in a world where you have a kind of liberal regime, the whole issue of resilience would be different. So very often we will now use that as a justification for something which is actually protectionism. Of course, globally, that leads to fundamentally different situation where we move from previously multilateral governance regime to something which is now kind of very much unclear what it is. What is that kind of new global governance regime that we are going towards? And this is where our hope lies. Our hope lies in this context in the imperative of sustainability. Why? Because sustainability is something which, however politics can go its own direction, is extremely relevant in terms of ensuring the global resilience, that the planet can survive, and imperative to do something about the climate change. Transportation costs are extremely important in that respect, because that means the whole transportation system, which pushes strongly towards the shortening of supply chain. COVID-19 has shown clearly this trade-off between efficiency and security. Yes, you can be secure, it will cost more, but it works in the direction of reshoring and nearshoring. But then sustainability, brings more economic sense to that, because then you have to think not only about the narrowly defined profitability, but you have to think about the environmental costs of your kind of global value chain. So let's hope that sustainability will not become a victim of geopolitics, and the next climate change summit is obviously one of the milestones on that route, and will tell us a lot in which direction the nature of globalization will evolve, because this issue cannot be solved without multilateralism. On positive side, if there is anything positive in Ukraine war, if there is anything positive, this is that it kind of clearly pushed at least Europe more towards sustainability. So in that respect, kind of this was maybe a trigger which pushed under very, very high cost. It's tragically that we are paying this type of cost, but if there is anything positive, then it is push this transformation towards the greening of energy system and the overall energy independence. To finish that on the geopolitics side, it's important to understand that this is not something which started today. It's not something which started with the US-China potential decoupling. It started actually with 9/11, where for the first time we could see a reassertion of geopolitics and state power. And that led to, international political economy type of realists who basically were always arguing that the nation state continues to be the major actor in domestic and international affairs. And basically globalization is just an order which is established by the hegemon. Of course, in any such system, the degree of state autonomy of each individual state is dependent on its national size and economic power, and that is the reason why we have this kind of today potential and very, very kind of dangerous supply chain disruptions, which may come through this US-China decoupling, and Ukraine war is one clear piece of evidence of the relevance of the geopolitics, which kind of I personally never thought that I will have to want to read much about it, but now it becomes extremely important for all of us. So this was my take on these four forces, which are structural factors which are driving towards the globalization or deglobalization, if you want. And I would like now in the rest to focus on our part of the world. I would like to focus on the Europe, and especially on Central Eastern Europe. And in that respect, Europe is actually highly integrated in global economy. Here I have from a very recent, very nice piece of paper by a group of Italian colleagues, which is just exactly the type of evidence which we needed in this case. Here we see the data on the regional value added, which is the compared to the global foreign value added as a share of final output. And what we see here, so this is the share of the regional value added which is produced in Europe, and we see that this is a kind of rising. We also see that the Europe is increasingly dependent on the foreign global value chains, but this is kind of now declining if you look at just very recent period, although there is a very recently some kind of rebounding on that. So in a sense, Europe is becoming more integrated in terms of value chain, but as I will point in a minute, it's also becoming increasingly dependent on foreign demand. And when you compare it to Asia Pacific, we see here a sharp decline in global sourcing and a very stagnant situation, also North and Latin America, we see a slowly declining global and low levels of regional sourcing, which goes towards this kind of argument that actually globalization was never truly globalization, but is more about the regionalization. And in the current context, we see that these actually trends are recent trends. So we have phenomenon of this nearshoring, and in case of Europe, this far shoring is relatively stagnating. There is this evidence that Europe is increasing in sourcing value added from within the region, but also, which is quite relevant from the macroeconomic perspective, that Europe has become increasingly dependent on foreign demand. So this kind of is a contradiction in itself, because the drivers of Europe and the continent is not big to generate its own demand. So it has to do with the whole issue of macroeconomic policy. We cannot enter into that now, but this will be kind of also a limit to this model of growth, which is largely based on just exporting. I mean, the country behind that is obviously Germany, but we see here that this German growth model in the new context may become faced with much more difficulties, but we see that this is reflected also at the EU level. Now, if you come to Central Eastern Europe, then what we see here a kind of strong backward and integration, and also backward or forward integration. Here we have a very nice data from a colleague from LSE who have done one study for the European Commission, where we see here on the horizontal axis, we see a degree of backward integration. And on the vertical line, we see forward linkages, forward integration, and we see where is the Central Eastern Europe. I put them here and kind of in this circle, and you see they are either highly backward integrated, or they are integrating from both sides. Estonia is here somewhere in this bunch with the countries which have a strong backward integration. Okay, this is you can look at it later. This is simply what is here in this graph. This is the explanation backward integration. These are share of foreign value added in total exports of a country. So this is basically your assembly type of factory, and forward linkages where you are also you have your value added which you are exporting, but at the same time, if you have a backward linkages, then you are also assembly economy. So you have a kind of highly integrated. And so we see that Bulgaria, Estonia, Hungary, Lithuania, and Slovakia, they belong to this group of highly backward integrated kind of. Slovakia being an example of branch plant economy, kind of the best example in that context. From the perspective of the region, what is very important in that context is a kind of technology upgrading. And one very imperfect way, but very nice way how you can look at it is it comes from the database Market FDI, which has a data on specific projects which are in individual countries, and these projects are classified based on their functional specialization, whether they're in production, whether they're in R&D, they're in marketing, in distribution, in services. And we can develop a measure which is called the relative functional specialization. A relative functional specialization is your ratio between number of projects which are in production activities and number of projects which are in non-production activities, or within project, type of activity. So you sum all that up. In non-production activities, you can think about the headquarters services, R&D, sales, business services, and so on. So in this figure, this is produced by colleagues from Vienna Institute. You take that the EU average is 1, so it's somewhere here down. And what we see here, we see that if you take Visegrad, Slovenia, these are Central European countries which are kind of highly integrated. We see that they are all kind of 2 times more specialized in production activities than the European average. So that's the first thing. So, and the second important that we don't see really improvements in relative functional specialization in terms of moving more towards the non-production activities where the supposedly value added is a higher kind of. So that tells us that these economies are still kind of in that respect not moving very much forward. So there is something which this colleague from Vienna called functional development track, which is the idea that if a region wants to move forward, then it should cost more headquarters, more logistic, marketing, research, development, and so on. And being instead kind of just a European factory economy will sooner or later lead you to stagnation. Of course, this is all with the idea that the China still operate as a factory economy, but if that is not the case, then the whole this issue could be rethought. I think this is something which we can really then have a nice discussion, especially in the context of new technologies, additive manufacturing, kind of where nearshoring is coming now as driven by the nature of new technologies. Now, to give a few more bits and pieces of evidence of this, here we have a changes. This is again from this from the second paper from Italian colleagues, which have a nice data based on input-output tables and trade in value added combined, where we see change in backward participation and change in forward participation for all European countries. And here I have again highlighted Central East European countries, where you have three groups. Baltic countries are all here, where we see a strong increase in the level, in the average level of integration. So in that respect, we see what would be expected, kind of closer integration of these economies within the European system. Of course, there are variations here, but for us, it's crucial that majority of these countries have this both and backward and forward integration. Now, if you look at more closely here we have a piece of evidence which shows what is the average share of countries in terms of high-tech manufacturing. And what you can see here, that the several Central European countries, Slovakia, Czech Republic, Hungary, Slovenia, they have a high share of high-tech manufacturing. Now, of course, the issue is here whether high-tech is really high-tech, because you don't take here the value-added element here. This is based on the classification, which classifies you based on R&D intensities. And here we see a change in share of high-tech. So we can see that some of them are high-tech, at least nominally focused, and most of them actually not really much. But when we look at the changes in the share, then we see that this is only in some of the countries. We see that here Estonia and many other countries actually do not have this kind of, we see a shift towards the high-tech integration, but this is a kind of, the starting levels are quite different, but in overall kind of, this is the element which is one could say relatively positive. What is actually the element which gives a light or explain better this picture, and that's where kind of optimism of this kind is not really grounded, is when you take into account on one hand, average share of high-tech manufacturing, which is seen in the previous picture, but then you look more behind what is the what is within, sorry, this is the right slide, where we take the knowledge element of the high tech, and that is our technology sophisticated activities, and that is those activities where we have a knowledge intensive occupations. And when we look at that aspect, which is a much more direct indicator of the knowledge intensity, then we see here on the horizontal axis, we see average share of knowledge intensive business services in GVCs. And here we have, as you would expect, that the Central Eastern Europe is at the end, at the tail of it, at the end, and the left side here. Here we see Lithuania is on the bottom. Here we see Estonia in this group, and for some kind of a reason which I still cannot figure out, country where I come from, Croatia is actually leading in this case. Then when we look at the changes in shares, then we see that the picture is much less kind of optimistic. We've seen before the above average increase in high-tech manufacturing, but when we look at the knowledge intensive occupations, then we see that we don't see this kind of upgrading, which points that, and this is one the major conclusion. My final point here is that we still see this division within the Europe on headquarters and factory economies, kind of, and which has a huge implications, it's a huge challenge how Central Eastern Europe will develop in the future. Of course, you know, it depends on the overall globalization processes, but in terms of upgrading, one would want to see getting out this functional trap that colleagues from Vienna were talking. Just a final point about our direct neighborhood, which is the Russia and Ukraine. The point why I'm putting it, because the processes which you have seen with these two, for us, very important neighbors, are not of yesterday. It's not only related to war, but here we see data which shows us domestic value added and foreign value added in two economies. And we see that this situation in Russia of very limited kind of, or delinking, that this is something which was obviously structurally given by the nature of Russian economy, but this delinking also started before 2014 here, and especially low share of the foreign value added. And in case of Ukraine, we see a process of increasing integration in terms of decreasing share of domestic value added and increasing share of the foreign value added, which means that the models of these two countries, you would expect, and as they will develop probably in the future, will be quite different. So the linking of Russia started before 2014, and Ukrainian GVC integration is driven by both forward and backward linkages, and we see that this is process which was obviously facilitated after 2014. Russia still plays very important role in some CE countries. You know it very well, our dependence in terms of energy sector, and while dependence on Ukraine is much less significant, and the issue is how to build actually that. Okay, so this was a kind of about the region, which where my main point was that region will be seriously affected by the globalization and deglobalization trends. It's firmly specialized as a factory economies type of region, and we see limited technology upgrading. If you take variety of indicators, not only knowledge in intensive knowledge-intensive occupations. My final point, and this is just last slide before conclusions, what state could do here? It's a huge agenda, and I simply, I've run now out of time here. For the discussion, I just want to put what are the possible state roles in this context. Because that is such a serious topic and it's changing before our eyes, so would really require much more thinking. And this is at least a nice paper which offers us a possible role of states within the global value chains. State can be facilitator, assisting firms in relation to global value chain. Some countries are doing that in Europe. As a regulator, this is obvious now through this restrictions or facilitations on FDI. As a producer, this is something which comes through public procurement, increasingly not in Europe through ownership, but you know, things may change in that respect as the notion of strategic industries develops further, and as stated as a buyer. So in this context, I will not go deep anymore into that. I just put this as a menu of options that we can discuss and see what is going on. In the conclusions, let me just point to three things. First is that the argument based on all of this is that the international business in the new conditions, and this is maybe still not obvious to many, I would say academics, maybe to business people, yes, under international business under this snowballization, or deglobalization will look qualitatively different from what we have seen in the past decades. That is quite important to understand. How qualitatively different, we still don't know clearly, but the new agenda for research is such that it requires much deeper integration of political research and integration of political forces in international business research. This is something which international business scholars were not thinking about. But the study of the interplay between multinationals and the political context, I think this is something which is becoming today almost imperative. I cannot think of doing any more realistic research on international business without bringing political economy context into the whole story. So this is where I will end. I hope it was maybe too rushed, and my mouse didn't work well, but I'm looking forward to fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Slavo, for this wonderful lecture. You all can ask Slavo some questions later when he will be in the panel. So please put your questions to workshop and we can forward them to Slavo. But now I'm very happy to ask here our dear friend and we have studied together, Kaur Andresson. Please come here. Kaur is Vice President, I now have to read, of GPV Group, earlier known to us as Enix. So it seems that there has happened a reconfiguration also at the company level. And this is one of the world's largest electronics manufacturing services provider in the field or in the segment of industrial electronics. And Kaur is, as told you, our graduate and has worked and managed Chinese plants for 4 years. So he knows a lot about China, and all professors be aware he's very good at different theories as well. So Kaur, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Kadri, and thank you especially for inviting me again here to speak. So it's always been a pleasure. I hope it's also today. I'm going to talk about the role of the sustainability in the corporate value chain reconfiguration. And before going into the topic, then would like to briefly give a background about the company. So then you understand what we are doing and maybe give some context also why the supply chain, why the sustainability is so important for us as a company. So GPV Group, it's the second largest manufacturer of electronics products, let's say, in Europe, in the field of industrial electronics. We do also some medical products, we do also some high-tech consumer products, but the focus has always been on the industrial products. You can see some of the pictures of the products what we are making, and being an EMS company, it means that it's not our products, but a company who has designed the products. They can come to us. We can, in many cases, help them to design these products together. And then we manufacture them. We provide also repair services, after-sales services after the products are coming to the end of their life. We have roughly 7,500 employees. It's 13 countries all over the world. And its size of the company, it's roughly 1 billion euro, what we are doing this year. And it will be growing in the coming years quite rapidly. We have one factory in Estonia, so it's located very close here in Elva, around 20 kilometers from Tartu. We have here 900 employees, so I think we are the largest single location. Let's say there are some other companies who have multiple locations who are also big, but we are the largest, which is in the single site. And what might be interesting is that there has been a lot of news about, let's say, companies reducing the people because, let's say, certain economic downturn or challenges in the market. We have been actually adding, so we have been benefiting from this increased labor availability. So just in the last 2 months, we have been adding around 150 people to work in our Elva site, and we continue adding the people also in the coming years. There is a picture of the factory we have in Elva. If you see, it actually says Enix, and the reason is that it's now 5 weeks ago where 2 companies merged, so Enix and GPV Group merged, and we are now using the brand name GPV Group for the new company. Supply chain. So here are actually two pictures of the world map, and it shows the complexity of the supply chain in this kind of. So it's a one factory picture. Like I said, we have 19 factories, but then the graph would have looked even more this kind of fuzzy. So it's only one factory supply chain picture, and you can see that one factory buys 21,000 different components. And in total, if we count all the components that are coming in, it's roughly 1 billion pieces every year. So if you count it to seconds, it means that every second, like 30 components are coming in. But it also means that every second, these 30 components are assembled into the products. And they are coming from roughly 55 countries, some years more, some years less. And then out of these 1 billion components, we are making actually 5 million products every year. So different products is roughly 6,000, and they are delivered to 69 different countries. So basically everywhere, I think there are all continents we are shipping the products. So it's rather complex, and this kind of topics of what was discussed also before, resilience of the supply chains, this kind of sustainability topics, these are really critical for us to manage. So to understand a bit more the supply chain situation, I'd like to have a very simple this kind of picture that usually all human decisions are driven by this kind of fear and the greed. So sometimes we see that there is a profit motive, let's say, or we can make money, so we are getting greedy. And in some cases, we see that there are certain risks, and we are afraid something negative will happen, and then we are changing maybe our previous decision. And if you look at the past, let's say 20, 30 years, what has happened in the supply chains, there has been very much driven by the greed. So, and it's a push, of course. You are in a competition, so you have to find the best place where to manufacture, the best supply chain setup. And very often, let's say, what it meant in the last 30 years was moving the production, let's say, from the US, from the Western Europe, to both to Eastern Europe countries, but also to Asia, especially in China. So it was very much driven by this need to find the cost savings, and that was one of the ways to achieve it. Kadri mentioned I was working actually 5 years in China, and I was there between 2009 and 2013. And at that time, I really saw how the global corporations, they had the targets that a certain percentage of their sourcing has to be done from the so-called low-cost countries. So even if they were very happy with their factory, let's say in Germany or in Sweden, that was a corporate strategy, which was to move this production to, let's say, to Asia, and they had to implement that strategy. So it was driven partially by the greed, but it was also a strategy that everybody in the world followed. Now, what started to happen is this kind of events which showed that it's not all about profitability, let's say, and let's say making profits by doing this. Certain risks started to emerge, and I would like to maybe point out a couple of them what have happened. So one case what impacted a lot in electronics industry was the Fukushima accident back in 2011, and maybe it wasn't felt, let's say, in Europe or America so much. It felt a bit like a local. Of course, we are having some implications also in Europe now, where countries decided to exit, let's say, some nuclear power generation. But what happened in electronics industry, it turned out that some really critical chemicals were actually produced in the vicinity of this location. So it was really a risk that all electronic supply chains are stopping because you couldn't get this one critical chemical which was produced there. So one example of the risk, and everybody was really fearful about this. 2015, of course, this has been discussed and talked much earlier, but we started getting these global climate targets, a reduction of the CO2, reduction of different greenhouse gases, and companies started to pay much more attention to how they operate their supply chains. Then, getting faster, 2017, when Donald Trump became US president, one of the things he started was really, or let's say there was some friction before, but he was really coming out with this trade war with China. Then when we move forward, 2019, there was a massive disruption for the supply chains where COVID-19 came first in China, but it was spreading around the world. A lot of factories were shut down because they were not able to operate. We got a lot of shortages of certain products. There was a demand going up for additional products. So it was a massive disruption. So 2 years later. Then maybe moving again 2 years. 2 years later, we had the ship accident in the Suez Canal. So there was one ship that blocked the whole channel there. Basically for one week, nothing was able to go through there. And it again caused a lot of fear that when you produce, let's say in China, but you need on-time products in Europe, how do you get it when these kind of things are happening and nothing moves? Moving one more year, 2022, war in Ukraine. Again, people didn't expect it. Some supply chains are massively disrupted. I think Slava was talking about the food security, but there are also certain metals which are produced, let's say, in Ukraine. Then the sanctions what are applied. So it causes a massive disruption to the supply chain, and supply chains don't work. Then part of this also in 2022, we have seen, of course, the energy prices going up, but also the currency prices are going up. So if you are buying goods in US dollars and you're selling them in euros, you are taking a massive loss actually this year because the US dollar is getting so much stronger and adds cost to the companies. So what can we learn from this couple of things what have happened in the last, let's say, 10 years? I put here one quote, and I think there have been many people saying the same thing. I put the quote which was then attributed to Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, saying the pace of change has never been this fast, yet it will never be this slow again. So when we are somehow feeling that the world is getting faster and faster, and we think that can it get even worse, also from the supply chain, we talk a lot about this. Well, yeah, you can see how more frequent these kind of events and disruptions are happening. So it's obvious that the companies there are a lot of smart people working, and they have to keep the supply chains running. So obviously the strategy of the company has to reflect this kind of changing world. So that's why where we get also this sustainability picture. So sustainability, a lot of people think about it as something like an environmental part, that okay, we have to save the climate, save the planet. It's an environmental aspect. So a lot of people think about the sustainability, but actually there are two more factors. One is the social factor. So, in a simplified way, you have to make sure that the people in a country, that they have the job, they have the work, they can support their families. So if you move all the manufacturing to another region or to another country, there is a high risk that there is this social unrest. And that is, of course, not good for building this kind of sustainable future. And there is also the economic impact. So it doesn't make sense if you get the best price, let's say, for something, and it doesn't arrive. So, it's many aspects. So again, always this fear and greed, and you have to find the balance. And what I would like to say with these examples from the past 10 years is that the balance has clearly moved from this greed, meaning that we need to make a profit at all, trying to find a way to make the best profit, to realizing that, hey, if the parts are not present, and as you can see in the example of GPV, we need 30 parts every single second. If one of them is not coming, well, our production stops, and there is nothing we can do. So this kind of sustainability is much broader for the companies, and they have to take it very seriously. So what sustainability means to global corporations? Here are some of the statements. So the first statement is from the Nestlé. That's a Swiss company. Challenge posed by climate change is serious and growing. Nestlé is working hard to reduce its carbon footprint and achieve net zero by 2015 at the latest. So having a very clear target there. Another example from the elevator company, KONE. We offer carbon neutral products and carbon neutral maintenance. So companies are coming to the market. The below quote is actually from Schneider Electric. So it says that the sustainability is the core of our purpose, culture, and business as we accelerate our contributions to a sustainable and inclusive world. So as I mentioned, that 30 years ago, companies made a clear strategic choice to move production, let's say, from one region to the other. And now you can see that they have made very clear strategic goals to put sustainability as the core of how they do business. And I gave here one practical example, which might be interesting, that this chart here shows where the electricity is generated. So you can see that, for example, in the world, totally 62% of electricity is generated by the fossil fuels, and then there is a nuclear, which is CO2, let's say, neutral, and renewables. If you look at Estonia, we are very much world average, so 62. If you look at our neighbors, Latvia, let's say 38%, Finland only 15%, and Sweden is so small that it's not even pointed out in the chart how small it is. What it means if there is a company, let's say, for whom the sustainability is so important, will they move the location, or will they continue producing in China? Would they move production, let's say, to Estonia, or would they go to, let's say, Finland? And if the sustainability is really put as a core for the decision making, then they might not come to Estonia, because they have a target to get their carbon footprint, let's say, to net zero. And it means that if you produce your electricity from this kind of fossil fuels, you are not helping these companies to achieve their targets. So these kind of very practical implications are starting to come, and we should never underestimate these things. So what is the conclusion then? That I think it's very much reflects what the previous speaker also said about some of things are really overlapping. So these 5 big trends, let's say, what I have seen really coming more and more important in the last 3 years. So global supply chain, it is becoming more and more regional supply chain, because companies have realized that the interruption in the supply chain is much more expensive for them than they can ever save by having this kind of long stretched risky supply chain, which might be cheaper as a unit cost, but as a whole it's more expensive. You can see from the previous slide, climate change targets as a base for decision making. So yes, you can offer a good product, a good quality, but if it's not manufactured in a sustainable way, you will not be able to produce it. And it's also the end consumer who is pushing for this one. Transportation costs are increasing. So, it was very cheap to move products between China and US, China and Europe, because the oil prices are high because of the CO2 taxation and so on. So transportation is becoming more expensive. So it means also that you should be producing closer to the end markets. Salary cost differences are getting smaller. So if you look at some regions, let's say in China, if you look at Estonia, the cost level is not so different. Certain white-collar jobs are already paid much higher in China than they are, for example, in Estonia, in Latvia, in the region where we are mainly competing. So that means that there is really not this kind of labor arbitrage between the countries what you can take advantage of. A lot has been, I have talked about managing the risk versus the cost. And yeah, that's the conclusion then, that the companies, they see that the world is changing, and they understand that they will only survive if they manage these risks what are ongoing. And it's also clear that leading companies in the world, they have changed their supply chain strategies as a response to these challenges. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Kaur. Kaur can now sit down here. We will continue with a debate soon. But dear all, we have now reached to the culmination of this second section of the Delta Trends Day. We will continue to the debate, and debate is called as the section itself, Reconfiguration of Global Value Chains and Business Models, as we had some talks already. And now it's my pleasure to invite here Mr. Priit Vahter, who is our professor of applied economics at the Delta Management School. So please, Priit, the floor is yours and your debate team, please.
So, all right, welcome to this part of our discussion here. And we have the same people that are speaking, and also partly that were in the previous session discussing also are here. But we have a new member, Raivo Vare, renowned economic expert here, and with lots and lots of titles over his long and influential career. And also Slava is joining us online from UCL, or from home in England. And we have lots of different topics to cover in a very short time period. So inevitably we have to make a critical choice what to discuss here. So there were trade-offs outlined between economic efficiency arguments, security, sustainability, and one takeaway point from both of these presentations, from much of information here, was related to potential silver lining of the shocks. So these turning attention to sustainability issues, having some potential positive effects in addition to the myriad of negative ones that we know very well. In order to link this discussion with other topics in these other sessions, we could just look at this gorilla in the room that was mentioned by Steve Olson, China. And in terms of GVC integration, we can speak about Factory USA or Factory America, Factory Europe, and Factory Asia, but China is permeating all of these. And so let's say, so one important question is how much can one avoid China in global value chains actually? So if we look at the value-added shares of Chinese inputs, let's say in auto industry, via both direct and indirect linkages, there's something like 20% of the value added that comes from the US value added in the auto industry from Chinese inputs. Or also if we look at the sayings of the same Richard Baldwin that was nicely cited by Slavo here, then he has compared the GVC integration with China to an omelette that has been already scrambled. So this unscrambling of this omelette is going to be, based on the pessimistic view, quite long and costly effort, long and costly process. So what is your take on this? Are you also pessimistic, or do you see there's positive silver linings in this here? And as Krista was talking previously, and Slavo and Kaur have had the occasion to speak here. So we'll start with Mr. Raivavara, please.
Thank you very much. Gladly respond, try to be brief. Basically, we can divide the value chains into two kind of. And we have the problem which we are facing in relation with the present war in Ukraine very much, which is related to the first kind of those value chains, related to the basic input to any value chain. It's raw materials and such stuff. So basically here we see that the Chinese role is substantial, but still it's not as big and much less important in a sense, but they do influence the market. For example, the very same LNG market was recently influenced by Chinese demand, and the oil takeoff is related to China, have an input on the market pricing, but also on transportation needs. But on other hand, the value added of the second or third layer, higher layer, let's say, their Chinese replacement is possible, but very costly, like somebody already has said. So basically, it's not about whether we want to replace it. It was also already said that we want to optimize it in the way that we won't get into dependence. Like we are actually in dependence with the first layer input of any value chain in the world, because globally 60 to 70% of almost everything belongs to autocratic countries as reserves and extradition subjects. But in case of higher value add, we have the possibility. So basically, it's not about shrinking existing thing, but trying to avoid expanding this dependency. On the other hand, it also, as a transportation person, first of all, I can say that we already witnessed that there is a proportion changing. It used to be that world trade has driven the growth of the economies, and the proportion has been always in favor of speed of the growth of world trade or global trade. Now we already witnessed, partly because of result of pandemics, but partly because of other reasons, we already witnessed that there is a switch between global trade and regional one. And also transportation statistics is proving that it's going a bit down from the global scale and going towards the regional one. And we also can see it from the fleet, for example, fleet size, fleet composition, for example, which has, just as an example, a few years ago, it would be unimaginable that 8,000+ TEU vessels will be regional vessels. They have been always cross-ocean, working cross-ocean roads. Now it's a normal thing in East Asia.
So basically, we are witnessing the switch already, and the political component is just speeding it up.
And can I ask for additional comments from Krister here? So
I agree with what Reivo says. However, going back to Stephen Olsson, who said that we have been miscalculating China for the past 35 years, let's not do the same mistake when we discuss GVCs. What's happening, in particular in Asia, partly driven by China, is that we see a change in trade pattern, in investment patterns, and innovation patterns. Changes that we have not experienced before. Trade links, investment links, innovation links will look very, very different 5 to 10 years from now. The core focus here is South America. The Chinese are there already to a much larger extent than Europe and North America. When we think about GVCs, we have to be careful that we don't lock ourselves up in a too static way of organizing ourselves, not being prepared for the changes that are coming, and they're coming rapidly. The data shows that clearly. So hands up for, make a proper analysis and organize yourself wisely. Otherwise, it will turn out to be extremely costly.
yeah. So I'll ask the first question, the same question also from Kaur here. So how much can one avoid China in GVCs?
Well, today, in many cases, it's close to impossible, let's say, because certain things are just made in China. That's the answer. We have a lot of customers asking, let's say, it costs so much to produce in China. Can you bring it to Europe? And there are basically two problems: that some things are much more expensive here, and some cases we don't have the capacity to produce. And of course, there is another thing, that do we have the know-how to build up this kind of capacity? So yes, for a higher end, Raivo was mentioning these higher end products. So there it is easier. But when we talk about the toys, mobile phones, these kind of things, there is simply so much cost benefit still there. I don't think they will move here.
And I think Krister indicated that he had a point here.
We have this new regional comprehensive economic partnership. 10 years from now, we will have 40% trade diversion. That means what is being exported to that region now will then be produced, manufactured, and resold within the region. Having said that, you cannot simply withdraw completely. You have to think that through carefully. RCEP is changing the way the Asian region trade within Asia dramatically. We have to prepare for that. To some extent, in some sector, it means you have to be inside. And, China has made a driver for that. But of course, also we have countries like Japan, South Korea, Indonesia, Taiwan, you name it. But China is definitely going to be a driver in changing the regional comprehensive economic partnership. And that's a fact. And we have to adopt to that in the best possible manner, so we come out as equal winners.
So many thanks. And we have also a question to Slava. Slava, for a start off, because it's very much related to what Slava investigates in his everyday life as an eminent scholar in the field of innovation studies, and also in the analysis of technology transfer, FDI, and global value chains, and upgrading in global value chains. So he has lots of important, highly cited publications on these topics. And my question would be especially related to what you were showing concerning the functional upgrading in the value chain, and also technology adoption. So one silver lining of the processes that we are seeing, or the nearshoring, reshoring, or maybe friendshoring, is also related to new technology adoption. So adoption of automation technologies, etc., how it impacts on our everyday life and our economic performance here. And you have written quite extensively on this, and on our innovation systems, and on capabilities of firms and countries, how these are relevant. So would you give some comments here? So in addition to the automation or technology adoption, or this functional upgrading from these manufacturing stages towards headquarter economy and design, so what are the other complementary factors or complementary unique resources at firms or at the country level that you would especially emphasize, which would be very important here, and which would be especially important in the Central and Eastern European context? Because some of the slides that you were showing were outlining some problems related to functional upgrading here.
Yeah, I would like also to answer to that and connect to what speakers were mentioning before, and that the whole dynamic of this relationship will depend also on the technology upgrading of China, or further upgrading, because whether China will reach, especially with this new Cold War between China and US, whether there will be some kind of stagnation in terms of inflows of knowledge, which China still needs. So whether China will get stuck into some kind of middle income trap or not, this is something which will really influence many factors that speakers were talking. Talking about Eastern Europe in that context, yes, we have this kind of functional trap maybe, which will be again dependent of how the Chinese story will evolve, whether this shift will work in favor of Eastern Europe. But then we shouldn't forget that we have within the Europe, with these new technologies, with artificial intelligence, with Industry 4.0, that we may have within the Europe kind of return of some parts of manufacturing or sophisticated part into the core of Europe and not in parts of Eastern Europe. So we may have our own internal kind of things, which maybe now seem very limited and maybe secondary. But don't forget that there is a nature of new technologies which requires really different skill structures. So the issue is how technology upgrading within Eastern Europe will progress. So I think there are too many variables in this process, which are all interdependent. And whether the upgrading within the Eastern Europe will be really just, so to say, science for the science sake, or this will be really linked to manufacturing, and whether we will have this kind of merger between, you can call it between production and technology capabilities, and which will embrace kind of new technologies. This is something which is a crucial future for Eastern Europe. So let's hope that there is enough understanding that these issues are all interconnected, and that Europe definitely needs some kind of coordinated response. If each part of Europe works on its own, that will not work very well. So that would be kind of my addition to that, because I think we also have to bring intra-European story into this discussion.
So important aspect of this is the coordinated response, and Raivo had a comment here.
I think that we have to bring in politics here, because otherwise it's not understandable. And we've seen how this 17+1 format has disappeared, actually broken down at the moment. And if you look inside this Eastern European interest in collaboration with China, it has been very much related to, again, not exactly to the high tech. It has been always about something else. So basically, taking into account that China is now a challenging state, and very much confirmed it in last Xi's speech, it means that we will continue this path, politically driven path, not to go too far with the high tech collaboration with China, not allowing them to catch up more than they do it by themselves anyway, because they have put their own aim on to become the parallel world in the sense of high tech, if I may put it so. So it's economical, technological platform they try to develop around themselves now. And for that reason, not just because US, but because it doesn't fit also to the fundamental interest of Europe as such, starting with the industrial nations of Europe, but also totally is reflecting the need of the Eastern Europe, who is, let's say, lagging slightly behind in high tech, but who is interested in infrastructure side of the business, which Chinese can provide either, as we know. So for that reason, probably we will witness that there will be a kind of restrictive environment in Europe, despite of all things, despite of Scholz's visits, despite of everything which Europe is doing, trying to sit at the fence, and in this case, and trying to be extracting best out of both platforms and both collaboration forms. So China is acknowledging it, and China is trying to revert this process. And it's again very much formally economic economics, but it's actually about politics. And we've seen how much attention, for example, recent visit of Scholz has dragged in Beijing, and it's obvious that Beijing had a political agenda behind it, first of all. So I am not so optimistic about the forceful changes of course of events, but I am a bit cautious claiming that China will be standing as the main partner of world trade partner, and especially for Europe in the future.
So if we can continue with the policy aspect, so actually Slava also in his presentation said that we need to put the policy and geopolitics back into international business research and decision making very rightly, and that's the one need here. But can I ask concerning the policy options for governments in the contemporary world where there is this slicing up of value chain, where you don't depend on Estonia only on Estonia. You can't look only at the Estonian labor market, but you have to look at other related things if you consider, let's say, inequality or labor-related effects of GVCs. So what are these opportunities for governments to limit the challenges and harness the potential opportunities here? So, or if we put it very bluntly, in the mainstream economics, there is this economic market failure argument here. So can we say that there is a suboptimal provision of investments in resilience or nearshoring in the case of Western multinationals? And is there any role of, let's say, if you put it very blankly, like subsidization in this case? Or should we think a little bit differently about supporting these firms? So who wants to take? Yeah. So.
Yeah, I can take one practical example that China has been always very, very strong in having this kind of clear strategy. I think the current one is called Made in China 2025, and they are looking forward very much. And I remember when I was living there and we were looking for places to expand the capacity, and we went to different cities in the China. Every local government had a very clear this kind of economic strategy that, you know, somebody wanted to promote automotive, somebody for medical, somebody some technology. So this government role, you can see that it's very important for setting the targets, allocating the resources. I haven't felt such a thing in Europe. We have a European Union, but this kind of policy. So there is a big this kind of drive what the governments can do to promote this or change the course. Yes, but investing into the resilience, I think usually this government investments. Example is the China semiconductors, where I don't know how many tens of billions have been invested with limited output. So it's also a risk for the countries.
All right, and can we take some reflections from Slava here?
Well, this is for Europe a huge problem because we have to change our kind of policy philosophies, you know, kind of, especially in the context of Central Eastern Europe, which are kind of academics label it as dependent market economy. And then on the other side, you have something which academics now call state-permeated economies, you know, China being one example, you know, kind of. We have to think really in a quite new way about these issues. How do we connect what we do in terms of our own technology upgrading with the technology transfer, with the global value chains? This is a kind of such a huge change in thinking that it will take some time for policymakers, and especially in Central Eastern European countries, to understand, to move to that kind of, to find a kind of European way of balance between the role of the markets and the role of policy and state. So, yeah, I just can point to this challenge that we are facing, but it will take some time to understand what are the for us policy implications of these global shifts. It doesn't go overnight, unfortunately.
So there's actually quite a big insecurity or uncertainty about what is the optimal policy in the case of insecure GVCs. And so also in the case of economists, it's not really clear, is there a market failure? So one Gene Grossman from Princeton has pointed out that it's not really clear that there is under-investment in resilience. And this would be underlying the subsidization or support argumentation very much here. But if we think about more also that Asia is not only China, although China is the one that permeates all our GVCs in Europe, in USA and elsewhere. So what about the other countries? Who will be the winners and gainers from these processes that we are witnessing, the geopolitical conflicts, the supply chain conflicts, and what would be the European response here as well? So do you need different type of trade deals with alternative countries? So do you need something that covers more IP services, investments, standards, etc., in addition to this standard type of trade deals?
If I may start, actually, we have already a case which is consisted in your question. Look at the Far East and other countries than China. We already have a lot of them included into value creation chains in the way that they are already competing with Chinese. So, and it is a natural process. On top of that, there will be this political element we touched briefly before. We can see that not trusting the normal course of actions very much, governments are intervening already. Look at Biden's intervention to US corporations' cases. At the same time, in Europe, we have recent visit of Chancellor Scholz, accompanied with the biggest German producers, having such a degree of dependency that they can't do anything about that. Look at the Volkswagen, 30%. So basically, this is something which distincts us even. Here in the democratic society, we have also this overall value issue on the table, which might jeopardize the further developments and so on. So basically, the choice is to diversify, like usually in business. Don't put all eggs into one basket. And Chinese basket happened to be, for the world industry, too big one. 40% of everything, basically. So whether we like it or not, even after all these events which have happened so far, probably we will diversify by definition willingly. And partly will be guided by the power vested by electorate to the government.
So we can actually go a little bit back to these capabilities and skill stories. So they were mentioned before, and also the capabilities mentioned by Slavo here and in my question. So what kind of requirements do these changes put on the workforce here? So what are the kind of skills that will be especially promoted by that and will be getting the labor market significant premiums in the future? And what are the capabilities that are important for, let's say, if there's a technology upgrading here, automation, etc.? What else is required from these firms? Or is the picture a bit simpler than I'm putting? I'm talking in terms of the synergies here, complementarities, because sometimes I think that for technology adoption, automation adoption, we need other things. So we need organizational change for the benefits to materialize and the longer term, stronger benefits to materialize. So what's your view on that? Or let's take the practitioner's view.
Yeah, well, it's people what drive the business. It's very, very clear. If I remember correctly the number, then in China there are like 500,000 engineers graduating every single year, and manufacturing needs engineers. That's simple as that. So it's all about also how our this kind of educational systems are reacting to these changes. So I feel that, yeah.
So we'll take the Christer's view as well.
You know, there are so many different aspects, but just to pick up on what, I forgot your name already.
Kor.
Yeah, 500,000 or 600,000 engineers graduating in China every year. In terms of the contents of their education, it's exactly the same number as in the UK, 6,000. I told you before that China's higher education system is one of the biggest and largest, most difficult to overcome hurdle for Chinese future growth. There was a recent report by the Ministry of Education in China saying that basically for China to reach the step of being a knowledge-intensive economy, we basically need to completely reorganize and reform our higher education system. That is a huge tanker to turn around. That will affect on productivity, capability, innovations and so forth. Having said that, if we look at certain areas, like where I work in Shenzhen, 70 million people, GDP 3 times as large as Sweden, or 5 times as large as Sweden. You have the most, all the prestigious universities have their newest campuses there. You have the most talented people coming there. It's on the border to Hong Kong. That region, the Greater Bay, 9 cities, including Hong Kong, Macau. What's going on there? That is of more importance to Estonia, Europe, and the United States than what's happening in China. Greater Bay Area, there is an overall development plan for that. The changes that is about to take place in the Greater Bay Area is what we have to focus on. Not 500,000 engineers being radiated all over China. That's irrelevant. We have to focus on those or that region in China that are actually competing with us. And having said that, we're talking about value chains, innovation. You know, when I talk to companies or presidents of global companies, they say, Christer, you know, we have to look for talents and for knowledge where talents and knowledge can be found, whether it's in the United States, Sweden, Germany, or China. If we were cut off from 1/3 of that, the innovation environment would be too small for us. That would have devastating effects on our productivity and our innovation capability. We have to compete with the best wherever they are located.
Yeah. And that's very much related to what Carl was previously saying, I think. Also related to
and again, you know, you mentioned Made in China 2025. I have to say this, Preet, but you know, we are doing the same mistake as we did 5 years ago. In 2005, China released a report, the mid to long term on technological development, 2006 to 2020. That was a pre-work for Made in China 2025. We reported that to the Swedish government, to the Norwegian, the Danish, and all our European embassies in Beijing. Not a comment.
Yeah.
China will never catch up. Well, I have to say this. In 2014, I went to the Great Hall of the People. It was a seminar by Hu Jintao, Li Keqiang, and the president of China's Academy of Engineering. And I have the slides. I'll send them to you. In the fall of 2014, they present China 2025, China 2035, China 2045. We report that to the EU embassies as well, and the Swedish Foreign Ministry. They did not take notice on that. In the spring of 2015, Made in China 2025 is published officially. Politicians, they basically explode. They become scared. They talk about Chinese aggressive industrial policies and so forth. You know, they should have been prepared for that already 10 years earlier.
So this diffusion of knowledge.
Today, we are still debating Made in China 2025.
Indeed.
But the China's ended that already. You know, the part where they have been successful in Made in China 2025, you know, they have left that aside. They are now focusing on 2035. Our politicians and a lot of business leaders are still focusing on China 2025.
So Rival had some comments.
Yeah,
brief comments.
10 years from now,
Yeah.
China have left China 2035 and they are focusing on China 2045. But, you know, we're just not keeping up.
So some very final brief reflections.
There is a danger that actually, which has been expressed by US, first of all, officials already openly, and I've heard myself, for example, NSA General Alexander saying it, that in 5 years from now, China will bypass US in the IE race. And to avoid it, we know that President Biden's administration has imposed now restrictions not only on technological collaboration on IE with Chinese, but also even participation of human beings submitted to the legal framework of US in this particular area, which is about talents, just to mention it. So some pay attention, but not definitely Europe yet.
So many thanks. And when I was looking at the presentation of Slava, there were lots of useful references to Richard Baldwin, to Paul Andress. So there's a wonderful set of references to read, also especially for students and master students in economics and business fields. So maybe for Slava, can you give some further references about what a person that, let's say, studying economics and IB, what type of new authors and what type of new outlets in international business they should be focusing on?
Well, I teach this year 100 Chinese students. So I'm myself now reading many more Chinese scholars and referring to what other colleague has said. Yes, education system in China is still not on the top, but they are working, you know, and I can see improvements from year to year. So I think what I would suggest to scholars, to us on the West, read more Chinese authors and try to see how they reflect on their own situation. But maybe my final point would be that maybe we are looking too much at this situation as a zero-sum game. It is inevitable that economy of that size and that level of development, and growth will, at the end, become one of the hegemons in the global economy. So, and for us, maybe, there is also the Chinese saying, crisis is an opportunity. Is opportunity also for us to rethink what we are doing, our growth models, our policies in that respect. So I think maybe at the end, China can be successful only in interdependent world, the same as Europe and US can be successful only in interdependent world. And the art of politics is also trying to find this common denominator, which is kind of essential to all of us. So otherwise, if we are in kind of this zero-sum game, then we will really end up in a completely world dominated by geopolitics.
With this positive note, we can actually end. So there's a movement from pessimist to a bit cautious optimism here. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we can give the floor back to now Ott, please.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, here in the studio of University of Tartu Delta Center, and thank you, Slava, also in London, or who perhaps you are at home currently on the coastline of La Manche. But now, actually, we have reached to our lunchtime. We are exactly at the middle of our Delta Trends Day now. After lunch, we will continue with the next section, which is dedicated to Ukraine. More specifically, we are talking about how to rebuild Ukraine as a society, as a country, and as an economy after or during already that Russian war were. But currently, we have about 35 minutes for lunch now. So, gentlemen, here and also in TV studios everywhere, bon appetit, and please come back in about 35 minutes. We start at 2 o'clock sharp. Thank you.
Strangers are coming, they come to your house, they kill you all and say we're not guilty, not guilty. Where's your mind? Humanity cries, you think you are God, but everyone dies. Don't swallow my soul, our souls.
Welcome back. These past 9 months, Ukraine and Ukrainians have been in our minds and in our hearts. And the cheerleaders of Tartu University basketball team have compiled a special dance dedicated to Ukraine and Ukrainians.
Yeah, and we are now starting with the second half of our Delta Trends Day 2022. Which the topic is the new world economic order. And our third section here is dedicated to Ukraine. More specifically, we are going to talk about rebuilding Ukraine. Rebuilding Ukraine as a society, as a country, and as an economy. And our next speaker comes from Bank of Estonia. His name is Peeter Luikmäe, and he's economist. He's a head of monetary policy and foreign economics division at the Central Bank of Estonia. And he's going to tell us a little bit about the takeaways of a Marshall Plan, which was a plan to rebuild Europe after the Second World War. And more specifically, what's the context of that plan now while we are going to rebuild Ukraine? So, the floor is yours, Peter, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, whoever and wherever you are. My task is a little bit to talk about the Marshall Plan for Ukraine. And obviously, it's a nice concept, a symbolic one, to something which was invented almost 75 years ago to help European countries after suffering from World War II. But now this framework has been, in a way, tested in many occasions after the Second World War, because reconstruction, unfortunately, reconstruction of after-war countries hasn't been that unusual also for the last 100 years or even shorter periods. And it means also that basically we need to talk about money, we need to talk about the organization, and we also need to talk about the sequencing of different efforts. And in this regard, one has to admit that indeed, unfortunately, the Russian violent invasion and war against Ukraine has created a lot of civil casualties, a lot of damage to infrastructure. And this also means that basically there is a necessity to help countries. And this is not a question if, but when. And as we see, many of those operations are already starting, they have been started, and it also means that basically Ukraine has suffered a lot because of the war. And in addition to financial losses, there are also human losses, not only in terms of those people who have lost their lives, but also many have either left their homes inside the country to relocate or even leaving the country as refugees to other countries. The population of my country in Estonia has increased by almost 4% because of the inflow of Ukrainian refugees, and it has been indeed quite impressive how well they establish their lives here despite all those things. And indeed, it is very visible to say that they are well accepted in our society. Now let's talk about Marshall Plan. It's a framework. So although it was basically designed by US and to help mostly European countries, by the way, not every European country accepted this help. And already at this time, there was a little bit of polarization whether it's feasible and reasonable to accept the help from US or not. And basically, the idea behind Marshall Plan was that if you create economic stability, then you indeed can create also political stability. And the idea was not to distribute money, but also to provide incentives for donor countries to help to recover European countries. So basically, it's not only about money, but it's also about strategic partnerships, not in between countries only, but also in between businesses and enterprises. And another important note is that it enables a lot of knowledge and technology transfer. So even as early as during the original Marshall Plan, Soviet Union immediately thought that this is a kind of power game in between US and potentially also Soviet Union, and basically they made Eastern Bloc of Europe to reject mostly this plan. So what can be the success factors? Obviously, there are many things which rely on the success of institutions, namely law and order, but also some new things like digitalization and possibly democracy through more transparency. Another thing is also that basically It shouldn't be just a pure financial aid, but it's obviously, especially in case of such reliable partners like Ukraine, it's a bilateral exchange of people, information, and also technologies. It also means that basically there are many actors who, from their own good will and try to help Ukraine, but there is a necessity for coordination. And this means also that there is a good idea to have some kind of organization which supports the implementation of such efforts to avoid duplication, but also to avoid possible design issues with later during the reconstruction phase. And obviously what we should also expect, like during the original Marshall Plan, there will be a resistance, most likely coming from Russia. So this resistance is not always only about publicly opposing the ideas of Western countries to gain influence in Ukraine or distribute the Europe, whatever they put it. But there are also forces inside, most likely the host country, Ukraine itself, which decide or try to be vocal against the potential aid. And another thing which is also important is the phasing out from the aid programs. So there must be one good thing about Marshall Plan was that there was an exit scenario, which is timely. So basically it's for a short period related to certain ambitions, but gradually making this beneficiary of receiving the aid also to potential donor of helping other countries. So it will happen like it has always happened during the quite limited time frame, because obviously the efforts of those countries who contribute to help, they must be compensated by progress of their aid receiving country, and there are good odds that it happens in Ukraine. So basically what is different from Marshall Plan is that the original Marshall Plan was basically mostly one donor country, US, supporting many different European countries, mostly Western European countries. But when it comes to current situation, then basically what we need to think about is that we have many countries which basically join efforts and also funds to help single country. The proportions are still quite good, because if you think about the share of potential donors for Ukraine, for supporting the reconstruction of Ukraine, then basically it's about 20 times larger crowd of people in terms of population and 100 times more in terms of GDP. So basically it's doable. So it is not impossible, but one of the challenges which such kind of direction that many donors will help single country would create obviously is a coordination. So that's why what is good about current situation, differently from the almost 75 years ago when the original Marshall Plan was designed, the difference is quite clear. We do have many international organizations. I would say that it's also the case that the after-war recoveries are not that unusual. So basically we have the issues of reconstruction of Afghanistan. We have had also issues with Iraq and many other things. Those countries are, to put it bluntly, almost half of the size in terms of population of Ukraine. We know how much it costs, how easy it is to fail and to be inefficient in helping out post-war reconstructions. And now basically we have also some little bit more European cases, like basically a reunification of Germany, which was basically also related to the Eastern Germany, which was almost 40% of the population of Ukraine. So such ambitions have been successful previously, and obviously there have been also many lessons learned how to do it even better now. And in addition, what is also important is that basically we should be always at least positively minded about the fact that it's not a prerequisite, but this is all very important thing at later phases of reconstruction, that there is a kind of security. So there is a necessity for some kind of military cooperation. Otherwise, we do not end up with possibility to attract foreign direct investors. So you need to not only to sell the programs and aid programs efficiently to Ukraine opinion leaders, but also to the wider investor communities, and it requires quite a significant and clear guarantees. So the good news is that we do have a lot of money. So, and what is already visible that there has been many bilateral initiatives to help Ukraine. There have been many multilateral institutions, all Western institutions like IMF, World Bank, even to some extent, obviously European Union. They have contributed already. The thing which is necessary in case of multilateral help programs is that you need to be, somebody must be in charge. And it's quite reasonable that the coordination comes from EU level for two reasons. Firstly, obviously Ukraine is a future EU country. And second, basically, it's also the fact that the success of Ukraine is mostly on the benefit of Europe in general. In addition, we have also private sources. We have sized Russian assets which are available. And obviously, there is also a possibility that the money keeps flowing to Russian for oil and gas, not necessarily from Western countries, but it is also possible, perhaps in some point of time, also to charge it. So the good news is that the money is there. It must be reasonably used. And basically all those mechanisms, they shouldn't duplicate each other, but they should more or less complement each other. And this is quite possible and doable. When it comes to principles of reconstruction, then what we need to understand is that in the most urgent case, we need humanitarian aid, which is basically the stage one, which is emergency response. There is not too much time to negotiate the contracts at the time when the war is coming or people are basically starving. The second stage is basically restoration of infrastructure, which gradually has bearing one challenge. This is the question, what is the optimal design? It's not always feasible in this restoration phase to restore exactly 100% of the copy of the previous structure of economy. And therefore, the greatest challenges rely there that what is possible, what is urgent, but what is basically doable, and what kind of role those investments will play in future when basically we lay down the foundations for future growth and modernization, which is a kind of longer-term project. We are talking about years mostly. And this is, I would say that the best role model for this is actually EU integration of Poland, for example, because Poland increased in terms of income per head almost 80% within the first decade. And it also means that basically this is perhaps one of the success stories of EU expansion, which has been quite important to note, that has been indeed successful. And of course, there are certain elements which also mean that in addition to giving advice and to some extent also orchestrating all those funds and also other resources, not only financial resources, but also perhaps human capital transfer, you need also to have Ukrainians in charge for owning the project or basically to making decisions, and the coordination is quite important to preserve ownership, because here we need to compete also with those people, perhaps in Ukraine, who still believe to some extent that they can be Russian-minded or become part of the Russian influence. And this means that we have very, very urgent necessity to think about also how to make Ukrainians as much as possible to decide on the potential options. And of course, last but not least, Ukraine will win this war, obviously. There will be in the quite near future, Ukraine will become also EU member. It means also that Ukraine is still quite successful in terms of higher education. Ukrainians are quite educated already now, but they have a lot to benefit from research and development, and also from education cooperation, which is obviously also the business of universities. We also know that perhaps the new rebuilt Ukraine is not necessarily the exact copy of the previous one, because many perhaps mistakes can be skipped, which happened during the evolutionary development of urban environments and many other things, which means that we do know that already now that perhaps some European countries even have much more ambitions than perhaps possibilities because of legacy infrastructures and systems. Ukraine can skip some stages of development and start from relatively unlimited options in terms of modernizing their countries. And last but not least, one has to also consider that basically we shouldn't overestimate the financial efforts, but we should never underestimate the factor of hope. So even the fact that we are currently designing the plans, organizing things which are a little bit even beyond the most urgent humanitarian aid considerations, we are basically giving advice as good as we can to redesign perhaps the reconstruction. We try to squeeze out everything from the experience of post-war reconstruction programs, even post-Marshall Plan, and combining it with the experience in good and bad with reunification of Germany and EU expansion. So I believe that Ukraine will become a success story, and hope is one thing which such plans, which are obviously based on the trivial assumption that Ukraine will win this war very soon. I would say that has already won this war, despite the fact that it's not yet perhaps visible that much. It also means that such plans, like Marshall type of plans, generate hope for our fellow Ukrainians to survive this difficult time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. And thank you for this strategic optimism. We will welcome Peter back in our panel just later on, so be ready to write your questions to him, objections, critiques, doubts, but also if you share his optimism to workshop, so we can forward your comments and questions. But now I'm very, very happy again to ask here Marina Tverdostup, who is economist at the Vienna Institute for International Economic Studies. She's a native Ukrainian, but she has studied 6 years here in Tartu and has graduated here our economics PhD. And now she's in Vienna also a country expert for Estonia. So she will probably discuss more economic side and cost side of the Ukrainian situation. But also we would like to say that she's also working in this building, and we hope to see more of her next year. Okay, Marina, please come.
Thanks a lot to Kadri for a very nice introduction. It's indeed a pleasure to be here and to give this very short presentation on the economic tolls of the war in Ukraine. And unfortunately, I now have to switch from the strategic optimism to strategic pessimism, sadly, although I will still try to keep the positive note throughout the whole presentation. But still, I will mainly talk on the effects, economic effects of the war for Ukraine itself and also for European Union. And the broad question of the whole talk would be, have we already faced the worst of that? Or is it still to come? And first, to start with Ukraine. So here I would just say a couple of very obvious facts we all know by now is that the economic effects for Ukraine were tremendous. So as of September, the overall damage, economic damage for Ukraine accounts for more than $100 billion. And it obviously keeps climbing. And speaking in numbers, over 400 enterprises were either completely destroyed or largely destroyed, so they almost stopped operation. The assets of the basic metal industry, which is the core industrial sector, which used to be the core industrial sector of Ukraine, and it was also the core exporting sector of Ukraine, was almost completely wiped out, largely because it is concentrated in the eastern part of the country, which is either occupied by Russia or it was largely destroyed by Russian forces. Speaking about people, about the human capital and labor force, over 7 million people left Ukraine since March, and the number also keeps climbing upward, and over almost 7 million people were internally displaced. And unemployment stood at striking 30% in August, and there was also a rapid acceleration of inflation in Ukraine, obviously because of devaluation of the national currency and because of the overall price increase, although there was a freezing of gas and heating tariffs for Ukrainians. So you see just from this several numbers that the cost, even as of now, was extremely high, and those numbers, they keep climbing. So this is obviously one of the indications of the very heavy economic damage for the country. But there is a positive side of this whole story, although it all appears it is a great catastrophe, is that economy, it seems to adapt to the conditions of the war. So there are some signs the Ukrainian economy started to operate in the war conditions, and it actually started to perform relatively well given the circumstances. So the GDP decline slowed down. So it still declines, but not at the same pace as it was back in spring. And the number of businesses which previously reported which reported full suspension or large suspension of operations due to the war, it declined from 80% as of March to 40% in July. So this is obviously signals that Ukrainian economy, it starts adapting, and that largely happened in summer when very many sectors, especially in even leisure, food and dining industries, they started to open up businesses and they started to operate despite all the heavy circumstances. And there was also obviously a very positive contribution of the grain deal, because that was a game changer for Ukrainian economy. As Ukraine managed to bring back the exports of grain, however, the overall volumes are still very low, so they are actually far below the level of the last year. And another positive sign is that external financing started to come in relatively big amounts. So as of September, over $19 billion of external financial support was received by Ukraine. And this is obviously a huge support, it's a huge economic boost for the country, and it is essential for further economic survival of Ukraine. So what we expect, so what are the expectations for the future? So have Ukraine faced the worst already, or is it still to come? Well, obviously that all depends on the war progressions, because the situation on the front line is extremely fluid. We can only make some assumptions on that. There will be actually another talk on this session on the expected developments of the war. So I wouldn't talk about that, but the baseline expectation we have is that there will be an economic revival, a modest economic revival next year. But that relies on very, very strict assumptions. And the first one is that the war will stay confined to the east. So this is not as optimistic as we would probably talk about. We would obviously want the war to be over next year, and this is our most positive case scenario. But we still try to stay a little bit strategically pessimistic that the war could continue, but we hope it will stay confined in the east, and there will be no more occupied territories. There will be no major attacks on other territories of Ukraine. The next is obviously the continuation of the grain deal. So it will not. It will continue as of now. The international aid will keep coming, and this is crucial. Not only military aid, which is absolutely essential on the front line, but also financial aid to keep up economy of Ukraine, to not let the economy down completely. And the reconstruction. So the Marshall-like plan we just heard about is obviously one of a longer-term perspective, but obviously there should be already some reconstruction activities on the territories which were already liberated, and those should be already starting. But there are major risks. So something we have to keep in mind is that there could be a further intensification of the war. We cannot rule it out because obviously we all know that Russians have a completely unpredictable, wild strategy, no strategy basically, so there could be something coming up to their minds. So we cannot rule out, unfortunately, further intensification of the war. Further attacks on critical infrastructure, and this is a very likely risk because this is something we've seen in the last weeks already, a massive attack on all the critical infrastructure objects, especially in the energy sector. Another very strong risk and very likely risk is cutting off, or not maybe completely cutting off, but damaging of domestic gas extraction, because majority of the gas production facilities, they are very close, like over 90% of them, they're very close to the front line. So there is a very high risk that they will be either destroyed or at least damaged. And to stop with the nuclear disaster, and obviously, so here I'm not talking about the nuclear bomb wildcard, which could also obviously, we cannot rule it out, but I'm mostly talking about the possible ecological catastrophe on the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station here. So those are the downside risks for further Ukraine outlooks. So we cannot say exactly, have Ukraine faced the worst already? Is it still to come? Because it all relies on those very heavy major risks, which we cannot rule out. We have to keep them in mind. But at least on the upside, we do see that economy is adjusting, and that we all hope that it will go on like that under those assumptions just mentioned, and that at least the situation economically will not get worse. What about the EU? So what are the spillover effects of the war in Ukraine on the European Union? Obviously, we saw it all by now that European Union is also heavily hit by the war. And as the majority of the Western, not majority, but some of the Western European media highlights it, and also I've been a part of several debates and discussions where the major emphasis is on the sanctions against Russia, and those sanctions which were the major thing to blame in terms of the impacts on the European Union. I would actually say that this is not the major thing. This is obviously a part of the story, but this is not the core thing, because not only the sanctions are to blame, I mean, the sanctions is essential. This is a good part, actually, that the sanctions are there. What is to blame is that Ukraine was very much integrated in the global value chains, so maybe that was not so much recognized so far, but it was in terms of the exports of raw materials, in terms of the food exports. So this was really something what hit dramatically the global economy, but also the fact of the war sentiment as such, because the war happening right around the corner obviously affects consumers, affects businesses, and we cannot stay silent about that. So a few words about the European economic position so far. So far economy was fairly, in the first half of the year, economy seemed quite resilient, which was mainly thanks to the exit from the COVID crisis, which was very powerful for majority of European countries. Thanks to reopening of businesses, thanks to the revival of the tourism, thanks to very high consumers' willingness to pay and their purchasing power increasing because of the savings accumulated through the COVID phase, and also maybe because of the perceiving upcoming high inflation and making some strategic purchases in advance. That's also something. Resilience in industry. So industry was performing fairly well, despite those heavily feared interruptions in the supply chains. And there was a steady investment activity. So the first half of the year, up till summer, European economy was fairly resilient. But as from the start of summer, we saw the first sign of the major economic crisis. And mainly because, as we all felt it by now as consumers, the inflation almost everywhere in Europe reached two-digit levels. So that is the record high all across Europe. So this is the record high indicates. And the major components of the inflation were all across Europe are the food prices, because as they're surging because of the global food price increase, again, because Ukraine was one of the major exporters of food. The rise of electricity and gas tariffs for the obvious reason, right? A rise of fuel and personal vehicle prices. And that all was in response to the global increase, which is caused by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So those are the major components, the price of the major commodities, which increased dramatically in price, and we all felt it by now. So as you see in Estonia, the housing prices, because of the electricity, they hit the record level, the price increase. So what has been happening so far is the cost of living crisis. So this is the crisis which mainly consumers have to keep on their shoulders, because the real wages are also in free fall. It's in Estonia, it's over 10% decline. In September, savings are shrinking, and the purchasing power is also evaporating. And what about the businesses? So far, the businesses were quite resilient, and the business sentiment, unlike the consumer sentiment, remains fairly strong. But let us see what the winter brings, because the winter will intensify the energy crisis. Also, the supply chain difficulties, major supply chain difficulties in terms of raw materials will also surface most likely in winter. So we should expect, sadly, that the businesses will also feel the impact of the war fairly soon. So what about the governmental support? Because this is a condition of the crisis, and usually, as we saw from the COVID crisis, governments, European governments, they stepped up to give support to the consumers, to the producers. Well, the support is not even close to the COVID level, because a number of reasons. Because of the high inflation, firstly, because the major role of the governments now is to tame inflation. So that is directly related to the increase in the interest rates. This is what we saw already happening in Europe, a major increase in the interest rate, and there is obviously less space to borrow money. So the government cannot give such a boost to economies as they were able to do in the COVID crisis, just because it's more expensive to borrow, and their major task now is to combat inflation. Obviously, we can to a certain extent rely on the EU Next Generation Plan, so Recovery Resilience Facility. It will be acting as a shock absorber to a certain extent, but the support is very uneven across the countries. For Central Eastern European countries, they're a bit better positioned in terms of the support they receive, but still it varies from 13% for Romania to only 4% in Estonia. So we cannot see that, okay, this is something that will be the saving force for the economy. So what happens next? So is still the worst is still to come? Well, I wouldn't want to be completely pessimistic on this side, but we have to keep in mind and be realistic in the sense that it's very likely that the worst economically is still ahead because inflation always takes time to materialize. And we will see the major effect, negative effect of this double-digit inflation in the months to come, mainly through the major downscaling of the real incomes, consumer confidence, business sentiment, credit investment activities. So it will all appear to the full extent only within the next month. And another big danger is that the broader the interest rate hikes, they could lead to a broader financial crisis, especially because European Union countries, they're used to have a very low interest rates. And now there is a sudden hike. And obviously that can have a very strong spillover effect to the other markets like property market, especially if mortgage loans are with the flexible interest rate. There will be a further escalation of the energy crisis, although I wouldn't put so much emphasis on that because we are already halfway there. So we've probably seen almost the worst in terms of the energy crisis, but we should not forget that it will keep on going through the winter. But we have to be optimistic on the side that different European countries will most likely they will have a different response to the crisis. So they will be affected differently, same as we saw with the COVID crisis. But in this case, the major pillars of resilience for the European countries would be the extent of the gas dependency, because that varies dramatically from 40% in Hungary to only 4% in Estonia. So this is one of the crucial points on the countries which didn't make the fundamental mistake of relying on Russian gas. They actually will survive the crisis better. Share of electricity prices, and this is sadly bad news for Estonia because in Estonia electricity imports are 20%, over 20%. So this is obviously something which will be very economically painful for the country. And the last point is on dependency on other EU economies, because European economies are very interrelated. And for countries like Czechia, which are heavily dependent on the German economy, which is likely to enter the recession next year, that would obviously mean a downscale in the foreign, in exports and imports and all the foreign trade, and therefore that will have a heavy toll on the economy. Okay, but to wrap up the whole presentation, and thank you for your attention, and mention once again that albeit I was mainly on the negative side, on the costs of the war. There is still, there is a silver lining on the story, and we do hope that all the European support that will help Ukraine to revive, and that will also be of a benefit in the long run. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Our next speaker, she's coming both from Tallinn and from Ukraine. Her name is Jaanika Merilo. She is advisor to Minister of Digital Transformation of Ukraine. And she has been working and helping the Ukraine government since 2015. And actually, we are kind of former colleagues who used to work together for Estonian Development Fund about 10 years ago. And we also fellow Ukrainians, because actually her dad is Ukrainian and my grandfather is Ukrainian. So we are kind of insiders as well. But the floor is yours, Jaanika, please.
Yes, so hello everyone. And actually my presentation will be a little bit about different topic. It's about IT and the role of technology in rebuilding Ukraine. Ukraine is always known as a grain basket or the mining country or country of agriculture, but it's also the brain basket, because actually Ukraine has a very, very developed IT sector, a very developed technology sector, and it also is very important in rebuilding Ukraine in the future. But let me take you please to a journey before 24th February and after 24th February. So about IT in Ukraine. IT is actually the second biggest export driver in Ukraine. And it was before the war, and it was somewhere second, third between the agriculture and the mining industry. IT is 4% of Ukrainian GDP, and it brings approximately 7 billion of income to Ukrainian budget and families. And it is said that actually one IT specialist creates also 3 to 4 jobs around IT, which means it has a really big impact on economy of Ukraine. And besides being an IT country, because we have 320,000 IT specialists, second to Poland in Europe, it's also the capital of, let's say, space. You know, you remember the space in Soviet times, probably. Everyone in 60s, 70s were watching the launches, later a little bit more, but less, but still very many space shuttles were actually made in Ukraine and in my favorite city of Dnipro. And we hope the private space will also be born based on this old heritage and legacy, let's say, of the science and technology. So Ukraine is very much IT country. And for example, in Kharkiv is unfortunately news because of the different topics and because of the war these days, but only in Kharkiv, it's 1 million people city, a little bit more. There is almost 70 universities, and out of 70 universities, 13 have different faculties in regards to IT, technology. So technology is like basically one of the cornerstones of Ukraine. And this is an example of basically SpaceX competitor, Firefly, which has a research and development center in Dnipro, and it's approximately even 1,000 people that are working in Ukraine, developing really, let's say, rockets which are launched from US, and the first test launches were successful, and now Ukrainian US rockets will be launched by private space program, for example. But still, all was very good, and the economy grew, and the IT sector boosted. And then we woke up to 24th of February. I also woke up in Kyiv, and we found ourselves in different reality. But surprising or not, actually, IT continues to boost the economy as much as possible also during the war. So despite of war, the IT sector has grown for 25-28% annually as compared to previous year, and it has increased its income or its revenue from 6.5 billion to 7 billion. So despite of everything, it's absolutely, you know, it's almost magical when you see the IT specialists which are working between the basement and flat and basement and flat, and the systems are up like 90% plus, and as people are efficient, the economy is growing, and I think by today it's actually the biggest economy driving sector is IT. And it's critically important also for government, and they very much, let's say, take care of the IT specialists by different conditions, also by special taxation regime. Let's say, for example, for IT specialists in Ukraine, there is a 5% tax only, which means that out of all of your salary, you pay 5% tax because government is saying private entrepreneurs, IT technology, it's important for us. So besides IT and IT specialists, Ukraine has approximately 12 unicorns, depend how you count, which means we're $1 billion companies. And you might know Grammarly or GitLab or basically, they have moved out from Ukraine, of course, under these conditions. Many of them are headquartered in US, in UK, but still they have research and development centers in Ukraine, as do like Google and Amazon and many big companies. And IT sector is also boosting thanks to incoming investments. Too little, too early stage, but still we can see that more and more investors are interested in Ukraine. And in this year's Central Eastern Europe Outlook, Ukraine and Croatia and Lithuania were the countries that had the biggest enterprise growth in startups, which means the startups added value the most. Then I'm very proud that we managed to create at least some basis of e-Ukraine, or digital government, which was surprisingly very important also during war. And it is becoming more and more critical during war because you can still offer services, public services. You can keep the government institutions up and running when you have certain e-solution. And Ukraine has a smartphone-based solution, which was actually very wise, and we could experience it also during the war, that if you can get your e-services from your smartphone, if you can show your documents, even passports out of smartphone, you can travel more easily. You don't need to have this computer and wire and ID card, and it has really enabled Ukraine to also deliver services during the war. And for example, out of 15 million, I think approximately 10 million people have their passports in smartphone application, and Ukraine is the first in the world country where you can show your passport in mobile phone. And as well, Ukraine became, not only from the beginning of the war, but almost since 2021, the most attacked country in the world after the US, which means the cyber warfare, the information warfare, and it's extreme challenge also to keep the systems up and running. And thank you here still to Elon Musk and to Starlinks. You have been probably hearing a lot about this. Elon Musk turned it on, turn it off, Starlinks don't work, but actually Starlink is an extremely important part of the critical infrastructure in Ukraine, which means it in basically the second day of the war, Minister of Infrastructure in Ukraine, Minister of Digital Transformation, there are two of them, asked for Elon Musk to provide Starlink connections. And 2 days later, Musk replied that, okay, connections turned on. Of course, it was a month's work before that, but still, from the very first moment, it became critically important to government to have the services running, to army, to have a secure connection, to even president and many government officials are giving their speeches using the Starlink satellites. So it's hugely vital, and Ukraine has become now also the second most Starlinked country in the world besides the US. So what is happening next, let's say? Government will be spending almost all of its budget to army, to military, to defense. Approximately 90% of budget will be spent on defense. Imagine that. And the rest of 10% on the social insurances, on pensions, on salaries of doctors, teachers, and so on. So there will be huge deficit. But Ukraine is also calling for different IT companies, for private investors, to look at Ukraine now, because it's also a great potential to help now and to be present in better times. And, it's very, let's say, hard to say, but still, these times are very good times for testing technology, testing new technology, using the Ukraine as, let's say, a little bit sandbox or test ground, because you can implement it very fast, you can try out the new technologies, everything is needed, absolutely full support from the government, and it's a very good time to try everything new. This is example of Ukrainian e-passport. And this is an example of Ukrainian e-procurement system. For example, also Ukraine managed not only to transform many services to e-services, but also to launch now one basically of the best in the world, really. I'm proud to say UNDP has said that, it wasn't me, e-procurement systems, which is extremely important because the government procurements goes through e-procurements, which means all the money that comes to Ukraine, all the money that is procured, it goes through open systems. And it's definitely one of the ways to fight corruption is to create this transparency. And we have many wartime solutions, which are also let's say, helping in challenging times. Here you can see the Starlink kits. Also, there are different, very strange applications that you wouldn't want to have in the peace times, but that are so needed in war times. For example, you can see here alarm or rate system, and I think every Ukrainian has in their mobile phone this alarm system, which gives you information that you should go to shelter. Here is, for example, a very interesting application that I noticed an enemy which is basically AI-based even and recognizes the pictures and even the faces and runs a face comparison in regards to here are the enemy tanks or our tanks or enemy faces or who are the enemies or even face recognition to several like criminal elements, let's say. But now coming to how technology can really help Ukraine to rebuild Ukraine. So first of all, I mentioned Starlinks. It's extremely important to have the connection up and running and fast connection up and running in the liberated territories, which means basically that people can start living, working, connecting, and the Starlink again has been so far the fastest way to create the connection in the territories which have been liberated. So it's important, and one of the priorities of Ukraine is also to cover Ukraine with a fast internet connection to every village, every city by 2025, and it's still a priority, meaning that the lifeline is basically having this connection. Then it's important to basically evaluate and rebuild everything, which means now, for example, there is a program that in your smartphone you can show the destruction made to a house or home and register it in the government database, and you can then apply for your new, I don't know, apartment, new house and government has a control over at least some part of the damage made, basically. It's all the roads that should be inspected by drones. It's like basically, it's not only military technology, it's also like peacetime technology which is needed. It's, of course, the government efficiency. Estonia, when Estonia implemented digital signature, Estonia saved 2% of the GDP, which means it's a huge amount of efficiency increased, bureaucracy decreased, because of not people running around, but the papers basically, or the documents, let's say, not even papers. Then it's very important to attract, of course, investments and special IT and technology investments, because again, mining, good, nice, important, but technology creates jobs and creates many more jobs per dollar invested than, unfortunately or luckily, the new mines. And of course, 3Ds, basically the reform of justice system, and it could be only done by e-solutions, which means we already have very cool solutions about the court in your hand, basically, the transparency of the courts, the transparency of courts' decisions, basically always the fight with corruption. It could be done only by using the e-technology, e-government, transparency, control, and it is definitely a priority, especially when the also reconstruction money will start coming to Ukraine to have this control. And I'm very sure that Ukraine is also like voting for increasing the control and transparency by implementing different e-solutions. And again, this is a sandbox, playground, test ground for all the new technologies, including Estonian technologies. And of course, debureaucratization, which means the less bureaucracy, the better, the more freedom, the better, the less legislation, the better, the more liberty for economy, the better, basically. So technology is extremely important during the war to be this lifeline to services, the government functioning, but it's also extremely important and even more important to after-war period for reconstruction, control, and efficiency. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jaanika. And again, we will have a panel later, so you can ask questions from Jaanika as well. But now I'm very happy to introduce here Rainer Saks, who is former head of Foreign Intelligence Service of Estonia and former Chancellor of Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Estonia. I haven't met him personally before today, but I have to say that he is one of the soul keepers of Estonian who tries to sustain our sanity and rational thinking during this obstructive and crazy time of Ukrainian wars. So I'm personally very grateful to him and very happy that he can speak here today. Rainer, please, floor is yours.
So, good afternoon for everybody, and thank you, Kadri, for very kind intervention. It was such an unexpected. I'm so touched. Thank you. As I'm talking about the topic of which is called like possible future scenarios for Ukraine, I would say that it's still kind of an uncertainty that I will not leave too much prints about this. My talks and presentation, and I'm trying to be very brief because here is a trap that if you start talk about the different possibilities, it will last endlessly in different directions. So let's not focus on the details, but I'm trying to give you some kind of a very broader conclusions that I can make at the current situation. And here are some statements we can make, which I will stay for as personally or not institutionally, of course, because I'm working in private company at the moment. I don't represent any government organization, or it's just what I'm talking, what I'm really thinking, and it's based on my personal reading about happenings in Ukraine, but about my experience working together with Ukrainians during last almost 20 years in different projects, and Ukraine has been such a high security topic for almost since the collapse of the Soviet Union. So whoever has been dealing with global security or security, especially in Europe or Eastern Europe, it has been a little bit at least dealing with Ukraine as well. So what I can state for a beginning is that we don't know exactly how this military conflict ends and when it will happen. We can just make some maybe observations how it has been going, and in the same time, the motivation on both sides is such a different that there is no any common ground for any talks at the moment. So one thing is absolutely for sure, that Russia will not win this military campaign. And I mean, it will not win this campaign, especially on the tasks he set up before the conflict. So he will not achieve the goal. But they still can ruin the future of Ukraine. That's still possible. The second point is that Ukrainian government or Ukrainian nation has not defeated and perhaps will not defeat it. But it's a question remains still that can we win the conflict in a way that they can control completely their future or political decision-making process, where decision-making process about their future as a nation, as a united one nation. And third statement we can make at the moment is that the end of a conflict will define the future of Ukraine, will define the future of the Russian Federation, but it will have such a big impact for global security that it can define even or almost define the future of the European Union, especially in the eastern flank, what's going to happen in the future. And even it can change a global balance of powers, even shift of a power. And I would say that even for Russian Federation, the final outcome of a military conflict is the most decisive. Not even maybe Ukraine, but Russia will face the biggest political changes after the end of the war. There are so many options that I will not list all of them, but there are two basic conclusions would be made after the end of the war. Is one, in the case of a complete military defeat, I think the change of the political, at least regime or system in Russia is absolutely, how to say, not absolutely possible is wrong, but it's totally possible to foresee. It's quite sure that in such a case there will be changes in the political system of Russian Federation. In different other scenarios, the changes in political management of Russian Federation will take place anyway. Just to open for new political narratives and political processes inside the country. In Ukraine, of course, the key issue is about the integrity of the country, territorial integrity, and about the political independence in the future. But it doesn't necessarily mean that there is just only good and bad scenarios. There are a lot of a huge space for gray area. So I can't say that there is just only two possible scenarios, like Ukrainian will win and they will have a bright future, or Ukrainian will lose and they will have completely opposite future. But what we can say that in Russian interest, there is just only one possibility to get out from a situation they have at the moment and to maintain a political system. And this is a frozen conflict scenario, which means that they maintain a control on some occupied territories and they are capable to call the ceasefire with Ukraine and some kind of temporary solution on a conflict, like it perhaps was during the Minsk I, Minsk II treaties, so-called Minsk I, Minsk II treaties in the past. So this is the most favorable scenario for Russia, which is not the end of the game, of course, and Russia will start to build up a new strategy how to take control over the political processes inside the Ukraine. So the frozen conflict scenario is a worst possible outcome for Ukraine, even worse maybe than long-lasting military conflict, I would say, because psychologically it's a very bad situation for Ukrainian nation, how to overcome this situation and continue building a nation. Everybody else globally will understand that it's not the final solution anymore, and there will be no good reason to deal with Ukraine, especially in long perspective, in a way to invest to Ukraine, to set up a long-lasting partnership, so on, so on. Ukraine will remain, in that case, the whole country will remain a gray zone between West and East. The next possible scenario is, which we can call that the victory on Ukrainian side, but the question is that how to define the victory. It's if we are taking a look on a military, then we can say that yes, we are capable to defeat Russian military forces. By step we are doing this, and Russia doesn't have any good tool at the moment to de-escalate the conflict in a way that we can go for a peace treaty in a way that they like to. So the question is pretty much in the hands of the government of Ukraine and the biggest donors, when they will fix this situation that it's politically acceptable for Ukraine to go for a, let's say, negotiations about the peace or ceasefire in Ukraine. So this is something which is totally uncertain at the moment, because the environment is changing and everything can be changed about that. At the moment, it looks like that for Ukrainian nation, which finally is controlling the government, it's a democratically elected government, the nation will accept just only the complete territorial integrity of Ukraine like it was before the 2014. So this is a point which looks like should be achieved in one day. When it's going to happen, nobody knows at the moment, but it's absolutely for sure that it's not going to happen in this year. So here I will put a dot because between these two scenarios there are a variety of different gray or shadows or scenarios, which can happen just in a case when, for instance, Ukraine is such dependent on the donations of the United States of America, Canada, Australia, European countries. If these countries are losing the motivation, Ukraine is not capable to fight back the territories, for sure. And on an opposite side, Russia's economy can start to collapse as well. So it's all possible. But what I would say is that I'm nearly confident at the moment that Ukraine will take a win in this war. Somehow it will be fixed on the next year. And then actually the biggest problems for Ukraine are starting. Because the political process which starts from that moment is something which nobody can define. And usually it happens that the government who is capable to run country through the hard crisis is not so well performing after the crisis when this kind of reconstruction is starting. So Ukrainian people should have a will actually to start with a political process, not from a day on a victory, but from a scratch, just to redefine their future, how it should look like, how to overcome all these obstacles they had before the war. And it's a huge possibility, actually. And in that case, if they are really ready not to just to stay, to celebrate the victory, like some nations have done before, in that case, we have a nice and prosperous future. So thank you so much for your attention and hope to see you again.
Thank you, Rainer, and thank you all our presenters. So we will be ready for our panel now, where you see all the presenters again, and the panel is about time, cost, and innovation in rebuilding Ukraine. So stay tuned and come back. Yes, welcome back. I'm feeling here like I have a heavy armor on my right hand. So there are former states ministers, heads of foreign intelligence service and current technology advisors to government, all the central bankers and world institutes together discussing this. So I'm really shaking. So let's find out how they feel about the situation, because I have to admit the problem is also difficult. So I will start with Raivo Vare, because Raivo, you didn't get to say any longer story, but for you it must be a kind of déjà vu if we discuss rebuilding Ukraine, because you have been Estonian first states minister during the 1990 till 92, and later on you have been working in roads and communications. You have been minister, but also always, as far as I remember your presentations everywhere, you have been so interested in logistics, energy, infrastructure, all these kind of things. So how did you feel about all these discussions? What are your first thoughts about this? With whom you want to argue, or where you see the greatest weaknesses of our discussions?
Well, I do not see weaknesses. I foresee some problems for sure.
Yep.
First and foremost is the issue of the continuous reforming, which is still needed in Ukraine. And there is unfortunately, I have also a kind of understanding that at least partly in the society in Ukraine is governing point of view is that it's not the time for reforms because we have hardship of war. Mm-hmm. And I'm totally opposing this logic. And it's coming both from theory and from personal experience as well, that it should be done exactly when it's hard. Then a lot of things can be done which otherwise wouldn't be done for many, many reasons. It's typical for democratic countries especially. First point. Second point is about the attacks which Russians are exercising now on critical infrastructure. For obvious political reasons which have been touched already, but if you look from the perspective of economy, the problem is that without the critical infrastructure in place, at least to a certain level, working without harm, it's very difficult to move forward in proper speed. Mm-hmm. Third point, it's about Marshall Plan. Well, nobody remembers that along with Marshall Plan, there was a Morgenthau Plan. Mm-hmm. And those who know understands my hint. So that's the point. For Ukraine, it has been Morgenthau plan at place for a while, speaking frankly. Mm-hmm. I'm critical now. But when we're talking about Marshall Plan, we have also problems. We have problems of execution for Marshall Plan with the participation on with Western partners. In case that the conflict will continue, like Rainer described it, possibly as a low-key maybe even, but still military standoff, it's almost impossible to imagine that the involvement of Western partners will be sufficient enough for Marshall execution. So this is a major concern of mine, because it's embedded into the Western way of thinking and doing things, and Russians know that, and they try to sabotage it by all means, whether we like it or not. And we've seen it, again, not on such a magnitude, of course, but we've seen it in the beginning of the 90s. So we have to count it in automatically. In our risk assessment of further development and restoration of Ukrainian power, which is there generally, we need to count in that Russians will sabotage it even after they achieve something on the field of diplomatic arrangements. They will still continue to do it.
Yes, I agree with that. And before I let everybody to answer to these things, I know that Janika has to leave earlier, so she's the advisor of a government in war, so we can forgive her for that. But I wanted to ask her, before she leaves, that especially coming from your first comment, is that Ukraine should reform while it is the hardest. And of course, we have done it too here in Estonia. And maybe one can say that we are now too slow or too convenient, comfortable even. So you can describe a little bit how Ukrainian government works now. And you pointed that maybe we could learn from the e-procurement system. But do you see anything else we can learn here in the peaceful, calm, rich Estonia, only maybe complaining too much? But, you know, because if you look at, we also know that you are moving from mining to technology, similar problems we have in our eastern part. So you also have space industry traditions in Ukraine. Perhaps you also can teach us about nuclear energy. You know, how do you see that, you know, what we could learn?
Yes, unfortunately, I'm not a nuclear scientist, but I'll try. So, yes, of course, Ukraine should reform in time of war. And I think actually IT and technology sector has shown it with being total out of the box, meaning that it has done so well because there has been no box, because young people, young ministers like 25, 26 years old come to government, and when someone is saying like, it has always been like that, like what? I haven't been around for that long time. So basically it's very like, let's say, in certain areas reform-oriented, in certain areas it's still government parliament, which is still influenced by oligarchs who have their interests. It hasn't changed. Yes, there is a war, but there are still interests and different interests and so on. So it's a very, very hard struggle that we were lucky that Estonia, the oligarchy wasn't born basically when you have it already. And it's like controlling certain areas and certain flows and certain cash flows and certain like institutions of power. It's very hard to fight then. But yes, Estonia is very comfortable, very kind of relaxed, riding on the tiger like for last 20 years. For 5 years, let's say, so many more things could have been done. And thank you for Lucas Ilves, actually, who invited me to Ministry of Economy to share the lessons learned from Ukraine. So basically, one of my things or lessons learned, I think, from Ukraine was let's hope it will never happen, but what if in Estonia the same scenario would happen? Would we be ready? And in technology, we definitely wouldn't be ready, which means we cannot even store our information in clouds. Basically, we have data centers somewhere which will be bombed, as we saw from Ukraine. Our cybersecurity, yes, we think that we are very good, but we have certain loopholes, and we can see that. Our procurement system, would we be able to procure everything that is needed very fast, very transparently, and so on, very efficiently? The e-services, I don't have my government on smartphone. I should be looking for a computer and for my ID card or my mobile ID or so on. So we're definitely not ready, and I think we have many lessons learned, especially in this kind of digital world where we think that we are the best in the world in Estonia, but so many lessons that we could learn.
So, ouch! This was painful. Thank you, Janika, for that. So I have to come back to Raivo's points because these are really crucial. Like the first was the infrastructure, and the second one was about the political will to give that economic support later on when it's really necessary. And here, do you want to comment, like anyone? Peter, for example, you were very optimistic about that. What do you think about that?
Well, indeed, yeah. There is a reason for optimism, because if I look only financial side, then everything is doable on the presumption that the military and security issues are solved by others. But basically, what is quite important is that it's not only about what kind of aid and how much to aid to provide Ukraine, but also what kind of aid to resist and to receive. And here it is very likely that, for example, China will come with less conditionality. Perhaps conditions will come later. It's also quite possible that at least to some segments of society, the good is just good as the old one was in terms of corruption and stuff like that. So the only thing which we should definitely avoid is to repeat the same cycle again in this regard. And it also means that foreign aid providers not only should coordinate what kind of aid to provide, but also to advise Ukrainians what kind of perhaps easy money not to receive. And this is something which obviously is very challenging, especially at the times when there is a prolonged conflict. There is no any kind of clear visibility of simple military solutions. And in this regard, it's I would say that the only, let's put it this way, interim step would be that to get EU accept Ukraine as soon as possible. As soon as possible is not tomorrow, obviously, but it takes time. And this integration process is already running in parallel. And when Ukraine is in the EU, then basically it's very easy to replicate the success story of Poland and some other countries. Even I would say that in population-wise, Poland and Ukraine are the biggest Eastern EU countries. And it means that if Poland was able to almost double its income per head within 15 years' time, then why Ukraine cannot do it, even considering that the initial levels are lower. So this is something which has already been practiced, and it works. Unless there is a kind of other scenario when basically there is a kind of fatigue of helping Ukraine, and there is unclear vision what is going to happen militarily, and then basically easy money will come and flow in, and with conditions which are revealed later on. And this is something which is worth to be avoided.
Raivo, I wanted to comment.
Adding from historical experience of my own, speaking frankly, the way of doing things as required to get in to the very club, let's put it in such a way, it's very important to do it. It's very often people tend to, because of legacy issues, because of the unpreparedness to accept it, people tend to think that, okay, let's cut the corner, this and that, and not doing exactly like this. And it seems that nothing happens very much right now or right away. But sooner or later it accumulates into something which becomes a kind of obstacle. And these things are not accidentally put into all kind of keys for entrance. Basically, it's about doing things right. And it's very important that Ukraine, despite of all the hardship they are facing right now, they take this attitude, not cutting corners, going along by all means. And even if it takes time, it's for good.
Okay, Rainer, you wanted to comment?
Yep, I agree totally that too much hate can kill the patient. It's like absolutely something which can happen and has been happening several times. I have seen it. And both sides have to be very smart. It's classical. But I would like to underline one very important moment here is that Ukrainian people or nation have demonstrated that they are a very unique one. That they are really fighting back in quite a desperate situation. Started in 2014. Usually everybody forgets about it. And even 2014 was not the starting point. It was 2004 already we demonstrated their will actually to stand for freedom, for let's say whatever, democracy, free society, let's say political freedom and free society. And that explains a little bit the paradox, like how was it possible to see that in one country the very strong civil society is existing in parallel with, let's say, corruption. But here is something that this kind of a spirit is, which is very, very special element in this game. And I will not list any nations who are, you can say, just take a look at, yeah, we can do the same. But we see that Ukrainians are doing this, and some of our neighbors are not doing this at all. So it's one of the issues, which means they have a chance to get rid of their legacy at the moment. So what is the spirit to do it? So, but it's very much dependent on the leadership who can find this path. It's just to guide this motivation on a right direction. And this is very, very important moment, as I mentioned already, that to get out of a military conflict is psychologically very, very hard moment. So it's something we should support if we can. I don't know, can we?
Okay, thank you. And Jaanika, you wanted to mention?
No, just a small comment to that, that Ukrainians are extremely stubborn. When something doesn't work, they reboot it. Basically, the government, every time it's like, whether it's Orange Revolution or it's election of new president or so on.
Second Maidan.
Yes, second Maidan and so on. It's not like, okay, let's wait, maybe it will change. It's like, no, let's rebel, let's change. If it doesn't work, let's change again.
Yeah, perhaps they have not too much to lose in the terms of like personal fortune or something like in usually in a, let's say, old-fashioned societies, it's going in a way. But yeah, but there are some other explanations as well. It doesn't just be only one.
Yes. So this is actually very interesting. You are coming closer to economists. So the political discussion is, of course, very interesting, but doing practically something. When Peter, you said clearly that EU should drive this and coordinate. I have read so many papers where they say that, especially in the United States, that the Ukraine should coordinate the need and all this international aid. So, if I hear about coordination between international organizations, as economist, I've kind of heard the stories of some, let's not say, some governments who were struggling with IMF and World Bank and all these helping out officials, that they didn't have in the ministries time to, really do their job because they were all the time communicating with these international people, officials who try to help them. So how do you see in practice this coordination? Because we have been arguing, should we start now or not now, but obviously later, because now we are in war. But and also, who should take a lead, and how in practice this lead could be, taken? So how we can manage if we are not good in coordinating things,
Well,
What do you think?
we had a financial crisis, a good practice, actually. And regarding European debt crisis, there was a coordination. And it also proved that even to cooperate in between such institutions like perhaps Central Bank, Commission, and why not IMF, it was doable during the crisis regime. And one of the things which was quite important in those institutions was not necessarily to provide direct any kind of very significant financial aid, but to be a kind of bad cop in the game. So if country was in the position to accept the program, then for local politicians it was very difficult to sell unpopular decisions unless they gave as a kind of conditionality for some financial aid. And this was also something which enabled to some extent to gain this local ownership and preserve, let's put it this way, power for those who were responsible for running the country. So sometimes this external pressure can drive and sometimes skip the populist discussions about whether we should do or not do things or re-elect some governments. And I think it's precisely the thing why this external pressure is necessary. And even the powers of Ukrainian, they have told that Ukrainians will have in those organizations or this help organization most likely a share, but most likely a quarter or something, not more in terms of decision-making power. Because they accept the fact that the external pressure is sometimes under the crisis regime, when it's friendly, it's quite useful.
Okay.
I would just be very brief that I think that Russia will be even bigger challenge for the international community in Ukraine if a crisis ends, and it's not so easy to say that it's just you should create kind of somebody will take care about the Ukraine just only and will deal with this issue. It's more complex. It's one thing, but I think it's the security comes first. Like Raivo said already in this corridor, that if security of Ukraine is not guaranteed, it's impossible to solve all other things. You can start with humanitarian aid or some very, very necessary short, limited term kind of programs. But if you like to go for the Marshall plans, then the security is kind of a cornerstone of that program. So it's perhaps finally it will be some kind of a mixed body between Ukrainians, EU, or somebody who has the money. But we can't predict it before we have seen that the security issue is solved. And I'm not talking that Ukraine will become a member of a NATO necessarily. There are some other options as well, but it's can be United Nations based, but it should be militarily backed.
All right. Raivo,
just
please. Yeah,
brief
please.
thing. There should be an owner of the project.
Yeah.
An owner of the project should be on different levels. Definitely it's nation as such, desiring to go there, to get there, to do it. But on top of that, you need just a practical ownership. And right from the topest layer of the state organization, meaning in Ukrainian case, it's president himself, first of all. Verkhovna Rada, incorporate at least by majority. It's precondition. To minimize the oligarchic impact, definitely. Investors pool, which includes both international financial organizations, but also private investment channels and vehicles, all kind of. There is a range of. And of course, direct access and collaboration between them. And this is the recipe precondition. And then there is a recipe itself, which is coming in forms of all kind of acquis, so-called. But it should be there. And the elements are already there. But are they coordinated, already working in the proper way? I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, okay. It's very difficult to say, obviously. I wanted, Marina, you have been so silent, and I wanted to actually ask you, everybody is talking about integrating Ukraine into EU and all these processes, and how do you see that, maybe also from the micro perspective, that, all these local governments, towns, municipalities, also the civic organizations. So how do you see this wider integration of Ukraine into Europe, living in Vienna now and Estonia? So you must have a very good picture.
Yeah, so here comes probably a bit of, my past knowledge of Ukraine as, as a person who was born there and lived there for some years in the past. So Ukraine, I would say first, is a very heterogeneous country. So this is the problem that, it's an asset on the one side, but on the other side, it's obviously a bit of a problem because even before the war, Ukraine was, it was a very big spectrum of opinions and positions towards European Union, towards NATO. Ever since Ukraine exists as an independent, or started to existing as an independent country. And in that respect, one point makes it now even harder, and this is something we haven't really talked about, is what happens with the territories which are currently occupied. So if Ukraine, if they're hopefully liberated, what are their, from the reconstruction perspective, it's clear that they have to be rebuilt, probably not in the same shape as they were before, because the industry as it existed in Ukraine in the eastern part of the country is now outdated, so it doesn't make sense to rebuild it in the same shape. It has to be modernized, and has to, obviously new technologies have to be brought there. But the other side is about people who live there, and there unfortunately I have a grain of doubt about the opinions of people. I do tend, thinking optimistically about the future of Ukraine, I want to think that people would have the same opinion towards EU integration, for instance, that people will be united on that. There will be a strong nation, Ukraine, one single strong nation with one strong, view towards the European Union. But unfortunately, I cannot be 100% confident in that because people are still, there are different opinions. And even after the war, even after this horrible tragedy happened, there still could be some people who may oppose that. Although, I'm still hoping to be optimistic on that, and I really see a bright future of Ukraine in the European Union. Personally, also, but also thinking as an economist, I do see Ukrainian great potential with the European Union because it will be a great, it will be a strong country, and it will be a benefit not only for Ukraine but also for the European Union to have Ukraine as a full-scale member with the same rights and with the same opportunities, because Ukraine is a very rich country in terms of not only resources, we usually think about resources, but also in terms of the human capital. Yannick also outlined, people are very skillful, people are very smart, and the education system is very strong. And I do hope that Ukrainian people will have the same strong national identity also after the war, because now, as with the military escalation, it was obviously one of the strong points that Ukraine have this very strong national feeling. Even for me, I haven't been living in Ukraine now in decades, but I still now start all of a sudden again identifying myself very strongly as Ukrainian, and I do have this individual, this national identity. So I hope that it will also stay there after the war. Again, assumption on the war will be obviously victorious for Ukraine, and I hope that it will be also for all Ukrainians, in the sense that there will be this strong unity, as it was for Estonian society after the end of the Soviet occupation. So this is something what has to be there, as it is one of the crucial aspects for the EU integration, in my perspective.
Jaanika wanted to comment, and then Raivo.
Yes, unfortunately, I have to run because I'm working on rebuilding Ukraine. I'm partially joking, but not only, because one of the projects I'm working on right now is actually Expo 2030. Because Ukraine, Odessa, wants to be a host city of Expo 2030 because it sees it as a huge opportunity to basically boost the economy and the tourism and the infrastructure and so on. So this is kind of, I have one meeting coming. But I'm absolutely sure the majority of Ukrainians support EU, support NATO. It's even in constitution. There is no doubt. Of course, there is people imagine this kind of words EU in different ways. Of course they do. Of course they weigh different things from this EU or NATO. They have different expectations. But I'm absolutely sure that the huge majority of Ukrainians are basically for the same values and for the EU, whatever it means. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Annika, very much. Thank you for coming, and it's okay. But Raivo wanted to comment.
Actually, it was partly already covered, but it was about resources. Ukraine is extremely rich in both ways, in human resources and natural resources. And just some calculations have been made for the region which is now under major attack or is attacked because of the war. And this war zone itself is including about 1 trillion of different kind of natural resources, already.
Yeah.
So basically, it is a self-sufficient project in Ukrainian case if it will be utilized properly. And among those resources are those which are in great need for Europe to follow the path of the grain turn, to follow for the energy independence from autocratic regimes, and so on. So Ukraine can provide at least part of the solution already. Just it should be taken into account and utilized in the best possible way.
Yeah. So I'm very happy that you made this comment, because we have a couple of minutes left, and I was planning from the beginning to end with a very positive note. So, and if you look at the title of our panel, then there is the word innovation, and we haven't used it. So now I ask you very shortly, because each of you have 1 minute, maybe, you know, if you really try to end with a positive note and think the future, what kind of innovations do you see as crucial, and what innovations do you propose? Can be technological, can be also organizational, coordination-wise, can be also, of course, economics, different business models that are also political. So I let you to think a bit, and who wants to start? Rainer, please.
I will make it very short. I recommend for European or global politicians just only one innovation thing. Everything should be done in the right time, in a correct way. And not just to wait something, or that something is improving itself, or something is just passing you, not touching you. So it's time to act. And it's, if you like to see that Europe will survive and stay the same as it is at the moment and develop in the future, we should help Ukraine out of this mess. That's it.
Okay, Peter.
Well, Ukraine resembles Estonia in 1990s. We did many crazy things, and I think some point of time it seemed to be that nobody was responsible even, but somehow it ended up well. And obviously, even if we made mistakes, the risk of doing nothing is always much more significant, and first results will come if you just wait instead of making decisions, and even if they are wrong, you can redo it, and that's why I think Estonia is becoming like an old gentleman in late 40s, already quite careful, perhaps all those cushions and pension funds available. Ukraine, including the stomach, which is authority, but basically Ukraine is still kind of young, and it's very easy to see sometimes this guy in 40s, it looks with some kind of envy, even those young people. How can they do things which we in our childhood or in young years did, and bachelor years, and now it's perhaps sometimes easy to give some advice, which sometimes can be even useful, you know.
Okay, thank you.
But advice is never that be careful and do nothing. That's absolutely no go.
Okay, thank you, Marine.
So also, you know, combining to Ukraine and innovation. So again, maybe, yeah, this is related to the fact that Ukraine is like now young and it has a good potential to grow. In a sense, there is also a good space to test the innovations. And in that respect, I think I would, something I would be, I would have an emphasis on is on the green innovations concerning especially the energy sector, because this is something we touched a bit on the energy crisis, a huge energy crisis. And now with potentially like a lot of critical infrastructure being already destroyed or being heavily damaged, and that could persist in the next month, we cannot rule it out. I would say that post-war Ukraine would be an excellent space to innovate, to test, to implement and test the new green technologies when it comes to the energy sector. And yeah, so this would be a win-win for Ukraine and for the EU and the global economy.
Absolutely, I agree. And Raivo?
Yeah, at the very moment when President Zelensky mentioned that actually Ukraine can provide Europe with energy, right at the very moment after that, Russians started to bomb out everything, which is related to the infrastructure for that purpose. But it's not accidental, by the way. It's deliberate choice and understandable one. But my point was actually very simple. The importance of the mindset is a very important thing. Yeah, energizing the society and keeping the innovative and readiness mindset, readiness for changes, is very important. At certain point of time, when you reach certain level of development, you start to lose this momentum. So don't, Ukrainians, please, don't lose the momentum. At the moment, the war has actually speeded up and beefed up, in a sense, the whole momentum for this way of thinking, mindset. So major innovation is not technology related or organizations related. It's to the mindset related. And that's my message.
Okay, thank you very much, all of you. It was a pleasure. And the opponents of Ukrainian development maybe are blaming Ukraine that they have waken up the whole West. And but what you have said is to all Ukrainians, keep up the good job. And I think with this optimistic note, we can go to a small break, and we are basically back in our schedule. So everything what happens next happens on time. So see you later.
Welcome back to the Delta Management School of the University of Tartu. You are watching the Delta Trends Day 2022 with the heading of the new economic world order. We have reached to the fourth section of the day. We started with a political perspective and we were talking about the struggle for global leadership and power. The second section was about the business perspective. We were talking about reconfiguration of global value chains. The first section was on Ukraine. We dedicated to the rebuilding of Ukraine from as a society, as a country, and as an economy. And now we have reached to the fourth section, which is the new economic world order. Our next speaker is going to be Edward Lucas. Edward is a non-resident senior fellow at the Center for European Policy Analysis. Until 2018, he was a senior editor at The Economist. He writes also a column on the Times and occasionally writes in Daily Mail. Lucas has covered Central and Eastern European affairs since 1986, writing, broadcasting, and speaking on the politics, economics, security, and security of the region. Edward Lucas is also a good friend of Estonia, and actually he became the first e-resident of Estonia in 2014, so 8 years back. And Mr. Lucas is going to speak about the best global balance of power in the future. So the floor is yours, Mr. Lucas, please.
Hello from London, Tere. My name's Edward Lucas. I've been dealing with the questions of the global balance of power since the early 1980s, living behind the Iron Curtain in the days of the Soviet Empire, and also trying to deal with the rise of the Russian Empire. And I've also edited a weekly bulletin on Chinese influence operations in countries to the west of China. And I think the first thing to say about the global balance of power is that it's a greatly inferior outcome to a global security order. That there's a famous saying from classical times, from the days of the Peloponnesian War between Athens and Sparta, that the big countries do the deals that they can and the small countries accept the fate that they must. And that is what you get when you get a big country balance of power. And there's also an African saying that when the elephants dance, the grass gets trampled and the smaller animals get squashed. So I'm not sure I want really a balance of power. It's a second best solution to an international security order. And we have, to some extent, an international security order. It doesn't work everywhere. It works in Europe up to a point, thanks to the American security guarantee in Europe, and it works in the Eastern Pacific, in the Western Pacific, thanks to the United States, again, with its Pacific allies. We absolutely don't have a security order in the continent of Africa, for example, and we see this on a daily basis with the appalling suffering in the Horn of Africa and the fighting in the Central African countries, particularly the Democratic Republic of Congo. So we have, on the one hand, a partial international security order, and we have a sort of balance of power, mainly based on the American-Chinese rivalry globally, and to some extent on American-Russian friction, which is managed but not eliminated by the existence of NATO, that friction mainly manifesting itself in Europe. So where are we? The threat to the balance of power comes from the rising powers, particularly China, Russia rising not in terms of its actual capabilities, because Russia is declining in demographic and in relative economic terms, but rising in terms of its ambitions. The going from the 1990s constraints of economic, political, and military weakness through to the boom in oil prices and gas prices in the what we call the noughties, the years from 2000 to 2010 and thereafter. And now we see the Russian overt imperialist attack on Ukraine starting in 2014 and then intensifying with the invasion after February 2022. So even our fragile security order is under threat from the rising powers, from Russia and from China. It's under threat in the Western Pacific, particularly because of Taiwan and the increasingly ambitious and forthright statements from Xi Jinping about how he wants to reunify what he regards as the Chinese motherland sooner rather than later, and the increasingly aggressive reaction to any sign of Western support for Taiwan beyond the economic and cultural sphere. And of course, we see a very severe challenge to the security order in the continent of Europe, as I mentioned, with Ukraine. Now, it's very easy to look at this and see it all in terms of the strength of the other side. And the first big point I want to make today is that the threats to the global security order and to the existing balance of power come not so much because of the strength of the rising powers, rising in ambition terms in terms of Russia and rising in economic terms in terms of China. I think they come fundamentally because of the weaknesses in the West. Now, when I say the West, it's a fairly loose term, and it's not geographically Western because it includes countries like Japan and South Korea, which are to the east of most of the countries that we call the West. When I say the West, I mean the advanced industrialized democracies. Almost all of them treaty allies of the United States in one respect or another. So this American-led group of industrialized democracies, which is still the biggest concentration of power and wealth in the world, of $40 trillion GDP, the West's GDP around 1 billion people in terms of population. So not quite as big as China in population terms, but a lot bigger than China, and certainly a lot bigger than Russia in GDP terms. So the weaknesses in the West, I think, are the fundamental problem that we face. It's partly because of very bad decisions by Western leaders over the last 30 years. I think the single biggest bad decision has been with regard to the way that the world economy runs. We saw an enormous opportunity to bring China into the world trading system, particularly with WTO membership, but also more broadly with globalization, the idea that goods and services and capital, to some extent people and ideas, should cross international boundaries freely. And this would, according to economic theory, and quite correctly, allows increased specialization. It cuts costs, raises profits, stokes innovation, and boosts prosperity. And so it did. It's been the most extraordinary engine of economic development over the last 30 years, since 1990, that the world has ever seen. But there's been a problem with it, that the gains and the losses were not shared equally. Enormous numbers of people, several hundred million people, came out of poverty in China as a result of China's integration in the world economic system. Many tens, hundreds of millions also in India, and many tens and hundreds of millions in other countries as well. Vietnam, Indonesia, Bangladesh, all over the place. Globalization had a huge beneficial effect. And it also was very good for the people who are running the elites in Western countries, the sort of people who read The Economist, the magazine that I used to work for many years. And they did very well as well. We got a kind of global class of the super rich. But we left a big element out of this, which was the people who were not well placed to benefit from globalization, the blue collar workers who worked in industries that were facing very sharp competition, particularly from China, but also from other rising economies, people who felt threatened by migration because of the increased competition for public services, people who couldn't get social housing, couldn't get access to healthcare, who found that education opportunities were squeezed. And the problem with this is that these people can vote, and vote they did. They voted for Trump, they voted for Brexit, they voted for Marine Le Pen, they voted for Giorgia Meloni, they voted for the AfD and for Die Linke in Germany. They vote all over the place. And this has been a fundamental problem for the Western democracies, that the way we ran the world didn't suit a large chunk of our voters. And we took that very much for granted. And I feel personally responsible for this, because I was working at The Economist all through this period, and we were championing the idea that globalization would make everybody richer. And we overlooked the fact that it makes some people feel, at least relatively, or maybe even in absolute terms, poorer. There's a large number of voters in a large number of Western countries whose wages have been stagnant in real terms, some even stagnant in nominal terms over the last 30 years, and they're fed up with that. Added to that, all the other strains of globalization. And we have allowed this to develop over a long period, and the result has been alienation, cynicism, and polarization in our society. And the consequences are serious, not only for our internal cohesion, but also for the cohesion of our alliances. We see populist politicians saying, we don't like all this, the costs of this national security effort we're making. Why do we have to accept higher energy prices or other shortages in higher food prices, higher fuel prices, all these things because of the war in Ukraine? So I think that was the first big mistake the West made in its over 30-year period. We also, I think, grossly overreacted, and this was chiefly an American fault, to the terrorism threat after 9/11. We declared a global war on terror, made out that terrorism was by far the biggest problem we faced, burnt an enormous amount of our political credibility, fighting wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, which have failed. And I do not feel that the people who run the world have fully accepted the extent of that failure. We try not to talk about it. It's kind of embarrassing that we were defeated by the Taliban in Afghanistan, and that we tried to make Iraq into a better place, and we've turned it into a real mess. And we've spent trillions of dollars doing so. We've incurred enormous casualties on our side, and even bigger casualties in terms of the people who we were supposedly trying to help. Many tens of thousands of people have died and hundreds of thousands maimed and traumatized as a result of this failed expeditionary warfare, which was supposedly to counter a terrorism threat, and I think has not really had any great effect on the terrorism effect. So that was the second huge thing. Then there were two other big mistakes the West has made. One was the financial crisis, 2007, 2008, where the financial crisis of 2007, 2008, where a particular model of financial capitalism came crashing down. And for many voters, particularly in my country, in Britain, in America, in other countries which had overdeveloped financial systems, this left a lasting sense of anger that the banks went bust, the taxpayer had to bail out the banks, nobody went to jail, we're all poorer as a result, and nobody's taking responsibility for it. And then finally, there was the pandemic. And I think the pandemic really exposed Western weaknesses in all sorts of ways. There was the lack of forethought. We've been warned for years of the danger of a pandemic virus, and Bill Gates and other people had given very eloquent, persuasive speeches about the need to prepare, and we didn't prepare. So that dented our reputation for good decision-making one way. Excuse me. And then when the pandemic broke, the response was very mixed. We hoarded vaccines in the rich world. We didn't send them to the poor world. We didn't even spread them fairly throughout the rich world. So countries that looked to the West and the big Western countries for leadership were left desperate for vaccines and desperate for personal protective equipment, and found that the big Western countries were only interested in their own voters and not in anyone else. So we've had a series of bad decisions in that sense, financial front, on the economic front, in terms of public health, in terms of security. But I think more deeply than that, the West has failed to understand the importance of defending Western values. Democracy and freedom do not come free. We, after 1991, I think in a profound sense, lost the kind of moral and mental discipline that we had during the Cold War, where we knew that we were up against a really serious adversary, and that if we didn't take precautions and make sacrifices, this adversary could actually win. Because during the Cold War, we did think there was a chance that communism might win, particularly in the beginning, the early decades of the Cold War. And we lost that. We decided the only thing that mattered was to make money, develop our societies, and to get richer and more comfortable and happier. And we didn't realize that, excuse me, freedom doesn't come free. And that had all sorts of consequences. It meant that we opened up our societies to dirty money, which we see particularly with Russian dirty money in the British political system, but also Chinese influence in Canada and in the United States and in Australia and in New Zealand and in Germany and other countries. And we dismantled large parts of our protective armor against foreign influence operations, because we didn't believe that anyone was going to attack us ever again. We did a little bit on counterterrorism, but the idea that we might face Russian or Chinese subversion seemed kind of fanciful. We completely ignored the dangers of supply chain pressure. I remember in Germany in 2005, how German officials literally laughed when they were warned about the danger of gas dependency on Russia. I remember trying to warn German officials about the dangers of information operations from Russia. And they said, Herr Lucas, you can't be serious. Are you really saying that the Russian Federation would conduct information warfare against the Federal Republic of Germany? Well, we've seen how that ended out. So there was this enormously dangerous and extensive unilateral disarmament of our defenses. And it's because of all that that we've given Russia and China the chance to attack us. If we were stayed on our guard, if we'd made better decisions, the Russian and Chinese threats would be nuisances, but they wouldn't be menaces. Nobody put tanks in Wall Street and down the Unter den Linden and in the city of London saying, open your energy market to Russian gas, open your financial system to Russian dirty money, invest enormous amounts in China so you become really dependent on the Chinese market. Nobody made us do that. No, we did that to ourselves. We did it because we were naive, because we were complacent, and because most of all, we were greedy. Some of you may have seen my book, which I wrote in 2007, published in 2008, called The New Cold War. This was the first book to really warn about the excuse me, the threat from Putin's Russia. And copies of this book are available for extraordinarily low prices now on secondhand on Amazon. But to save you from spending €1 plus postage and packing, I can tell you the main message of this book is distilled in a single sentence. If you think that only money matters, then you're defenseless if someone attacks you using money. Excuse me. And so that is the Achilles heel of the West, and that's why the global balance of power has shifted against us. Now, how do we get it back? Well, first of all, we need a military victory in Ukraine. The Ukrainians are doing a fantastic job. It's a terrible indictment of the West that the war is happening at all, because we were warned back by Lennart Meri back in 1994 about the threat from Russia. And we were warned again and again over many years, not just by Estonians, but by Latvians and Lithuanians and Czechs and Poles and Slovaks and Ukrainians and indeed Russians and others. But we ignored those warnings, and now tens of thousands of people are dead, hundreds of thousands of people are maimed and traumatized, millions of lives have been blighted, and the damage is $1 trillion and upwards. But better late than never. If we give Ukrainians the weapons they need and the financial support they need, they can win the war. And I think that the military victory that they are, or the victories that they're already gaining, and that I think there are more in store as they move towards Kherson, and the military defeats that means for Russia, intensify the political difficulties inside the Russian Federation. There's already extraordinary levels of stress and discontent inside the Kremlin, and we see things that we would have never imagined possible only a couple of years ago in terms of political upheavals and so on inside Russia. And I think that the military and the political will fuel each other, and we are looking towards the end of the Putin regime. I would be surprised if Putin was still in power this time next year. Now, that won't necessarily mean that things become easier. If Ukraine can get back the territories it's lost since February, or even go further and get back the territories it's lost since 2014, we then face the most enormous task of reconstructing Ukraine, and that will be a generational task. It needs a new Marshall Plan. It's going to be enormously expensive. I think it's entirely worth the money and will be it's enormously to be desired, but we should not underestimate the task of rebuilding Ukraine. But perhaps the even bigger question is, how do we deal with a defeated Russia? I do not believe that Russia will be easier to deal with after its defeat in Ukraine. I think it may have to accept a very painful settlement, and that settlement will be blamed on Putin by whoever takes power after Putin. But Russia will be is still, I think, infected with this imperialist worldview, the idea that other countries have to make way for Russia's interests. It's not only in terms of the external empire, but also the internal empire, the sort of chauvinist Russian Ruski Mir idea of that it's Russia's job also to control the different regional and ethnic and linguistic components of the Russian Federation in a very harsh and centralized way. But it's going to be a very difficult neighbor, and we will need to think very hard about what our Russia strategy is going to be in order to both create a new European security architecture that brings Ukraine in. Whether or not that's NATO or not will remain to be seen. I very much hope it will be NATO. We need to have a new European security architecture, which is able to deal with this resentful, aggressive Russia, which we will face. I think we also have to reckon that this new European security architecture may have to be European and not transatlantic, because one of the things we'll have to deal with is the idea that America is no longer as reliable as it used to be. And we are lucky to have the Biden administration now, for all its faults, but I think it's entirely possible we get a isolationist Republican administration under Trump or someone else, which may well say that it's very busy in the Western Pacific and doesn't have time for European security. Perhaps the single biggest lesson of the Ukraine war is that Europe is strategically naked without the United States. We need to remedy that really fast. We have perhaps till 2024, 2025 to start thinking about how we rebuild this security architecture in Europe with America perhaps as the backstop, or perhaps not even that. So that's going to be an absolutely enormous task for us in Britain, for you in Estonia, and for everyone else in between. And then there's the question of China. What do we do with China? In many ways, I feel that the conflict in Ukraine and the confrontation we have with Russia as a result is a kind of dress rehearsal for the much bigger question of what we do about China, which is a really serious adversary. Russia is ultimately not a serious economy. It has serious numbers of nuclear weapons, but I don't believe they're really usable in any realistic scenario. But China is a far bigger and more difficult threat. And there, the heavy lifting is going to have to be done by the United States. It can only do it with its allies, and to keep its allies in the Western Pacific, particularly South Korea, Japan, and the others, it has to defend Taiwan. If America is unable to defend Taiwan, it loses its credibility with the other allies. And we in Europe can do our bit on this by trying to help America on Taiwan. And I would like to commend the efforts of Lithuania in particular in trying to break the Chinese diplomatic taboos about political contacts with Taiwan. Also very commendable work by the Czechs on this front. But I think if we want the United States to help us in Europe, then we have to be ready to do quite a lot to help the United States deal with China, and whether that's in terms of controlling Chinese investment, a lesson which the Germans, I think, signally have failed to learn with their Chancellor Scholz's attempts to sell the port of Hamburg to the Chinese, or whether it's trying to spread the burden of helping Taiwan, or whether it's on other things. We even if we think China's a long way away, if it matters to the Americans, it matters for us. It's going to be very, very difficult, this, because we've integrated our economies very deeply, and decoupling or deglobalizing from China is going to be hard. And I'm not advocating that we do it completely, but we need to think very strategically about where our dependence on Chinese imports or indeed exports has become a vulnerability, and how we manage that vulnerability. And we'll have to rethink very substantially the way we look at trade and investment flows. These are not neutral commercial decisions. They all have a national security dimension. But that will be fundamentally one for the Americans. We will play a supporting role. But for them, it's the question of who becomes top dog globally, whether they stay top dog or the Chinese try and displace them. And it will be very difficult. But in the end, I think that, and I want to come back to this, I don't want to live in a world of balance of power. I want to live in a world where, as much as possible, we operate within a rules-based security order, where small countries also have their say. And so we need to look at every part of the multinational, multilateral organizations and systems that we have, and work out how we can strengthen them and defend them. Because the stronger they are, the more the big countries are constrained, particularly when they make bad decisions, and the better chance we have of having small countries playing a full part in the international security order and not being pushed around. So the balance of power that we need in the future is one that is based on rules and organizations and predictability and consent, and not one that is based on might equals right. And on that note, I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. I'm so sorry not to be able to join you in person. You're welcome to follow me on Twitter. I'm at Edward Lucas. My direct messages are open. You can contact me that way if you think I've said something either that is spectacularly stupid and you want to challenge, or if there's something you agree with, you're welcome to get in touch with me that way. But for now, I say Aite, thank you, goodbye, Negamist, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much, Edward Lucas. Very nice Estonian words indeed. But unfortunately, he couldn't come, and you cannot ask directly from him any questions because he will not be in our panel later. And the same is true for our next guest, who is Professor Ari Kokko. And Ari is a professor in Department of International Economics, Government and Business in Copenhagen Business School. And actually, Ari is one of the oldest friends of our school. Maybe already 30 years ago, he started to come to Tartu and to have lectures about East Asian economies. And I must say that perhaps among the students, the stories always about Vietnam and North Korea were the most popular ones. But today, Ari is talking about European Union and East Asia and the role of China. So please, Ari, floor is yours.
So, hello everybody, and thanks for the opportunity to take part in the Delta Trend Days 2022, even if I'm not able to be there in person. Today, when you see this, I will be in Vietnam, in Nha Trang, running a workshop on various kinds of development-related issues there. You've heard a lot of stuff during this day about the US and China and decoupling and stuff like that. I'll talk a little bit about the EU and Asia, and it's necessarily going to deal quite a lot with EU and China, because China is such a big part of East Asia and affects the European Union in such a distinct manner. To make sure that I don't miss anything, I'll start out by just stating my main points, and I'll try to prove these later, or at least give some evidence in favor of them. So the first is that the challenges in the European Union's economic and political relations with Asia largely have to do with China. And we have a massive trade deficit with China. We have serious imbalances in the investment relations with China. And there are also asymmetries in the political decision-making process that makes it difficult for us to handle a big counterpart like China. So that's my first point. My second point is that there may be reason to be slightly optimistic when it comes to the massive trade deficits. I think that China's abnormal trade competitiveness will gradually diminish over the coming years. But I also think that imbalances in investment relations will remain a severe concern for quite some time to come. And then my third point is that, as you've heard, there are signs that China may be preparing for some kind of decoupling, and there may already be some dimensions of decoupling in the US-China relations. I think that perhaps the EU is also looking for ways to treat China as a special case. Maybe not decoupling, but a special partner rather than the typical partner that we have in Asia. So the first bit of evidence is here. This shows the massive trade deficit that the European Union has had with China for the past decade or so. Actually, this trade deficit has been there for a longer time, from at least the late 1990s. And we are talking in the last couple of years about 240 billion euros, which is really fantastically much. It has increased during the pandemic period, But the main reason for that is probably that the European Union has recovered better from the pandemic than what China has done. The lockouts or lockdowns in China that continue until today are restricting Chinese demand and also Chinese imports. To understand how this is going to work out in the future, I think it's necessary to look at the reasons for China's enormous export competitiveness. And I think that there are many ways of explaining the Chinese export miracle. Let me start with a structural version of the explanation. There's been a lot of talk about whether China has undervalued its currency and that this kind of misalignment is the reason for why they are so competitive. Chinese products are cheap because Chinese currency is cheap. I don't think that is the case. I think the more severe undervaluation is an undervaluation of the Chinese cost of labor. And there are structural reasons for that. The first reason is that the labor supply in China has been really massive over the past decades. The first reason is that there's been a pool of surplus labor in rural areas, in the inland parts of the country, people who have been working at very, very low income levels in agriculture and who've been very happy to take on jobs in the coastal export zones, even at low salaries. And that pool of surplus labor has allowed Chinese export industry to expand at a very low cost. Demographics have also played a role in this. Because of China's one-child policy and the miserable years in the 1960s, China has been characterized by a situation where almost everybody is in the labor force. There are few old people, and also the cohorts of young people have been small because of the one-child policy. If we combine this with restrictions on the bargaining power of labor, there are no independent trade unions or labor unions in China. There is no political party promoting labor interests in China, and the national development strategy has been based on export competitiveness that requires low wage levels. We can see the result as a severely underpaid working class. In capitalist economies, GDP is divided by capital and labor in such a way that capital gets 1/3 and labor gets 2/3. In China, it's been the opposite. Capital has 2/3 and labor has had only about 1/3 of GDP. This reflects the unnaturally low labor costs in the Chinese economy. I will just show one picture on this, and this is China's population pyramid in the year 2010. In that year, the average Chinese was 33 years old, and you can see that the biggest cohorts are not the young people, which we usually have in a typical population pyramid. The biggest cohorts are middle-aged people that are already in the labor force. This can be compared, if we want to make a really, really dramatic point, can be compared with a real population pyramid, and that would be India the same year. Look at the difference. Everybody in China is in the labor force, and that gives a big supply of labor and low labor costs. There's another way of explaining the Chinese export miracle too, that will be very familiar to those of you who have studied macroeconomics. And basically that view says that Chinese export surpluses are huge because China has had huge savings. And underpaid labor, of course, is part of the story because capital owners have higher savings rates than workers. But we have also had demographics contributing to it, a high working age ratio, many people in the labor force for each one who is not in the labor force, means that households have had funds left in their budget after the necessary consumption has been taken care of. That capital has been available for savings and eventually investments, and then an institutional setting that has contributed to very high household savings. The costs for education, healthcare, elderly care, and pensions haven't been covered really by the public sector. Private savings have been absolutely necessary to cover these kinds of expenses. And perhaps the high cost of real estate in the major cities is also a contribution to this. the macro nerds will recognize the equation at the bottom of the page, or it's actually not an equation, it's an identity that says that the internal balance of an economy, the savings investment balance, is per definition always equal to the external balance, which is basically the current account. So if you have a lot of savings, you are likely to have an export surplus. I think that the end of this cheap labor era is in sight. It's not perhaps here yet, but we're moving in that direction. And one reason is that we've reached what has been called the Lewis turning point, the point where the pool of surplus labor in the rural areas has been exhausted, and that where you have to offer higher salaries to attract more people to the manufacturing sector. Demographics will also play a role here. And of course, the reason is the aging population. In addition, we should remember that Chinese people don't normally work until they're 70 unless they're in the party and government and various commissions. Chinese pension ages are lower than in Europe. And then there are increasing demands from the working class. The inequality between workers and capital owners has become massive, dramatic in the Chinese case. And this worries the Communist Party. So they would like to avoid social polarization in order to maintain what they call a harmonious society. And this is going to contribute to raising the labor incomes in the next few years. So my prediction is that trade surpluses should diminish if China continues importing. The last few years, the pandemic years, the trade surpluses haven't diminished, but the reason is that Chinese imports for consumption purposes have been very, very small. When it comes to the investment imbalances, it's not so much a question of investment volumes, but rather investment conditions. So my arguments are the following. We don't have to really look at volumes of foreign direct investments, neither stocks nor flows, because the Chinese investments in Europe increased dramatically over the past 20 years, and now we're roughly equal. However, the investment environment differs a lot. Chinese restrictions on foreign direct investment and the operations of foreign firms are much more severe than EU regulations on foreign companies investing in the EU. We should say that there are some FDI screening procedures that are now introduced, but even taking these into account, Chinese investors in Europe have a lot more freedom to do what they want than European investors in China. One example is that most of the Chinese FDI projects in the EU are acquisitions. Chinese buy already existing firms with strategic assets, technology, or something like that. European investors going to China hardly have a chance to acquire that kind of assets. So European firms, to a much larger extent, have to rely on greenfield investments. And I would argue that there are no clear signs of a more level playing field, despite reductions in Chinese FDI restrictiveness. And the reason here is that China doesn't need formal rules to control foreign investors. All the formal rules can look good, but the party has ways of steering economic activity anyway. The state-owned enterprises and their dominant position in China is one reason. Another reason is the recently implemented rules on Communist Party cells in all large enterprises. These party cells have to give their okay to all major corporate decisions before the board of the enterprise that does that. And this means that you don't need national level regulations in order to steer the development of economic activity. And let me give some data to support these arguments. So this is the value of the cumulative FDI stocks between the European Union and China. The chart goes only up to 2017. I couldn't find any newer ones, but not all that much has happened during the pandemic years. And in particular, there hasn't been a great imbalance between Chinese investments in Europe and European investments in China. So we're at roughly the same levels. This chart shows the Chinese investments in Europe in the past decade divided between mergers and acquisitions and greenfield investments. And you see that the light blue or turquoise part, the greenfield investment part, is very small, although it has increased a little bit in the last couple of years. Chinese enterprises are acquiring already existing firms with important assets in Europe. European firms are not able to do the same in China. And here we have some illustrations of FDI restrictiveness. This is an index based on what kinds of rules and regulations you have, what kinds of restrictions on the operations of firms. In every major industry, except for real estate, you see that China has stricter regulations on foreign direct investment. These things are problematic, and the European Union would really like to do something about them. The question is, can we ask the Chinese to treat our investors the same way we treat Chinese investors? Can we negotiate for reciprocity? My pessimistic answer here is that probably we can't. We don't have a lot of bargaining power. And one of the reasons for this is that Europe doesn't really have a common China policy, but instead many different views on how we should treat China and what we want from China. And this variety of views is related to differences in political agendas because of differences in what we already do with the Chinese. So it has to do with the bilateral trade relations with China. It has to do with the inflows of foreign direct investment from China. It has to do with ambitions regarding market access in China, and also the ability to manage competition from China. In all these four dimensions, we see differences between European countries, and therefore differences in their attitudes to China and their willingness to be critical and to force the Chinese to open their market. This contrasts a lot with the situation in China, where China is able to pursue one single strategy, and after the Party Congress this week, it's very clear that this is Xi Jinping's personal strategy. This chart shows the bilateral trade balances between different European countries and China, and you see here that only 3 countries recorded surpluses in trade in 2020. Most countries had big deficits. The Dutch deficit of 75 billion euros is an exaggeration, and that has to do with the fact that most ships coming from China dock in Dutch harbors, and therefore the imports are registered on the Netherlands. A lot of it continues to other European countries. But the question here is, can Germany and Hungary have the same opinions about China, given the very different starting points? This chart here shows the inflows of Chinese foreign direct investment to various European countries. And this is not an equal distribution across countries. The Baltics, for instance, have hardly received any Chinese investments, probably because firms are still too small to be interesting for the Chinese. The UK, Germany, France, Italy, and strangely enough, Finland are among the places that have received foreign direct investment from the Chinese. These differences generate different political opinions. Already about 10 years ago, there was a lot of study on how European countries differ in their attitudes to China. And this chart shows the one of these distinctions between a group of countries in the upper right-hand quadrant that are less willing to be critical to China, but more interested in what the Chinese are doing in Europe, and more interested in receiving support from China in the form of investment or credits or whatnot. The bottom left-hand quadrant shows a number of countries that are prepared to be critical and play a tougher game against China, partly because they are interested in getting access to the Chinese markets, both for their exporters, but also for companies wanting to invest there. And agreeing about exactly what one should do is very difficult here. We have been trying. If you remember, a couple of years ago, there was a lot of discussion about a comprehensive agreement on investment between the European Union and China. It could have perhaps leveled the playing field for these two locations. But it fell through. The European Parliament did not want to ratify this agreement, and the Chinese also backed out. So we really don't have any way of handling these imbalances in the investment regimes. But maybe Europe is trying to do something else. And this is my final point here. Maybe we should see the European Union's trade agreements in Asia as part of an alternative strategy. So what we see is a series of free trade agreements that typically also contain investment rules and regulations, competition policy, gender issues, and environmental regulations. We have seen, or we have active free trade agreements with South Korea, Japan, Singapore, and Vietnam today, and then negotiations with a lot of other countries in Asia. Maybe what the European Union is trying to do is to actually encircle China with these various free trade agreements so that we can, in a few years, decide that China is almost the only country that only has the WTO regulations to rely on, whereas everybody else has more favorable access to the European market, more close cooperation, and integration and coordination of rules and regulations with regard to investments, competition policy, and other kinds of issues that are difficult to deal with within the WTO framework. That is my prediction. China will be a special case in the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Ari Kokko. Ari is a professor at Copenhagen Business School, but actually he's currently in Vietnam. But now, welcome back to the Delta Management School studio at the University of Tartu Delta Center here. Actually, as we were talking before, we have 4 institutes here. And in addition to Delta Management School, we have Institute of Computer Science in this building. We have Institute of Technology and Robotics, and we have Institute of Mathematics and Statistics. And now our talks go towards cybersecurity issues. Our next speaker is Professor Rain Ottis from Tallinn University of Technology, TalTech. Professor Ottis is cyber operations professor at TalTech. Mr. Rain Ottis is a scientist also at the NATO Cooperative Cyber Defense Center of Excellence in Tallinn, Estonia. He previously served as a communication officer in the Estonian Defense Forces, focusing primarily on cyber defense training and awareness. He's going to talk today about cybersecurity issues related to international conflicts. So, Mr. Rain Ottis, the floor is yours, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Rain Ottis, and today I wanted to talk to you about cybersecurity in international conflicts. Now, first, to set the scene or the scope a little bit, when I talk about cybersecurity, I am talking about it more than just a technical discipline to protect your computer, but as a contest over the desired state of digital data and cyber physical systems. And the second half of this title is international conflicts. I'm talking both armed conflicts as well as the so-called great game that happens below the threshold of armed attack, including things like sabotage, espionage, and sanctions, etc. So let's first talk about cyber war or cybersecurity in the context of armed conflicts. This is something that is generally in the shadows of kinetic and information operations. Maybe, in some cases it might be by design, but it is also natural. If you are facing a tank rolling down your street, you are going to be a bit less worried about your password security at that time. So if you have a war that has a highly visible kinetic component or a highly visible information operations component, it's quite natural that cyber operations, if they occur, are not talked about as much. And the reason for that is that if you look at offensive cyber operations, then I would argue that the perfect offensive cyber operation is the one that no one knows about, because it is then going to be more effective, more difficult to defend against future attacks like this, and it gives an advantage to the attacker. A good, let's say, an interesting example, a successful failure, if you will, is the case of Stuxnet. This was a case where a cyber weapon was used in order to achieve kinetic effects in Iran, and it was successful in doing that. However, why is it a failure? Well, it is a failure because it was actually detected outside of Iran. It was widely studied all over the world, and today I can use it as an example. So I think in the ideal setting, the people behind this case would have preferred that nobody had ever found out about this attack, and the victim will just think that they are incredibly unlucky. Their centrifuges are blowing up, and there's nothing they can do about it. So this is another reason why we probably hear less about cyber operations than what would be normal if everything would be above board. Now, if we look at the Russian invasion of Ukraine, it gives us plenty of examples of how cyber has been used or is being used in the context of armed conflicts. Even before the recent hot phase, which started in February, there had been significant cyber attacks against the Ukrainian infrastructure. So power infrastructure is the most famous case in 2015. However, also during this last 8 months or so, we've seen several very interesting cyber events, such as attacking the KA-SAT ground modems on the early hours of the invasion, which resulted in thousands of ground modems being disabled, both in Ukraine and elsewhere. So there was significant collateral damage as well. And we have seen various ransomware cases right before and after the final invasion started here, and various other types of targeted cyber attacks against Ukraine. Now, on the other hand, I did decide to add a bullet here, an interesting comment from June, I believe, where US Cyber Command admitted that they engage in what they call hunt forward operations in support of Ukraine. So it's not 100% clear what is meant by that. One way to approach it is to say that these are operations to hunt for Russian capabilities in Ukraine, or to help Ukrainians identify potential weaknesses, indicators of compromise, and therefore thwart any Russian cyber operations in Ukraine. So obviously, there's probably a lot more going on that is what I can present here today. I also wanted to make a point that sometimes cyberspace is affected by other domains as well. A good example of this is the Russian, let's say, as the Russians were advancing earlier this year, they also destroyed a lot of the 3G, 4G infrastructure as they went along, until they figured out that this actually causes a self-denial service for them, because their encrypted communications require this infrastructure to function. So these are examples that nicely fit into the military power paradigm, and now let's look at some others. because there are other elements of power, and they are also relevant from the cybersecurity perspective. First, we have the informational psychological. Espionage has long been a favorite pastime between states, and cyber has made it more effective. So, if you want to know about what your adversary is up to or what their capabilities are, cyber is probably one way to achieve this awareness. If you want to boost your economy without spending too much time on research and development, economic espionage, again, something that very easily works with the cyber offensive paradigm. Another thing that we see on the softer side is the information or influence operations. If you think back to the 2016 elections in US, then you will remember that there was a lot of discussion about email, which is not normal for a presidential election, but this arguably had an oversized effect. And the reason behind this was that somebody had stolen some emails and was now conducting a targeted release of said emails. Another aspect of information operations that is very interesting is the circumvention of censorship. So again, an example from Ukraine, where Zelensky's speech has been broadcasted in occupied territories, circumventing the Russian information blockade. Going beyond economic and political, let's say sanctions or actions, we definitely see that there is a significant effect on cyberspace from various technology sanctions. If you have no chips, you're going to build less technology, including network technology. Same is true for software and services, where you can control the capabilities that the other nation is going to have, just because they won't be able to update their systems or to even use some software. And there's also the brain drain aspect of just pure human expertise, which is now either leaving certain countries or prevented from leaving some countries. So I don't want to go too much in depth on the economic aspects here. There's probably better experts in the room for that. I'm just highlighting that for cybersecurity people, the economic and political sanctions have played an oversized role in the cyber events of the Ukrainian case that we are observing this year. So let's also talk about the future a bit. And here there's, I think, some good news. There is some common ground in the world. More or less everybody agrees that critical infrastructure is important and requires protection. And more or less everybody is moving in some way or form towards digitizing their economy because they see some additional benefit from it. Now, this is a very technocentric approach, and partially because of this, I think compromise is possible, because the technology answer is quite simple. You standardize, you build interoperable systems, and you enable economies of scale. However, cybersecurity and cyberspace is not just a technical endeavor. Engineers are not fully in charge of everything that's going on in there. This is where the bad news comes in. We also have conflicting views, and specifically, this is the content side. So, what content is illegal, or what activity is illegal inside cyberspace? And this is an ideological problem, and it is not connected to the internet or cyberspace or computers or programming. It is about underlying ideological differences between nations, between blocks of nations. And therefore, compromise, I think, is not very likely, and we can await more examples of technological nationalism and economic protectionism to occur. I briefly also wanted to talk about some new technologies or current technologies that are on the cusp of achieving some sort of a new level. First, artificial intelligence. There's been a lot of progress in the field of artificial intelligence lately, but I would say that almost all of it has been in the field called narrow AI. Narrow AI is a field of artificial intelligence that focuses on one specific aspect. So whether this is speech recognition or image recognition or how to play chess, these are aspects where AI has made a lot of progress. So, for example, the computer can now consistently beat a human in various games. And we are seeing a lot of good progress in things like natural language processing. However, general AI, such as an intelligence that would be self-aware and able to solve problems that are not predefined from any walk of life. This is not something that we have seen yet. However, if it ever would get to that phase, we would definitely have a very, very significant event happening across the human civilization and cybersecurity in particular, because that would probably mean that we can take the human out of the loop, both on the defensive and offensive side, just because the human is going to be too slow in order to meaningfully act or react in the future cyber conflicts. Next, I want to talk about quantum computing a bit. So quantum computing is, again, developing. There are some things we know about it. So some cryptographical algorithms that will be broken once quantum computers reach a certain capability. But since it is a known threat in that sense, we might actually expect more of a case where the technology matures but does not cause a significant problem, because we have foreseen and taken steps to mitigate the potential effects. Human-machine interfaces, so adding new capabilities to the human. This would be something that revolutionizes cybersecurity as well, because we now will have to talk about how to protect a human from being hacked. So these are additional sensors that we might include, first for medical reasons, later for perhaps convenience or entertainment, and additional capabilities that perhaps are not even on the discussion board yet. Same goes for robotics. As they get more autonomous, more smart, smaller, we can expect a lot of new security problems to emerge from that. And finally, I'd like to end this discussion with a provocation for a discussion in the panel. So humanity rules the world, arguably thanks to our intelligence alone. We're not the strongest, fastest, hardiest, or even the most adaptable or numerous. So all we have really is our intelligence. And now if you think back to the AI discussion, what will be the role of a modern state in a world where humans are the second most intelligent entity? With that thought, I thank you for your attention, and I wish you a good remainder of the conference.
Yes, thank you, Professor Otis from TalTech. And now is actually the time for our last keynote speaker. And I'm really happy to invite here our own Professor Urmas Vaaraplane, who is professor in Delta Management School, and his field is international business. And of course, that comes together in a package with innovation, different policies, etc. Urmas prefers to call himself a beekeeper from Saaremaa Island, but actually he's well-decorated member of our Academy of Science and maybe the long-term advisor of Estonian government at different levels. So today he will speak about technological nationalism, and let's first find out what that means. Urmas, the floor is yours.
Hello, I am the last keynote speaker here, and therefore I would like to give simply a short overview about the concept of technological nationalism. And that is something which links very much with discussion in the first session, where we discussed about the decoupling issue in the world economy, and the future trade world is actually very much related also with the term technological nationalism. And on this opening slide, I put a photo of an opening ceremony of a factory in Arizona by TSMC, the Taiwanese most sophisticated semiconductor company. And that is somehow also a symbol of the change which happens, that Taiwanese are investing into United States. So, and here are some definitions and concepts which are explained a bit what is technological nationalism. And clearly we can say also that mercantilism in trade theory has been in 17th century, and this idea is somehow coming back. And the idea is, of course, that technological weapon could be used. And I go further on quickly. What are the main ideas? That government intervention in the market is justified. And this is somehow like a defense against the other hostile country. And it also says that the country could create competitive advantage using technological nationalism. And of course, most of all, it is evident in all kinds of so-called future-oriented industries. And I could say even more that at the core of all these industries is production of semiconductors and chips, because that is the cornerstone of future new technologies. And therefore, what is the background, how it comes that we have this national technological nationalism so important on the arena? And that is, of course, a fight between the liberal democratic model and so-called techno-authoritarianism. And the issue is, it is fight for technological leadership. And the point is now what to do. And one view is, of course, that if we have different values, we have conflict of values. And technological leadership is also now already issue of fight for values. So it comes that technological nationalism is becoming so important. And very quickly told, it is weaponization of technology. We are talking that now Putin is and Russia is weaponizing energy, and it is about the technology. And it has been already the case during the Cold War between US and Soviet Union with allies, that we saw it already where technology was a weapon. But now it's repeated again. And here is one document called Decoupling and Severe Ties, which says quite clearly that we are facing the world where is a growing firewall separating itself from each other, those countries who are in the lead in technologies. But main point in all this discussion is actually the Chinese steps, and already Krister Lungvall in his speech already mentioned it, but I come back to that. This is a document made in China 2025. And it was announced already now 7 years ago, and it was saying very clearly that China by 2049 is a leading manufacturing superpower in the world. And in Xi's speech, he said also now a couple of years ago that aim is to achieve national renewal, which means replacing the United States as a world leader. And that was some kind of triggering point for different kind of actions from this, first of all, from the side of United States. And in addition to that document, sometime later was also, 2018 was announced also that China Standards 2035 will be prepared. And in addition to that, I refer to one quote from Xi Jinping, where he said that to build China into cyber great power, China must have its own technology, it must have strong technology. And in addition, the ambition to become a cyber great power is not solely a game of technology, but also a game of ideas and discourse of power. And that says quite straightforwardly that it's very much linked with position on the world market. And now I show a couple of slides which are from different sources, also Henry Foundation materials here, where you see that Chinese companies in production of chips are not still in the top league. Here you see the 15 most important companies, and there are no Chinese companies listed. But on the next slide, you see from which countries China is importing those semiconductors. And we see that Taiwan, the same Taiwan, we often think China is going to invade very soon, is the most important source for imports. South Korea is following, Malaysia, Japan, and so on. So basically it shows also interdependence of countries and how complicated these relationships are. And another slide shows quite clearly that China could not export without importing all kinds of chips. You see, integrated circuits has a very important import item, which is needed in order to prepare and export the items on the right-hand side. So, and that shows also how the interdependence again reveals. And it explains also very much why in this Russian-Ukraine war, China is not openly taking the side. And I go now further on with some policy instruments which United States has used. And it is partly even called silicon nationalism. And it concerns very much everything related with semiconductor business. And you see ABC, suspension of technology sales, prohibit US investments into China industry, and Chinese companies could not acquire stakes in United States and in other allies as well. And there is a whole list of methods how it's done. So I don't stop so long here, but I want to show this slide. And the dark blue round is actually everything which was covered in Made in China 2025. And the light blue is the area where US has applied different kind of bans on technology access. So we see that. But I put it here also one comment, so-called Galapagos syndrome, which says that protecting local industries creates national champions, but it inhibits their ability to adapt and compete. And I think we can later discuss it also in our broader round about this issue and how this technological nationalism in long term will affect competitiveness of those countries. And now I show you next slide, which shows investments, capital investments into semiconductor industry by the location of headquarters. And here we see the rise of Asian countries from very low level up to now 66%. And down you see that only 8% of that is China. It's all other Asian countries. And then we see how United States is actually in the same position, and Europe is quite minor player, and Japanese role has decreased. But on the right-hand side, I put several figures, and I only partly comment them. There is very interesting figures about the new plans which are a reaction to American policy. It means that different companies are starting to invest into Western Hemisphere and to Europe. You see, Intel commitment to build in Germany $19 billion US dollars plant. Or already projects going on. Samsung in Texas with 17 billion, Taiwan company in Arizona, which I told already 12 billion, and so on. So basically there are estimations that US should invest 300 billion into that business to restore the previous position in the market share. So that's a lot of money. But on the other hand, this is something which is important if really Western world would like to compete. It is not only about tariffs and protection, but about investments. And next slide shows that Congress passed in US a special act which proposed 52 billion investment in domestic subsidies. And the State of Union speech, Ursula von der Leyen in 2021 said that Europe is creating jointly state-of-art European chip ecosystem, and the aim is to increase the share of EU firms from 10% to 20%. And the European Chips Act, which is even not adopted, but according to that, investment should be something like 43 billion into this industry segment. So, and now I show a couple of slides about another side of this war. It is called even World War of Standards, which is extremely important part of that. So if one country really takes a huge market share, then in the long run also the technological solutions and standards will be prevailing. And in many areas we see that already now that China has achieved that. And in this case, I would say I maybe move further on. And you see, for example, what has happened with standard proposals by companies by their origin by beginning of 2021. And 5G, we see already that biggest player is China with most standard proposals, followed by Sweden, we can say Ericsson, Finland, Nokia, and then is coming US. So it means that the battle to set digital technical standards is really going on. And Joe Biden already in 2020 in Foreign Affairs article mentioned 3 points. And he said that for 70 years, United States played a leading role in writing rules. You should continue the lead, not China. You see the confrontation argument very clearly. United States is leading the change in innovation. There is no reason we should be falling behind China. Anyone else comes to clean energy, quantum computing, etc. And the third point is about allies. The most effective way to meet that challenge is to build a united front, allies and partners to confront China abusive behavior. So that is about the technical standards. And I only go further on. Biden administration already in February 2021 conducted so-called 100-day review on supply chains of strategic importance products. And here is the title of that document and structure of that document, where you see that what kind of value chains are covered by that document. And this is utmost importance for different sectors. And then I discovered about very interesting agreement, Wassenaar Arrangement, which was established already in 1996, which aim is to contribute to regional security and stability, responsibility in conventional arms and dual-use goods. And there are 42 participating states. And one member state is, by the way, Russia, but not China. So that's very interesting. What is the future of this kind of arrangement? But coming back to the Europe and its approach, I would say that Europe very long hesitated how to behave. But now European Union has given China the title of systemic rival. And it was ratified by European Parliament, and now it was extremely big issue raised when China Media Group acquired 81% of the world most sophisticated robot manufacturer, KUKA, in Germany. So, and I show also these cooperation slides which are now created, and US and EU created Trade and Technology Council, which is now working second year. And it is, its objective is, as you read here, to lead global like-minded partners in promoting open, interoperable, securable, reliable digital space, and to remain leaders in developing and protecting tomorrow's technology. And in the next slide, you see also what is going to happen. I made some points simply bigger, but that is about the issue of strategic standardization mechanism, a joint roadmap, how to measure artificial intelligence and risks concerning to that. Very many different important points here. So, and I think that it shows that this ally point is very important. And finally, I come to the slide which says what it all means to the companies. And it is from Merrick's document where they are discussing from perspective of European views, companies. And their point is that actually European companies should think, they should choose dual systems. You have one supply chain, you have research development system to serve China and to provide another one for the rest of the world. And this is really, of course, very complicated. And second one is so-called flexible architecture. Everything that can be supplied in neutral manner in a market developed and built for both systems, with other part being developed separately for each market. So you see, quite a difficult flexible model. But conclusion is that both are very costly. And that is something which we discussed already in the first session, how much we are ready to pay for all these kind of things. And here I think is time to simply finish, because I gave simply some overview about technological nationalism, and we move further to the discussion. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Professor Varblane. We will soon continue with a panel as well. So we have reached to the final stage of Delta Trends Day 2020, where we are talking about the new economic world order. And the final debate is built up around this topic as well. And we have the following panelists here. We have Kristel Ljungvall, we have Mr. Raivo Vare, we have Professor Urmas Varblane as well, and we have me as a moderator here. So we'll go with the panel. So welcome, gentlemen, to this final panel of Delta Trends Day 2022. And our discussion goes around the final topic as well, as which was the topic of the day, the future new economic world order. And actually, we had a claim in the comments. I don't remember from which country it came, but the claim was written in a way that our speeches tend to support the existing world economic order. Why it is so, and is it so? I mean, to start somewhere. Professor Varblane, you just finished. Is it so?
I think that maybe we can start to discuss that, how to identify what is a current trade system and what is a current world order. And it is very much related with a question how we see the future trends in globalization and how world is going to change. And we saw the rapid growth of global value chains 30 years. And now we have seen that already last maybe 3, 4, or 5 years, this index of globalization is stagnating and even going down. And so basically there are some factors which are saying that globalization is going to change. And if we are talking about the future world order, we should think first, the current globalization model, is it going to continue like it is, or we see the change? And if we see the change, then we can already think what kind of institutional changes in framework are going to happen. And I simply selected one slide, which I think members of the team could not see, but I give you also a printed version. Give it to Raivo, maybe. And then is where you can see different stages in globalization. And this is made by Chamber of Commerce in China, MERIX, together. And on the left-hand side, you see the globalization in the form how we thought it should be. We see the really liberal model, integration, rule-based. It is a positive-sum game, I can say also, this type of model. And now we see very little decoupling in the top. You see the arrow, increased decoupling between the two worlds. And there was very little decoupling. And Christer could later also comment, and he made already good points about that, how it was a period when, for example, China was treated as a weak country, not big issue, we can use a huge market, we benefit from cost advantage and all that. And now we are moving to the right-hand side. And now the question mark is where we are on the second column, third column. And it is called, nice word, patchwork globalization. And in this patchwork globalization, we see two versions of that. So weaker decoupling and stronger decoupling. And now I talked about techno-nationalism, which is also on that slide, you see. But in the first column there, the open strategic autonomy point and plurilateral world sounds as something which could be, I would say, quite good solution. But now the question is that how, first, my point is we can discuss where we are on that scale, on the second or third column already. And what will be the future? Should we move further to the right, or we stop there, or by some regulations we can turn it back and move to the left? So that is my intrigue here.
So Christer, what do you think where we are on that?
Yeah. It is there too.
That's quite an intrigue.
Yeah, it is intriguing.
How to answer that? That would make me a millionaire.
Yeah, millionaire anyway.
Or let me try to answer like this. In the 1990s, let's say, early 2000, when you talk to companies, at least Swedish, American, British, German companies, investing in China, I mean, they saw nothing but a bright future. They were delivering 20% growth annually, and if we generalize, without much work. And the governments like Sweden and Germany and so forth, they were happy about that. There was no need to change. Everything was going as thing was supposed to work, right? Suddenly, these Western companies in China realized that, hey, we have competition. Mm-hmm. We are no longer producing complements, we're producing substitutes. The Chinese manufacturers are doing that at 25% lower cost. Wow. And suddenly we were competing heads on, started to compete heads on. At the same time, we don't have to repeat what has happened to the Chinese economy, but at the same time, the Chinese politics became formally more aggressive in terms of the foreign policy. It's not until then, that is to say quite recently, that EU, North America and so on, has started to discuss globalization, decoupling, new value chains, how to contain China. We should have thought about this 15 years ago. It means that we are in a very, very difficult position. Many of the Swedish companies, they are well anchored in China today. They cannot just withdraw or decouple. They have to continue their investments and expand in China. At the same time, we have the aggressive politics to address. And answering your question, I think and I hope we're going for the third column in this sense, plurilateral and like-minded clubs, smaller defragmentation, decoupling, not being that large. Because basically, the further towards the right, globalization disrupted we move, the higher the cost will be, the more clashes with China and Russia there will be. There will be certain areas where we have to say no to collaboration with China, for example. Other areas, we have to say maybe. And in some areas, we have to say yes. And the Heinrich Foundation talked about this, how to argue for each one of these cases. Why don't sell chips, but soybeans? We have to have a discussion about that. But again, decoupling from China is not the way to go because the world is too small for that. It means we'll be less innovative, cost will go up, productivity will go down. Yeah, so I'm quite pessimist.
Well, may I add something from the broader perspective, because it's very much focused on China, but it's not only about China.
Of course.
Finally, this globalization as we know it nowadays has taken place because of the steps taken already starting from 18th century and the whole, let's say, technological revolution which has taken place in different cycles, 4 cycles during this time, basically have led us to the situation where we have grown human population on Mother Earth 4 times since the beginning of last century, previous century, 20th century. During this process of globalization, the amount of people who were living in poverty dropped from 90-something%, 95 almost percent, to 800 million at the moment, which means that we have substantial success as a proof of this previously known globalization process. Okay? Now, we already see that it is changing because of very many reasons, and China is in a center of these changes in a way. So it means that we have to count in where these changes are going and what happens. And the reason why we are dealing with it is not because it's any way of anti-China. It's a attempt to understand that the previous order of things is changing, where it's changing, how it's changing, to be prepared and to utilize in the best possible way for the overall humankind interest. Not just preserving a commanding heights for only part of this humankind. And this is something which is overlooked and even hated in discussion about this globalization future.
But we are now sitting in a small country and in a small university town, Tartu, and discussing about the global issues. But what would be the strategy for small countries, both in Europe, but also in Southeast Asia, for example? And how kind of international organizations could support our agenda, at least? Because we heard, Edward Lucas was telling that if elephants are dancing, small ones have to stay alive, basically. So what should or would be the strategy for small countries?
Yeah.
But do we have a choice?
We are both.
Do we have a choice? Sorry to say that.
Yeah.
Do we have a choice? Because the logic of, let's say, well-organized international environment is precondition for survival for smallest nations. Yeah. So simple it is.
Yeah.
Without that, it goes like Russians want.
Yeah.
Not even Chinese in this case. I have to admit that Chinese have a bit more sophisticated view on that, politically and strategically, geostrategically. But Russians have very simplistic one. Yeah. And it's just, you have no rights, you are too small.
Yeah.
And this is something which is of vital interest of small nations, to be part of the arrangement which is not based on the law of force, but on force of laws and agreements.
And that is why we have to coordinate. As I
Yeah.
said earlier today, 70+% of global GDP is generated in let's call it Western democracies. For small countries, we have to be part of that, and we have to be coordinated. Otherwise, we will be eaten in one way or the other. Or the big companies like SKF, AB Volvo, they will basically disappear from Sweden in this example.
But
we have to coordinate ourselves.
But maybe I also respond to also Raivo's comment that what it means also, it means that we should have more sophisticated and also the better regulative framework. And we come back to the role of, for example, World Trade Organization. And Richard Baldwin is already writing 10 years about the need to create World Trade Organization 2.0. That we have now 1.0, but which is not covering standards like needed, artificial intelligence, all these future technology areas. And now this is only one step, but now the second point is also how to empower World Trade Organization 2.0. Because you may write good, perfect regulations, and maybe even these developed countries and developing countries are able to agree that it is going to pass World Trade Organization. But now the point is how to control that simply countries are following that. And now you well know what is behind that. Now there are very interesting papers which are observing what happened with China after 2001 when they joined World Trade Organization and how they followed these regulations. It was selective fulfilling regulations, selective.
To finish that Chinese topic, we had a question from our Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences, Mr. Raul Eamets, that if China is investing out and not letting investments in, I mean, in this case, who is going to win in the long run, China or the Western world?
Where you are taking this question that they are not letting investments in. They are letting investments in, they are not letting them out anymore. You can't withdraw your money from China. That's the methodology they have used from the beginning. We just have overlooked it very much.
I was also opposing to that question. It's actually wrong. I mean, the foreign investments from European companies to China is larger than ever. The changes is in the low-tech industries, which we used to invest 10, 15 years ago. China doesn't want that anymore. Right?
Yeah.
So there is no idea to invest in that business. But
and Chinese are doing also, if we are talking about these investments into China, I also observed one interesting case in the area of rare earth metals, which is very much interest also for Estonia because of one company, Silmet, which is owned by Canadian company New Materials. And New Materials has also invested into China. And now there was a necessity to shift the production from one place to another technological park. And now it turned out that the owners, Canadians, were not able to claim any intellectual property of that company. It moved away from old location to new and said, okay, but it is our intellectual property. And that was it. So basically, I show how risky is really to get something back from that investment, what Raivo mentioned here.
I just mentioned this about IPR because it's part of the investment. If you ask big companies, SKF, for example, say IPR in China is not an issue.
Yeah.
Why? Because they're so powerful themselves in terms of the number of people they employ, the money they invest. But if you go to entrepreneurs, Swedish entrepreneurs who entered the Chinese market, then IPR is a big issue because you have no resources to deal with the court or if you sue someone ever. So it's selective, but I definitely agree that lots of investment is coming in. They are anchoring their investments there. And again, with RCEP, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, this will be even more significant. Trade diversion is supposed to happen in the next 5 to 10 years, 40%. Of course, China takes benefit from that.
Gentlemen, but in this context, how optimistic you are about the future of Europe, as we have faced different crises here? We had like first economic crisis 15 years ago, we got Brexit. Then we had like COVID, now we have a Russian war in Ukraine. Populist parties are going up in Europe. What is going to be the future?
I'm sorry, I have to start.
You're welcome.
You know, I think that is what you're mentioning now, and I've talked about this in China many, many times. This is the beauty of democracy. You know, when something is not efficient, not productive, not good for a lot of reasons, we have institutions to discuss that. And we can discuss it, we can have elections, it can go this way, it can go that way, but in the longer term, you usually go in the right direction. The problem is in China. In China, you're not allowed to discuss problems, issues with how the party is dealing with things. There are no institutions to deal with that. So all these issues, problems, is being accumulated. We call it dust under the carpet. You know, and as long as you can let some of that dust out little by little, they will deal with it. But at one time, tomorrow, perhaps, you know, your mother-in-law will sweep the carpet away and all the dust is there immediately. Then there is no institution to deal with that. That's the real danger. Again, European Union, we have our issues, our problems, but we have institutions to deal with it. China do not. And that's a major and important difference. So I'm positive about the future of Europe.
I put it bluntly. Europe has been said being developed through crises. So basically learning from them and utilizing the best part out of it for further development.
Exactly.
In autocratic societies, and unfortunately, the assumption that the market economy brings democracy doesn't work in the real world, and we have at least three different types of market economy, with only one of them having democratic form of governance. So basically it means that in China they do not have this attitude. And basically it also means not only in China, it's in Russia, it's in many, many other countries, which means that the problems, they are accumulating. It's like a steam in the pot. So at certain point when this pressure of steam is too high, then the pot explodes.
Exactly.
And what has happened time to time in many, many different countries. And that's exactly why we should follow what is going on in such a big country and such important country and such a heavy participant in and so important participant in the international division of labor like China. So basically, if we do not know what happens there, we are actually in the wrong path by definition. Yes. Because otherwise, even we can't influence very much it, we at least know what we might expect of.
I have to make one more comment. Very good. An older Chinese professor, we used to share office a long time ago. He has passed away now. He once told me, Christer, if you meet someone, Chinese or foreign, who tells you that he knows where China will be a year from now, you can take it for a sure thing that he does not know anything about China. Because when we come back here tomorrow to the office, things can look very, very different. Or it can be the same. So that's the problem we are dealing with, letting just enough steam out of the pot or enough dust out from the carpet, a little by little at a time, so we don't get these explosive changes. And that's when we wrote a paper about dust under the carpet and the Chinese banking system. It's still in place.
Yeah, but
so it's important to understand this when we are dealing with China. Otherwise, how should we find appropriate strategies to decouple or, to integrate more, or what? We have to have an understanding about these, basic issues.
Yeah. I think that is also nicely shows that we can't get away from China, because all these figure here depends very much what kind of way China is also moving and developing. And therefore, I wanted to simply outline these 4 different strategies. What RAND Corporation in 2020 made a very good work. China Grand Strategy, Trends, Trajectories, and Long-Term Competition. And in that document, they proposed 4 different strategies for China until 2050. And these are following. One is triumphant China. Second is ascendant China. Third is stagnant China. And fourth is imploding China. So you see the whole variety. And now also, after having also heard the different presentation and talked with also Christer here, I am thinking that we can somehow link these different 4 strategies also for China with that picture. And then we see that it depends in which way China is developing and in which column we will in the future locate ourselves.
But gentlemen, we are sitting here at the University of Tartu Delta building. We have like 4,000 people community. We have 4 different scientific streams here. How now the university system should tackle that issue? We are talking about the global shifts of power, etc. And then you name different names, strategies of different names. Should you have a sort of a friendship strategy, as I don't know, Singapore and Hong Kong have had? I mean, that you invite foreigners from different countries around you to study in your country, and then you would end up in shared values somehow. Or is it like a business strategy? Do we have students or business somewhere here, where in these countries, or how we should tackle?
Well, that's also a multi-million-dollar question. But I think that, a little like you have done here in Delta School. I mean, when I was here 3 years ago, you were in a
NASA building.
Somewhere, to be honest, where foreign students did not want to go.
Yeah, it's true.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And where perhaps you did not have this positive feeling about coming to work, right? Right. When I come to this school yesterday, Irma shows me around. This is a place when you enter the school, being a foreign or a native local student, you get this kind of creative feeling of pushing the limits, trying new things, educating yourself, going back, forward, left, right. This is the environment you need to create and mix people from all around the world in, not only young students, but also, I'm looking at you, senior professors. Okay. To create this environment so people get together and talk, do things together, develop startups, write papers, engage, travel to see each other during the breaks. That is what universities are there for.
May I add something, just as an outsider, and I would say that it boils down sooner or later to a very simple thing. Creativeness is the name of the game. So basically, those are successful who are creative. As persons, individuals, as companies, we are teaching company people same story. We are talking about states and societies. Everybody, each and every layer of a human being or human civilization is based on development of it, success of it, has been developed on the basis of creativeness. The very first one who used our predecessor, who used the tool, whatever it was, and whomever was predecessor, by the way. But still, from this moment until now, it has been always about creativeness. Creativeness is not a thing which is just a genetic factor. It also partly developing factor, which is a task of the educational system. And of course, respective infrastructure and everything else which supports it. Accomplishment of this task. So go forward.
So basically, we don't know where the world is going, but creative universities will succeed.
Definitely. Absolutely.
Okay. We have kind of 4 minutes and 15 seconds left. And I thought that let's spend it on Ukraine, and especially on opportunities related to Ukraine. We have had long discussions where the war is, when it is going to end. It's going to end and Ukrainians will succeed or win it, is a sort of a common understanding here currently. But what are the opportunities? for companies, for example, while we start rebuilding Ukraine? Both European companies as well as small Estonian companies. What do you think? As well as for universities.
You know, I am not
Is it a problem
person
to
to
Europe?
speak here really, but I have to make a comment anyway before you get on to it. You know, of course there will be plenty of opportunities, but as we heard earlier today, I mean, it's dependent on certain actions to happen, like security. You know, how will Russia react? China would also be part of this. Yeah. China have resources. You know, not everything that comes from China in terms of investments and resources are necessarily bad. No, of course. It's a question of how we incorporate China in this part. And I think that, you know, we're talking about private money, absolutely. EU support, absolutely. A Marshall Plan, whatever. But, you know, we can look at this as a good case, actually, to bring China into the community under same conditions, not their condition, not our condition, but some shared values. I don't know, maybe that is an utopia, but you know, it might be a chance to get China into our hemisphere in a way where we actually work together. Chinese money is not necessarily by definition bad money if we handle it the right way. Then I'll leave it to those who know about Ukraine.
Okay, I skip this China factor and go directly to Ukrainian potential. We've spoken about the Ukrainian potential, and it's a huge, by the way. It's one of the biggest countries in Europe by population. It's biggest by territory. It's basically situated perfectly for very many tasks because of the natural resources they have. They have human capital. Everything is there, basically. That's the reason why Russians try to conquer it, by the way. So this is exactly the reason. And therefore, this country has huge, huge impact, making impetus on the European overall development.
Yes.
That's something which we tend to look like a problem. It's an opportunity. It's a great opportunity as long as we can somehow finalize the stage which is Ukraine getting through and all us together with Ukraine through the war. But after the war, it's enormous potential because the speed of development, the size of the development, potential of the development is so huge after a while, by the way. Speaking frankly, after the expansion of European Union many years ago. So basically, we should utilize this opportunity, definitely. Should.
Totally agree.
Yes, and I add to that something strange. I am thinking then we can see maybe after some time Chinese Marshall Plan called, for example, Deng Xiaoping Plan to reconstruct Russia. It may easily happen in years 5 or 7 or 10 to come.
Yeah.
But Urmas,
we'll have a Chinese naval base in St.
I
Petersburg.
hate to spoil your nice idea, but actually there was a Marshall Plan without naming it. And this plan was in place in the beginning of 90s until 2000s in Russia. But it was fragmented, not coordinated, not done in the way of normal plan analogy of Marshall. But there was an assistance plan in place and actually pretty extensive.
Yes, yeah.
But the problem was that you know the story.
No.
The 1992 beginning, Yegor Gaidar, the most reformistic prime minister of Russia after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, was granted $1 billion of IMF support because they had real problems those days. And out of this money, 200-something millions were immediately paid for keeping alive one object somewhere near Florida, Lourdes spy base in Cuba. Even then, and this is the problem with them.
Okay, we have now run out of time, but I will. But my last question actually goes to Urmas. Urmas, you are sitting at the supervisory board of University of Tartu.
Yes.
Are we planning to invest in Ukraine? We know that we do have many Ukrainian students here. We are going to be teaching them, but do we have our strategic plans towards Ukraine?
The university has strategic plan to invest into Ukrainian students, I think. That is already something, because we have taken students already in spring and next year, and now also together with Estonian Science Foundation was another project that we can incorporate Ukrainian scientists to existing research projects, and it will be funded from Estonian fund. This is a tiny thing we can do.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And even in my room on the 4th floor, we have Ukrainian professor here.
Yeah,
so,
it's true.
Yeah, we're welcoming them. But thank you, gentlemen. Please stay here. We are finishing officially today's day with Kadri. Please, Kadri. So we have kind of reached to the end of Delta Trends Day 2022. We started early morning with quite cloudy weather, when the sun came out suddenly, and now it's dark again. So it's a long, long day. Thanks a lot, gentlemen, to all the panelists, to all the keynote speakers we have had here, and to all the team as well, who have been working for that great event. It was the third Delta Trends Day, and I know that Kadri wanted to promise that we will have a fourth one as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you all for watching, and thank you all for being here. So we are now going to have a wine and some snacks, but you can join us again next year.
And we hope that the global weather will be sunnier as we talk today. So we did our best at least. Thanks for everybody, and good luck. And